Hello and welcome to an all-new episode of Yeah, I've Played. Of course, I am Matt Hall, joined by
Jordan Hill.
That's right, we are the guys that do this show. Two of the guys that do the show. And today we are discussing the true classic in the making, Alan Wake.
An instant classic.
2. Insta-classic.
Insta-classic.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
In our beautiful new Yeah, I've Played setup, no longer in a tiny cramped room.
No longer in the brown chamber. We're now in the bisexual lighting chamber.
Hey, we're in the sexually ambiguous dungeon.
And it feels good. It feels good. We got the Alan Wake theme up today with the bit of the Remedy bits and bombs that I've collected over my few years of being obsessed and scanning eBay for goodies.
Matt's beer was blocking it, but we got a
Sorry.
sick Oh Dear Diner thermos, the Alan Wake novel, the novelization of Alan Wake, and the sealed copy of Quantum Break.
It's actually a fake book. That's just a case for the first game. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's not real.
It's not the novelization. Oh.
No.
It'd be cool if it was the novelization of Alan Wake.
I do have that. It's over on the bookshelf.
Oh, all right.
Anyway, so this show, as always, it's a long-form, irreverent discussion on our experiences with the game. I feel like this doesn't really need an introduction, but Alan Wake 2 is the 2023 sequel to 2010's Alan Wake, produced by Remedy Entertainment and published by Epic Games. Which
13 years in the making, baby.
Yeah, quite a long time. They held on to the dream. We got the sort of pseudo-sequel with Alan Wake's American Nightmare, which was there was like back and forth among like fans of whether or not that game was canon and connected and everything.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of that.
I found an AMA that Sam Lake did at the time of the game coming out back in like 2012 or early 2013. He's like, yeah, the game is definitely canon. And he said it back then.
Right,
and it
just like that matter of fact. Yeah.
And then he like tweeted about it again like a year ago.
Being like, no, it's canon.
Yeah. And people were like, oh, it's finally confirmed. And it's like, damn, no, he confirmed it immediately.
Like 10 years ago.
Yeah, just a lot of people missed it.
Yeah, it's easy to miss stuff like that.
Anyway, this game sees us taking on the role of Alan Wake, who is in the dark place, but it's a split campaign with a new character named Saga Anderson, an FBI profiler, who's working on a series of cases regarding ritualistic murders occurring in the idyllic town of Bright Falls, Washington. And she's partnered, of course, with Alex Casey.
Oh, my boy.
Played by Sam Lake.
None other than.
Big nod to Max Payne in this character.
Oh, and so many like just literally he does. I love the moment during we'll get to it later, but he makes the face.
He makes the face,
and
they play
it's so good.
The fucking music. It's too good.
It's so good.
Anyway, we will. I keep like seeing hairs on my mic, so I'm getting distracted by. But we will get into the story in depth. We'll be covering Saga's campaign. Which is Return.
Yes,
It's split into Return and Initiation, 2 different books. But we'll be covering that, and we'll also, before we get into the story, we'll get into the graphics, sound, gameplay, our general impressions of, the lore is great, but is it a good game?
Yeah.
I think it is.
I think it is for sure. I was saying, like, just to like that's what we're going to get into. But yeah, also it's great. It's great.
Yeah.
It's a great game.
So there's a lot to say, but let's just start off with a discussion on the graphics. Now, I have a much more advanced PC than yours.
Yes.
Not bragging, just trying to rub it in your face. I put myself into debt to buy a new PC because I work on the computer.
Yep. You do all the editing on your computer.
That's true as well. And my motherboard fried about maybe not quite a year ago.
Just about though, yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, well, I guess I got to do something. So it was either like buy a new motherboard or just dive into a new PC. So I'm playing on a 4070. It's a pretty beefy computer. It was basically the best I could afford. And I still had some hiccups with the graphics, but you are on a
RTX 5500.
Okay,
which is I've got a full AMD build, which was like slightly better than your previous PC, not by much, and it can run pretty much. I mean, I've been playing Starfield on it. You know what I mean? I've been having it. I have to run everything on low settings, obviously. You know what I mean? I'm not running anything on ultra, but things usually run pretty smooth with a decent amount of like lag or screen tearing. You know what I mean? And like a lot of choppiness. Alan Wake 2 though. I mean, it it didn't look great for me.
And you were below the recommended settings.
I literally got a warning message every time I get one every time I launch
Right.
the game that tells me that I don't support my graphics card can't support mesh shaders, because that was a technology that just didn't exist when my graphics card was made. That's like a year-old technology, maybe.
And that was like a strong recommendation. I mean, this game is truly a next-gen game.
Yeah, but that being said, it still looked pretty damn good.
Right, we're showing some of your footage here, and I was surprised. I was like, okay, I see where you got some stutter here and there.
Yeah.
Which you said was cleared up more on your second playthrough.
Well, my second playthrough, really, it's been pretty great. I'm doing it right now. I'm probably like 7 hours into my second playthrough, just about. And it seems like, because I noticed it earlier during my first playthrough, anytime that I die and reload, or anytime that I'd like get to a point, have to stop without saving, you know what I mean, and then start over or something. Or there were a fair bit of bugs and crashes, like glitches and stuff like that they've been fixing. They've been on top of it, which like good on Remedy for sure. But so I'd have to kind of restart certain areas sometimes. Anytime it was my second time doing something, like going through an area, no issues really graphically.
That's cool.
They'd pop up every now and then, but for the most part, nothing. And the thing is, I would say as far as like stuttering, screen tearing, and lag go, it was doing even better than Starfield. Like Starfield was very stuttery for me. This, nothing at all. You know what I mean? Most of it was very smooth.
And I mean, overall, you don't feel like having like not meeting the minimum requirements, like obviously it's a compromise, but like, do you still feel like you enjoyed the game?
Oh, I still definitely enjoyed the game.
Yeah.
It definitely took away from some moments, you know what I mean? It made some moments a lot more difficult, or made some moments like a lot more obtuse. You know what I mean? Like figuring out certain things. There was certain points where I like couldn't really make out a path.
Right, because like dense like forest areas.
Yes, in the dense forest areas, the textures got real bad, and there would be like these what would look like impassable walls, but they were passable. It was just like some dense shrubbery that normally you'd probably see a path through. And on my second playthrough, I am seeing it. You know what I mean? But on the first playthrough, I couldn't see any of it. So that it took away from that. I've spent most of my life like playing games on a rig that can't support them. You know what I mean?
I understand. I have as well.
So I'm used to it. So like have that as a caveat. But like if you're used to it and you don't have a problem with that, I watched one YouTube video, I saw a clip where he said, if you can't play it at 60 FPS, there's no point in playing it. And I was like, I couldn't tell you. I don't think I've played a game at 60 FPS. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
no, I can totally relate.
Yeah. So, but I thought it was still great. I think if you normally play games on, like, if you got an older rig like I do, it's only 3 years old. Just do it. I'd say just do it. It's worth it.
Yeah, I agree. And on my system, the game looks pretty good. I still had some issues. I had to do some tweaking. I also did, aside from the graphics and stuff, I did run into some bugs. I got a press copy of the game, which you did too.
Yes.
But you had to buy RAM.
I had to buy RAM in order to play it. So my first hiccup was that I didn't have enough RAM to support it. So I got the RAM, upgraded it, and then it told me I couldn't run it still. And I was like, I'll just hit OK and run it anyways.
Yeah.
And it was fine. So thank God. Because I was almost devastated.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm glad it worked out. But when I was playing, I had a game-breaking bug that Remedy couldn't properly duplicate on their end, and it was happening to all the reviewers. And they eventually got it. There's been some pesky, persistent bugs for this game, but it's funny. I've talked to a bunch of people who reviewed the game, and people who played like early press builds, so I know they got some of those game-breaking bugs.
The same ones you did, yeah.
Still a 10 out of 10 for a lot of those people.
That's where I'm at, because it was... So, I don't mean to keep bringing up Starfield, but that's just another recent, like, huge release.
No, we are... I mean, Todd, thank you for sponsoring this episode.
Thank you, Todd. But I ran into a game-breaking glitch in Starfield at the end game. And I still can't... I'm still stuck there. They haven't fixed it. Alan Wake 2, I ran into a game-breaking glitch. I'd say about, I think I was 12 hours into the campaign. So I started a new one, and then I started a new one the next day, got 6 hours into it that day, because I was like, I gotta play this game. I'm gonna get through it. The next morning when I woke up, fixed. Literally one day that I had to wait.
They've been doing a great job with the updates, and also their communications director has been very transparent, very frank about stuff, which I appreciate. Like, It was the same thing I saw Glenn Schofield do when they launched Callisto Protocol, and there were some issues. He was just very upfront, like, hey, like, this is where we fucked up. This is what we're doing. We're working on it. And like, that's all we can say. Like, what more do you want? Like,
and I may have said it on stream, and like, I think we've talked about it before too, but it's just like, with the title this ambitious, you know what I mean? And with they're doing all of these new things, the mesh shaders, like they're doing, it's so, the Northlight engine, right? That's what they use. It seems like it's so advanced. The games look so good.
It's crazy. And I was just playing Quantum Break last night to get some footage. And even that, it's like, God, the capture they got in that is insane. Oh my God.
And I've been playing through Control, and it looks incredible.
Even,
it looks so good.
And a few weeks ago, I was playing Max Payne 1. And even there, on that engine, which is a different engine, but still Remedy's proprietary engine at that point, like, seeing some of like the particles and stuff, like I'm like smashing, like I like shot like a pile of papers, and like it was like in Control when you go and you're wreaking havoc on the office areas.
Yeah, you're like just like doing like your push attack on
and you
like
just,
cubicles.
It's so much fun to see like the stuff, you know,
fly all over the place.
And disintegrate.
I break every stall in every bathroom.
So much fun. Yeah, totally. Me too. Just for the hell of it.
Yeah.
Doing that stuff looks great. Even in Max Payne, they were doing that kind of stuff. So like they're really like, that was one thing I noticed in Alan Wake 2 in the graphics, like very complex stuff going on, like seeing water running off the rooftop. Everything with the lights and the integration of the live action and all the visual effects and some of the in-camera effects they were doing as they were shooting, seeing all that like composite together. Drinking beers. But seeing all that come together looked really good. But I noticed there was like, in the dark place, we'll say, like wind scattering garbage across the ground.
Yeah.
Pretty great foliage. Footsteps, footprints, if you were wet and everything, like stuff like that.
When you had to like track them on certain occasions.
I'm not even talking about that, but that's great too. I'm talking about if like Saga got in the water, then she'd walk around.
Oh yeah. Like
there's like there was a lot of attention to detail. It didn't have as much interactivity as Control did in terms of environmental destruction.
No,
but I noticed
it did integrate it occasionally though.
Occasionally, yes, and I was always surprised when it did. I was like, oh, okay.
They were few and far between, but it was kind of intuitive.
Like a couple times too, where I was like, oh, I had to like shoot a wood panel to find a secret.
Yes,
you know
exactly. Yeah.
I thought it was a good move to kind of like ground this game a little bit more in terms of environmental destruction, because that is such a big part of what I enjoyed about the feel of Control. And I like that this didn't just feel like, okay, another game in the Remedy mold of Control. Like it's just taken, you know, it had a very distinct look and feel, which, I mean, that's getting into more of the mechanics and gameplay stuff. But I thought that, you know, not having everything blow up when I was shooting, like some props don't react when you shoot them.
Yeah, not at all. No.
Which didn't break immersion for me. I mean, that's very normal for games to not have everything be
interactive. You can't blow everything up that you're.
But I noticed that was like a difference visually. It was a more static environment, but that felt very appropriate for their survival horror take.
Well, yeah, it's like I think every Remedy game is like an iteration of the last in the sense that they're like trying to just improve upon what they do each time. You know what I mean? But they also do a really good job. Obviously they're all connected and you can like see like, oh, this was a mechanic from this game that they improved upon in this one, but it never feels like you're playing the same game having played all of them, you know what I mean? Other than obviously Alan Wake 1 feels quite a bit like Alan Wake 2, you know, but Alan Wake 2 feels like improved upon, not to get into gameplay yet, but improved upon Alan Wake 1.
Totally, yeah. I mean, they share a very similar visual language with like, there's key things that you'll like, you know, that you'll see between games where it's like, oh, that feels familiar.
Yes.
And it's even if it's in a new context. Visually, just probably the best looking game I've ever seen.
It's, I mean,
it's a really,
when my game looked good, it looked good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that was everything on lowest settings that I could have it at. You know what I mean? Ray tracing off.
Yeah.
Lowest I could get it.
Like I've played some with full, you know, taking full advantage of everything my rig can do.
Oh yeah.
I've also done it on super performance mode.
Yeah.
It looks
great.
Amazing. Yeah. Like this game, this like low on this game is like ultra for other games. Which I mean, I think that was something that I heard one of the guys from Digital Foundry say on like Twitter or something. I remember reading that quote. I was like, is that true? And I was like, oh my God.
Oh yeah.
The fidelity is one thing, but the art direction marrying like that, like graphical, supremacy they got here. It's like, unfortunately, it's a great mix.
Yeah. We like won't quite get into it on this one because we're going to not get into too much of the Dark Place stuff, but like being underground at some points in the Dark Place, like in the subway tunnels and going through like the alleyways, like the graffiti and stuff like that, and the lighting, and it was just so striking at some points. You know what I mean? Like it looked so good. The angle behind you as you're like coming downstairs and there's a graffiti and stuff. Like those were such striking moments.
Yeah, great, great camera work all around. So many like cinematic, moments throughout the game where every shot was. Everything felt very intentionally composed, even though there's a free camera.
Yeah.
Which is hard to do. And yeah, I mean, you mentioned the graffiti. Like I saw in one of the making of videos, they were like doing the graffiti and photographing it. Like a lot of what they work from is photo reference, which is that was like the core of Max Payne.
Yeah, I was like that goes back to literally Max Payne. Yeah, that's like what they've built it all on. So and it's sick as hell.
Yeah, and it looks so. I mean, and also I'm a big fan of. Graffiti. It's one of the elements of hip hop. If you didn't know, that I'm a big hip hopper myself, and just having a bit more of an urban feel to the game. I was just like, it was very sick graffiti. It felt cool, very legitimate. It's always gratifying when I see something I like represented well in media because it's usually like a very like lame approximation of a subculture.
Yeah, the people are very good at doing that. Yeah.
And like the graffiti was like it felt very real. There was many different styles and it all looked really sick.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just great. Just like a visually stunning game, even if you're not playing it on a rig that my computer can't support it technically.
Right. Yeah. Well, beautiful looking game. I really have nothing negative to say about the graphics. I mean, there's some, we're playing on PC. I know that there's some shimmering that happens, and that's like kind of just part of Northlight, especially on console ports of the game. Like background elements might kind of like they shimmer.
Oh, okay, yes, I know exactly.
And it's like it's a light. It's like a lighting bug. It seems. Like.
I had that a bit in mind.
But that's just like it's an inevitable part of the engine from what I've read from their dev posts. But even that, like, I'd have to really go out of my way to find something I didn't like about the visual presentation of this game.
You'd have to be nitpicking, you know what I mean? And you'd have to be really, I don't know, you'd have to be looking at it through a lens of like a cinematographer probably to be like, I don't know. Like
just like I've never seen a game that looks this good in terms of both graphics and art direction coming together. As a whole too. Just like throughout the entire game they're pulling new tricks all the time.
Oh yeah.
So moving on from graphics, let's talk about the sound. I also struck by how good the sound is.
It was like the sound design was great in the sense that like I never felt like anything was too loud or too quiet. All of the dialogue, I could hear it, even when like Saga's just talking to herself while she's walking around. You know what I mean? Like it's just like the inner. Sometimes like things are too quiet, and like the environmental noise will overpower that. And it never felt like that. I don't know. It was just good. And I mean, like, obviously, music is always a big part of Remedy games. You know what I mean? And I'm not a huge fan. I would say that I don't necessarily have the same taste in music that they have for, like, the songs they create. But, like, they did a pretty good job with this one.
Yeah. The Poe song that plays between Alan's chapters.
Yes.
I really like that. Although that's like an older song they reworked.
Yeah.
That song was like 10 years old. The chapter songs, like all the Twisted Pop songs, some of them I liked a lot. There was one or two that I was like, oh wow, I'm actually like getting into this right away. But like
I'll admit I didn't give them much of a chance.
I've listened to all of them. Yeah, on my second playthrough, I'm listening to them all.
Oh, okay. I'd let them go for about 30 seconds, then I'd be like, yeah, all right.
Good. There's a couple that I really, really like. It's not. I'm not really into that type of pop too much, but I still appreciated that they did like very mainstream modern sounding pop that was like just a little bit twisted, and it felt very fitting.
Yeah. Oh no, for sure. If it definitely fit the game, it definitely fit it. I don't think that it was like out of place at all.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of like about.
Yeah.
it.
Well, I'm also about Poets of the Fall and stuff. Like they're
Yeah,
not like
that's
it's
where
not like
I'm
my
at, yeah.
it's not really my thing.
No.
But it's not like
It's not bad.
yeah. I don't hear it and go like, oh, this is taking away from it for me.
Oh no, not at
You
all.
know?
No.
Also, just the score, very good, very good. Petri Alenko, I think his name is the composer, and he did the first game as well. And
All right.
man, just
It makes you. I mean, like when they want you to feel uncomfortable, you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they're good at building. They're great at building tension.
score and sound design in general worked together very well for me. Like when you were approaching Coffee World, like this, like it sounded like screaming.
Oh my god, yeah. That's like kind of like the sound of the rides almost.
Yeah.
But you can't quite make out.
You don't know what it is.
And then even speaking of Coffee World, we'll obviously get to that later. But like even just like the overlap and stuff like that, like as you're doing that and you're following the music and like the laughter,
Yes.
and it's so deeply unsettling. And then finally everything cuts out,
Right.
and it's just I don't know,
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah,
So good.
crazy good. Again, I know we just are like two Remedy fans being like,
It's a good game.
it's so good, it's so good. I'd really have to like go out of my way to critique this in any sort of negative way because it was so well done. I liked all the performances and the capture of all like the dialogue and
Well, yeah, and like most of them are like seasoned vets. I looked up who Saga Anderson was only because I'd noticed a couple of times that like you could almost notice like a little bit of a British accent coming out, and she's a British actress. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're all seasoned. You
that's
know what
one thing
mean?
I would
Like,
criticize, I guess, is she
notice-
did let that slip.
Yeah, you notice the accent coming out of it, and there was one I can't.
And it doesn't
remember
feel
what
written into the character.
No, not at all. No, it's just you notice it come out of, and that's like I think we've talked about this before. Maybe not on a I've played, but that's a little bit more. I feel like falls on the director.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? For not being like, let's do that again because
Yeah.
your accent came out a little bit there. You know what I mean? Because you're not going to notice.
And who knows? Like, I know that sometimes it just happens.
Yeah.
Even though they're trying really hard, and even though the director's on it. Because I mean, I watch a lot of films.
I mean, it's
where it's even some of the Hall of Fame of 20th century film
of actors and directors.
Yeah, it happens.
Well, and it's hours of dialogue. When you get down to like how much Saga speaks and stuff like that, it is literal probably hours of dialogue.
Yeah, I think I have been going through some of the extracted game files, and I downloaded like a zip file of all the audio in the game, and I think it's like 27,000 or 27,000 files.
Yeah, that checks
and
out.
I'm playing it on. I just have like a little VLC playlist going. It's just like, and something I noticed on my second playthrough. Incidental like dialogue, like a character's reaction to something.
Yeah,
like the protagonist, like Alan or Saga, might change depending on playthroughs. Like,
okay, I don't think
it seems like they just kind of cycle a couple different phrases.
They have
at
different
points.
options. Yeah,
Like I noticed, especially because I got stuck on a bug in the We Sing chapter, the musical chapter, and afterward, Alan says something like, "Oh, that was different," you know.
Yeah, I don't think he said that in my playthrough because I literally just did that part.
I noticed I noticed 3 different phrases because I played that part so many times over.
Yeah.
His reaction kept changing. I was like, "Damn!" Like.
That's interesting.
I wonder how much of the dialogue in the game is dynamic because I don't know, and what triggers it. Is it just like a cycle? It just kind of goes through a few phrases that are all equally appropriate, or is it kind of triggered by actions? I don't know.
That's cool.
The game logic there is kind of beyond me, but so sound overall, just music is great, but just the sound design especially, I was really struck by. Things like being near a light source and hearing like the electric hum.
Yeah,
and
you'd hear like the buzz and like the flicker of the light. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, there's a scene later on in the game where I was near the nursing home and there was like a fly buzzing around a lamp.
Oh yeah, that's great.
And it was very realistic.
Yeah.
And the fly kind of moved around a little bit, and I was just like, I was just so impressed with the atmosphere has always been very strong. I know it's a different team. I don't believe it's the same people working on that worked on Max Payne 1 and 2. No. There are some members of the development team that are still on board at Remedy.
Yeah, for sure.
But I don't think it's the same.
It's been like, what, 20 years at least?
22, 23, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah.
But even those Max Payne games, sometimes I would just stop and be like, wow. Mm-hmm. Hearing the rain on the roof in Max's apartment and stuff like that. Like,
right.
There are just scenes where I was just like, damn, the atmosphere is so strong. And they've continued to do that really well. And I think this is probably the strongest for me in terms of sound design. Because they had so much to work with, so many different environments. And they really leaned into...
And so many years of experience, too.
Wherever you are in the room, you really feel that you're in that part of the room.
Oh, my God, yeah.
You know?
Just, like, walking into, like, if you'd, like, kind of, like, enter into, like, a bathroom where there's, like... a specific scene where like someone's singing and then like you enter into another room and you hear it kind of like fade out.
Yeah.
But like as you get closer to the door, it goes, I don't know. It's just perfect. It was so perfect.
Yeah. Really, really, really well done. So sound knocked out of the park.
10 out of
Graphics
10.
Knocked out of the park. Gameplay
knocked it out of the park.
Hey, they really did for me. First I want to mention the puzzles.
Okay.
So we had a couple different kinds of puzzles. There's some environmental puzzles for, moving forward in the story.
Yep.
There's also the cult stashes.
Yep.
And the nursery rhymes. Some of these, I had to get out the pen and paper and the calculator.
There was a couple math equations in here that made me mad.
Yeah, I would have had to have looked them up if I was playing the game when any tutorials were available, but I didn't because I was... doing on my own. I did solve all the puzzles. And I felt
did not.
really good that I did, but it was not... Basically, what I would do is I would go, okay, here's what I think... One, I could immediately make a formula.
Yeah.
That I would know X plus X equals X. No, that's not how formulas work, but...
Yeah, no, I know what you
blank,
mean.
blank, 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 blank. And so I would go, well, I have these numbers, and this is my mystery number, and this is what I'm trying to get. So I would pick what I thought was around the range, do the equation, calculate, do the equation again, correct for how off I was, and then I kind of, through repetition was like, okay, there it is, and I got the numbers that way. Yeah. Like, I saw other people, do the equation properly in one big long run. Yeah. But I just don't know. I don't know math.
I don't remember math that well. I had to give up on the car battery one.
Yeah.
Car battery one I just had to give up on.
I found my notes from that and it was just like, it was really just brute forcing, just like, I think it might be this number. If it's not this, maybe it's like this number.
Right, yeah.
Just trying
just throwing things out there. Thank God. No, I gave up on that one. And then one of my graphical issues in the first playthrough, I'm getting more puzzles in the second playthrough.
Right. Yeah, you mentioned this to me.
But because of the graphical issues that I was having, I couldn't make out anything on any of the combination locks, whether it be like numbers or when they were the symbols. So even if I knew the combination, specifically with the numbers, I was able to like identify one, you know what I mean, and then move from there. But then with the symbols, it was impossible.
That's funny
because you couldn't. I like brute forced a couple because you could. The only one I could really identify was like the two triangles coming at each other diagonally. I could like, okay, that's clearly what that is. You know what I mean? And then I would just like hope that like the other ones I could kind of you could kind of make it out, but not really. They were just these white, blurry.
Yeah, like some of them are
big, fluffy lines,
recognizable if you squint, and others are less so. Yes. I liked these puzzles a lot more than I did any of the puzzles in like Silent Hill 2 or...
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, the Silent Hill 2 ones were so like obtuse. Yeah. These were like sometimes challenging.
Silent Hill 1 and 2.
Yeah, for sure. Both of them, yeah.
Some of those puzzles...
I still remember the refrigerator. The refrigerator was the stupidest thing because it was like
that's a cheap one.
Well, it just literally there's just nothing.
Yeah, that was like a weird adventure game death. That I think someone on the dev team must have felt like, no, this is important that we do this. Yeah,
no.
Some of those puzzles really, just baffled me, and it in a lot of games, like Resident Evil games too. There's been stuff I just go, I gotta look this up.
Yeah, where it just doesn't make any sense at all.
They never managed to do a slide puzzle either, I don't think, which I appreciated.
What do you mean slide puzzle?
Like where you got like 8
squares
on a 9 square grid.
No, never. Thank God. It was all just like combinations and like there was a few, like, you had to add like a few math problems.
Yeah, environmental stuff. You gotta look around for clues.
You just have to like find this stuff with your flashlight.
Some of it was a little bit of deduction and interpretation of some of the clues, but I thought overall it was just like, hey, you're doing survival horror. I'm expecting puzzles.
Yeah,
inventory management.
Yes,
and
which they introduced in this one pretty well, I thought. Pretty well.
I noticed that. So in Resident Evil, you can, like press, I will say X, to pick the item up and move it. And here I had to select the item, go into the sub menu, pick move. And I noticed there was no rotate either. And like those two things made it so that true. And those two first elements really like slowed down the movement of the inventory menu to the point where I never felt a focus on inventory organization. Which
organization was never really a concern, except for like, I think when I like found a new weapon once, I had to move stuff to make room.
Yes, you know what I mean? And when that happened, I was a little frustrated by it.
Yes, because it's also when you access your inventory, it doesn't stop time or anything like that. It's still everything's still moving in real time. So it's a little the inventory. If I were to critique the game, inventory management could have just been smoother. You know what I mean?
I think that they just didn't want to copy Resident Evil entirely.
I hear you. You just kind of should.
The only thing I would go is,
you might as well.
Maybe don't focus on like the rotating thing. That's fine, I guess.
Yeah, but at least I like the auto sort feature.
Auto sort's very helpful.
It's like sometimes there's just empty holes up top, and rather than being like move this, then move
because movement was just a little frustrating to have to go item, sub menu, move, click. And then sometimes I would like drop them. I didn't mean to. It was just, I felt like they were trying hard to not just completely cop the fucking Resident Evil.
But also, it's one of those things where it's just like, I don't think anybody's going to really fault you for doing that. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's some nerds out there who are going to get mad and be like, it's just Resident Evil.
It's just like,
but it's like, I don't know.
It's like such an integral part of Resident Evil's identity.
That's fair.
The organizing your case that I could see them not wanting to.
Yeah, I get why they didn't want to. I just wouldn't have faulted them.
I think they could have streamlined that a little bit. That was maybe one of the only mechanical things I really felt even just slightly irked by, was just, especially when I got the hunting rifle and I was like, great, now I need to go back to the safe room, dump a bunch of items, because like, it's like I had the inventory room to put it in, but it was just cumbersome. I was like, well, if I'm doing this, I might as well just dump everything and just like I don't know.
Yeah, I personally like never used like since we're talking about gameplay, like in combat and stuff like that, we'll get into more. But like I personally never used like a couple of the items. You know what I mean? Like I don't think
there's a few I never really used.
Yeah, so it was like anytime I'd get them, I'd either try not to pick them up, but sometimes you're in a rush and you're just smashing over items. You know what I mean? You pick up shit, and so I drop.
Yeah, there's always like 2 or 3 different items grouped together, almost always.
But like part of me wanted to go put it in the shoebox.
I know, it's just like a little like hoarder mentality.
The storage mechanic in Alan Wake 2 is like a shoebox in every safe room you get to. And I just want to, the hoarder mentality where like, if you look in my shoebox, it's just like a ton of first aid kits and propane tanks. Because they take up some of the first aid kits take up like 2 spots.
Yep. And they're a pain in the ass to use.
It tells you in the description of it that you cannot use it in combat.
Yeah.
You can, but it's like you shouldn't. You know what I mean? Like it's not a viable option in combat.
It's funny. I was going to wait to mention it, but let's just say I thought propane tanks were awkward and I never used them. I used them like once or twice. And I was like, shooting, because you toss them and then you shoot them and they explode. Right?
Yes. Yeah, that's how the mechanic works.
In practice, combat where it was like, where it would have been helpful to have that, things were too hectic to pull that move off with accuracy.
Yes, and you were oftentimes just better off like using a hand flare or using the flare gun or rocket flare. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Depending on who you were. I'd feel like you'd be better off using any of those, because with the issue I ran into with the propane tank is I would like often throw it where the enemies are and then go to shoot it. But then as soon as I take out my gun, they're now like several feet ahead of it. So and then I tried to do it again, throw it close to me, and then I had to back up so I didn't hurt myself. And then I
saw a video of someone using one really smoothly, and I was like, damn, I'm just not that
good. Yeah. I'm just not that good, unfortunately.
I will say, in general, I thought this was some of the better gunplay they've had in recent years.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. It didn't feel like there was little, if any, aim assist, really. You know what I mean? I think you could turn it on, but I didn't have anything like that on. And it just felt good. Each gun felt unique. Each weapon felt unique. I didn't feel in my first playthrough I played through on normal, and I'd say that it was hard, but like at no point did I feel like, oh, I can't do this. There was one point, but it's only because it turns out you're supposed to run, and I was being stubborn.
Yeah, I think
we both did.
We'll talk about that.
But yeah, for the most part, I felt like the combat was pretty well balanced, and I thought that it was some of the smoother gunplay in the series. As even playing through Control right now, which is pretty heavily focused on combat. Like
it was obvious that they took a lot of inspiration from the Resident Evil remakes, like 2, 3, and 4.
Mm-hmm.
But I think those games are nearly perfect.
Oh, for sure. Resident Evil 4 remake, I'll say it is still, I think, probably the best game. Maybe the best game I've played.
It's just really high up there for
overall,
me.
You know what I mean?
It's so good.
It's up. It's like, I don't know if I can put a game as the best game, but like it's up. It's one of them.
It's in my top 10 of like all time.
Oh, for sure.
Just a wonderful marriage of everything.
All around, yeah.
Super fun.
Not a complaint.
So much replayability. And just it had a great feel. And this had a very similar game feel. Just the navigation and combat. I can't fault Remedy for,
and I just want to keep playing
that.
it. I just want to keep playing it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. It's hard for me.
Well, and I love that it's one of those games that like lends itself to multiple playthroughs.
Oh,
and
yeah.
You learn tricks and you get faster, and you
Yeah.
get rewarded for doing so. Which is something I'm hoping to see more from in Alan Wake 2 as we get the New Game Plus mode.
Oh yeah, I'm excited. And any potential add-ons like DLC
Yeah.
add-ons. You know what I mean, to continue the story. Any connections to like Control, like another AWE, something like that. That'd be
So
sick.
stoked. And they have said that part of their, kind of corporate strategy moving forward is to find ways to increase the lifespan of a game and add more, new content to it over time and like longer support periods for games, basically.
Yeah.
And I think that's super exciting for this game, both in terms of lore. And like I started a third playthrough, even though I'm not done with my second playthrough.
Yeah, you started a third one.
I'm streaming a second, and I'm playing a third so I can capture more footage. And I'm just having fun with it. All 3 times is just it's fun in a different way.
Technically, I've played through like the first 6 hours of the game 3 times now, and it's I'm not bored by any of it. I'm not like rushing through anything. You know what I mean?
What did you think of exploration?
Oh, great! I mean, they nail it. In Remedy's great at rewarding exploration.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
sure.
And that I love it so much. And obviously, because of the graphical issues, it was sometimes like frustrating or obtuse in like the forest scenes. But I mean, anytime you're Alan or if you're Saga anywhere other than the forest, you know what I mean? Even like when you just get to like Coffee World.
Yeah.
Or when you get just any not densely like if you're not in dense forest.
Yeah.
It was fine. And it's so much fun to just like it almost felt intuitive too at times. You know what I mean? Where it's like you're naturally just kind of like, oh, well, what's this path? This is the main path, but I can clearly see this leads somewhere else too. I might as well go down here. And almost every time you were rewarded with something, even if it was just like a little bit of ammo.
Yeah, I totally agree. They also had a lot of like document. One other thing I guess maybe I could criticize is there were a lot of documents that you couldn't pick up that I wanted to pick up to check
like
later.
see later. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
That was,
sure.
And I go, well, I get it. Control went overboard. I think Quantum Break also went overboard with documents.
Yeah, Control's overwhelming with the documents for sure.
So I understand that they had to just draw a line somewhere.
Yes.
But I did like that when I was exploring, I was constantly finding unique documents that, like, because I couldn't pick them up, personally, I wish I could have. But it made, like, exploring feel more important. Like, oh, I'm getting this, like, well, yeah, it's sort of like ephemeral knowledge here.
Yeah, it's world building.
Yeah.
A lot of it is just, like, world building and, like, telling you about, like, what's been going on in Bright Falls recently, kind of, like, what the feel of it's been. You know what I mean? Like, how everyone's feeling. There's a couple characters who it doesn't really seem like you really get introduced to other than through the documents, you know what I mean? And like reading about them. And it's very, I don't know, it's very interesting. I love that stuff.
I liked it a lot more than like, I don't know, as a comparison, something like Fallout, where, you know, in 3 and 4, there were sometimes similar like narrative arcs on terminals.
Yeah.
But I had a harder time kind of getting excited about those.
I didn't really. I mean, I guess someone who's like a big Fallout fanboy, you know what I mean? Like, they don't really get excited about the terminal stuff.
I've put an embarrassing number of hours into the Fallout series.
Right, yeah, same. A shameful amount.
Yeah. There's very little I haven't done in those games. The first two, I've never beaten either of those.
Same.
But I've played
I've almost beaten
lot
the
of
first
them.
one, but...
You know, and then the 3 and 4 also I put a like those were games that helped me get back into gaming, basically, after like a very long break from gaming. And I never really felt like, oh, who's this like unseen side character that I'm learning about their story? I just never got stoked. But then on this one, I was always like, it was always very brief.
Yeah.
And always styled in a way that was interesting, like whether there was like little doodles and sketches on the papers, or you know, maybe some of their objects were scattered around the area. It was always like presented visually in a way that gave me a little more to latch onto in terms of okay, who is this person?
Well, a lot of times, like especially when you're like inside of like buildings or homes, you know what I mean? You'd find a document and it would refer to something that would sometimes be nearby. You know what I mean? That you could be like, oh, well, let me go check that out too.
It's very similar to like when I'm doing like a home invasion. And I'm like just rifling through people's stuff.
Well, they're not home and you're just like, wow, this is like
or they're asleep and that's like a whole other thrill.
Yeah. Let's not get into that.
Okay. So another thing I want to talk about the gameplay mechanics wise is the Mind Place and the Writer's Room. For me, almost like instantaneous, like switching between realities with, you know, on my computer. Like,
yeah.
Was it pretty quick for you?
Yeah, it was pretty much immediate. Every now and then there would be a little bit of like, you'd get into the room and then like the case board would load in.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I had that problem with the map specifically.
Oh,
like,
yeah, the map was the most...
If you hold the button, you'll go to... I really commend Remedy for doing this because I saw a bunch of people being like, those 3D interactive room style menus become a real pain in the ass to navigate after a while. So yeah, walk up to everything.
Yep.
Remedy addressed that in two ways. One, if you hold the button, you'll go to like a little bar style menu where you can just pick which part of the, you know,
Mind Place you want to be in. Yeah.
Or if you go into the Mind Place, you don't need to walk up to the case board. You just need to look at it, which is you can quickly navigate. You're often right in front of what you want to be in front of.
And there's also other little knicknacks and stuff for you to like find in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they put little lore stuff in there.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. I really like the Mind Place. Writer's Room.
I wanted a little more from the Writer's Room. I was hoping there'd be a little bit more, you know. Alan's campaign in general was... I felt like they were pretty equal, but people have pointed out that, I mean, it has less chapters. It's like, well... You play as Alan in 2 of Saga's chapters, so it's like, is it I mean, it's...
I think it probably equals out just about.
It feels like it feels like time spent between the characters does equal out, but I do think Saga's Mind Place got more love than the Writer's Room, but also, like, what else would the Writer's Room have?
Yeah,
I struggle to think of,
do you want to write the story? You know what I mean? Do you want to be sitting there putting like strings of words together? You know what I mean? Like it's the case board, and I'm like, not really. That doesn't sound super interesting.
I mean, I think the way they did it with just the scenes and using your words on the scenes, that was enough for me. The fact that the room was a little more bare, I liked that Saga had some character building moments in her Mind Place.
Well, and I mean, and it does kind of check out when you get into what the Mind Place is as opposed to what the Writer's Room is. You know what I mean? I think that does make more sense that the Mind Place is a bit more fleshed out.
That's a great way to put it. But yeah, great job not forcing players to use a 3-dimensional menu.
Yeah, agreed.
And giving people options, because it, as sick as it is the kind of thing where you're like, you know, I think it was Evil Within 2. Evil Within 1 as well, where it's like, okay, now I'm gonna go upgrade, and
and you're like, I have to walk around this entire building just
and
to do like
it's cool, but it's like when you do it like over the course of like a 25-30 hour campaign, sometimes you go, okay, I'm the 60th time I'm a little sick of it.
Yeah, you're over it by the end for sure.
I'm over here now. So I don't know. Overall, gameplay super smooth. Again, commend Remedy for not putting a limit on stamina. Great move.
Yeah, honestly, I appreciate that a lot. And because you don't run that fast either. You know what I mean?
No, it all felt very balanced. And great job keeping NPC movement paired with player movement.
Yes.
The only time it wasn't was when Tim Breaker walks from the diner to the sheriff's office. He strolls.
Well, and I think that's because it's trying to force you through some dialogue.
Yes.
It's supposed to get you through, so it's set at the pace of the conversation.
Only part of the game. Otherwise,
you can also just run ahead and do it. You could also just my second playthrough, I just ran around during that. Yeah,
you have an earpiece, so like if you'll hear anything.
The only thing you miss is like an interaction you have with a couple of locals, I think. But like on my second playthrough, I just ran around and explored while they walked. You know what I mean? So,
but I loved how they kept like Casey's pace with Saga. Like he'd start jogging. I noticed that first they did it really well in Quantum Break. I don't remember how they handled it in Alan Wake 1. I kind of feel like it was actually maybe not as developed in that one.
I don't think so, and I don't think there were as many moments of it either.
Yeah, I'm remembering walking through the trailer park with Barry and the landlord guy, but I wound up like exploring through most of that when they were talking. But with this, like, you know, it felt really good in that first moment when I got control of Saga to have Casey just keep up. Yeah. And then when I wanted to go off, he's like, all right,
I'll meet you back.
Yeah.
And he would just
really
wait for
good.
you in a spot. Yeah.
No weird forced walking scenarios.
Oh, so good.
You know, yeah, great job with that. Inventory, combat was good. I mean, combat was good. We talked about it. It's Resident Evil 4 combat.
Yeah. It's not the, like, I don't know. I really didn't have too many complaints about it, to be honest with you.
I thought they did a good job with having more varied enemy types than in the first game.
Yes, and more varied like weapon types too, to give you like more options about how to go about things.
Did you have any like, you know, we've already talked about not really using the canisters.
Yep.
I used pretty much everything else a little. You know, I kind of found myself swapping back and forth at just, I don't know, just kind of at will.
It felt natural. It felt like each weapon. I feel like each weapon, because I mean, like, we'll get into what the weapons are as like we discover them throughout the game. But each weapon, it feels like has its use. You know what I mean? It has its time and place. Obviously, like your handgun's your main thing. You know what I mean? That's just that's usually like your main weapon in any game. You know what I mean? And in Alan Wake 1, you have a revolver or a handgun the whole time, so that's like your main weapon. But the rest of them, I feel like I don't know. It felt like there were moments where I was like, okay, time to use this guy, and I'd use it. Then the only things that weren't were like the accessories, like the extra stuff, like the rocket flares I didn't use too much. Propane
I don't think I used those
use
at all. I don't think I tried a rocket flare once, didn't work out, and I was just like, I don't need this. I will say I played on normal. Did you?
I played normal my first playthrough. Now I'm playing story.
As a somewhat like experienced survival horror player, pretty freaking I'll say it, fucking generous.
Yeah.
In terms of sorry.
No, it's okay.
That was funnier in my head. No, they're just super generous with ammo pickups and health and like there was I remember my first run, I was like, wow, there's a lot of empty containers. It's because I had full ammo and health.
Yes, it's because
they're dynamic containers that will just populate with whatever you're low on at that time.
Which is nice, but it's also like, whereas if you are a seasoned survival horror player, they do kind of, it feels generous because you know to look. You know to run around, you know where to look, you know that you have to be conserving and stuff like that. So if you're playing it with that mindset, I feel like it is generous. But if this is like your first foray into something like this, I think it's perfect because it is intuitive.
I think it's a good introductory game. But if you are someone who's deep into survival horror, I'd say play it on hard.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah,
and for sure.
I will admit that I had like a couple challenging spots on normal, but like I do want to be challenged. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. Same here. I mean, they're like a couple boss fights, especially, were kind of like frustrating, but also, I gotta commend Remedy for getting better at boss fights because I feel like like Max Payne 1, Max Payne 2,
sucked.
Quantum Break, Alan Wake, like all those boss fights are kind of like some of the weaker parts of the games to me.
Good Control nailed some of the boss fights. Some of the boss fights.
That was the first time, and I read in the making of book that like somebody was like designing one of the bosses. They're like, well, we've never really done a boss like this.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you guys haven't, most of your bosses have been like environmental puzzles or a mix of combat environment, like the Quantum Break boss especially. I've seen so many people post like that AoE attack that Paul does where it's like fills the room with red, and that big wave, you know, the red wave that I keep hearing about in the news. No, it's just like it was hard to read, hard to avoid, hard to know, like that, like there was no like tactile response where I felt like I was like progressing in that battle.
Yeah, I lost that battle a lot. I mean, I'm sure if you rewatch her, I played on it or whatever. It's like I lost that battle a bunch.
Yeah, me too.
Because I didn't understand how that worked.
It just didn't make sense. I had to like stop and look it up to be like, what is this?
What am I doing wrong? Yeah, I had to get a walkthrough for that.
Yeah, and that not on this game. I mean, there were some hard battles.
Yeah,
but I was like, okay, I see what I have to do. Each boss battle had its own thing it was doing.
Yeah,
they were all challenging in their own ways, you know. And I hope that Remedy continues to make good boss fights.
Yeah, and no one boss fight really felt the same as another. Like the mini bosses a little bit, you know what I mean? But like the main bosses that you fight, like each one had a unique mechanic in it, you know what I mean, that you had to use for that fight.
Yeah, really good. And just glad it wasn't the kind of thing where it's like, I'm thinking back to like the fighting like the weird wall of TVs or whatever in one of the Alan Wake DLCs.
Oh yeah,
it's just like, it was just like, okay, the only reason this is hard is because it sucks.
You
know,
like when you're in just Alan Wake, even the end boss fight in Alan Wake, when you're like running, you're like hopping up the steps. It's that weird like kind of platforming section or whatever, and you're just like shining the flashlight at like certain spots, and it's I don't know.
Yeah,
that wasn't great.
I mean, it worked for the game. I just wouldn't be like, oh man, good boss fight. It was more like, okay, well, I guess this is like a notable challenge.
Yeah,
but it's not really like
it's not a boss fight.
Yeah, which is like a video game thing.
Yeah, that you want.
I want like the boss fight. an enemy, unique enemy that's going to test your skills in a unique way,
and it feels when you first encounter them like unbeatable to a degree.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
They're the boss.
Yeah, exactly.
Anything else you want to talk about in terms of the gameplay or anything?
Not really. Nothing that that is not without getting into the story too much.
Okay,
you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, basically just the feel of everything, pretty damn tight.
Yeah.
Oh, I do want to ask, what did you think of how the flashlight worked?
What do you mean?
Well, how you, instead of turning on your flashlight and holding it, you were shooting it in like bursts.
Oh, when you like use the focus? Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know. I thought it was cool. I don't totally remember the mechanic being like that different in Alan Wake 1. Do you just have to hold the flashlight on them? It wasn't like a concentrated thing you had to do?
Yeah, you would anywhere you were aiming, your flashlight would look at, and then you would hold to like focus it.
Oh, okay.
And this you press, you know, the burst button that focuses it.
Yeah, you can aim it, but then you have to hit right bumper to like
and then that sends like a 2.5 second blast of focused light.
Yes. Yeah. I thought that was cool.
Okay.
And I liked that,
I hated it, but
you hated it? No, I don't know. I thought it was cool.
Oh, you thought it was cool? That's interesting.
I like that distance affected it too. Whereas, like, if you were closer to them, you only needed one burst generally to take down their shield, as long as you kept it on them. But when they were further away, you'd have to hit them with like 2 or 3 sometimes. You could still get them from further away, but it didn't have the same effect as the light, like, arced more. You know what I mean?
Is there like a notable enemy type for you?
Notable enemy type for me?
For me, it was the old people that were like mirrored, so that they had heads,
yeah,
like a head on top,
weird,
head on bottom.
Junji Ito, or what is that? Yeah, or is that what is it?
I think it
Junji
is.
Ito, yeah, like the weird like body horror guys. Those guys stood out. Those are probably the ones that stood out to me the most, as far as like I was like, what the fuck's going on? As far as the ones that like gave me the most trouble though, like honestly, the wolves gave me a lot of trouble.
The wolves were hard,
primarily because of my texture issues. You know what I mean?
I believe
like,
it. Yeah,
because I'd have to just wait with the shotgun in a spot until they charged me, and then like pray I could react quick enough.
Right.
And then the guys who split, I thought that was cool.
That was
thing.
Cool. Those guys are from
cool.
American Nightmare.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
I knew I recognized them, but I'm like, those aren't just the guys that throw stuff at you in Alan Wake 1. But
no.
But
God,
cool as hell.
They love throwing stuff at you.
The Junji Ito body horror guy, like old people in the fucking nursing home, who are like just one's walking like on their hands and the other one's like coming. Oh,
yeah.
I love those.
Well, We could talk about gameplay all day, but it's time to get into the damn story.
The goddamn story.
So,
well, I gotta piss before we do that, if that's cool.
No.
No. All right.
No.
That's what the thermos is for.
Yeah. Here, we'll cut this footage. Just be careful. I won't hold it. You can do it. Right. So, getting into the story. Getting into the story, I feel like I'm just like, it's just like,
yeah.
Can I fit it? No. Getting into the story. Wow. When this opens up, it opens up with Alan with the hole in his head. You're like, what is that?
Yeah, it's just like this light coming out of his forehead, kind of glowing a bit.
And there's like a dark black cloud leaking out of the back of his head. And do you remember the QR code visions from Alan Wake Remastered? You could find those videos of Alan like at the typewriter and he was narrating something.
I did not play the remastered.
Oh, okay.
Not at all, no.
Fake fan. Wow, okay, fake fan. Pew, pew. Fuck. No, he was saying something like, a beginning crawls out of the naked through the forest to a fate worse than death. And he's...
Oh, okay.
They were describing the opening scene.
Alan Wake 2.
Which makes me think, through Alan's writing, he summoned Nightingale from the lake. Because you start the game as big old naked...
Naked as the day he was born.
You can turn a nudity filter on, and he has little tighty whities.
Oh, you can? Oh, okay, I didn't even notice that. I didn't even try it. I streamed it.
I did that for my stream. Did you try to look at his cock?
You can just you can't quite see it.
I know, but did you try?
Yeah, I tried. Yeah, of course. Yeah,
I immediately. I was like,
it's almost right away. It was like within moments of getting out of the water, I tried to see if I could see his cock.
Yeah, and I know I'm not the only one.
I was just spinning around as Nightingale around the water.
I need to see it.
I didn't know what Robert Nightingale's packing.
It's the guy who voiced The Witcher.
Oh yeah,
Geralt.
Oh okay.
So it's like, I mean, come on. I mean, I saw. I think it was the Fappening Part 48. Was when the Doug Cockle pics.
Doug Cockle cock pics.
finally surfaced. But I wanted to see how it was modeled. You know. No. Very striking opening. Not only, I mean, yes, you are a naked man, and it is like, whoa, I didn't expect that.
Yeah,
but it's like my God, lighting. It's so beautiful seeing like Cauldron Lake at night. You know where you are.
It's like kind of like a vague like Twilight, like blue lighting. You know, what I mean, not like Twilight the movie, but like it's Twilight the time of day.
Right. I wish Twilight was more like this.
It would have looked way better. But it is so striking. And then as you walk in, you raise your wet fat body out of the water and you bring your tight little ass like beneath like that, like it's almost like a stone like little bridge or like trees falling. I can't quite remember exactly what it is, but it looks so good. Yeah. You run into the Bookers who are like, what's going on? What is that? Like, who the hell is that guy? And you're just like, oh yeah. I think you like vaguely so disoriented. Like, help me. Yeah. Something like that. But then, like, it's almost like the light coming at you, like, almost, you're like, ugh. Like, right. Like Dracul. Yeah. Yes. And eventually you make your way up a path and you get confronted by the Cult of the Tree, who seeing that you are soon to become a full-on Taken, they wait for Taken to emerge out of the lake, and then what they do is they strap them down, cut their hearts out, put the clicker inside. In the empty cavity. Yeah. Press it, I think, 3 times. Yeah. And that is supposed to stop the transformation process. Okay, we're going to get right into it. Yeah, that's supposed to stop them from turning into Taken. That's my belief, yeah. Yes. Well, that is what they say explicitly, I believe. I'm always a little uncertain about everything in this game. That's fair. Because that's explicitly what a lot of red herrings. Yeah, but that is also explicitly what they say, because that's what Alan does to, I believe, is it Cynthia Weaver?
That is what he did to Barbara Jagger.
Barbara Jagger
at the end of the first game.
Sorry.
He cut her heart out.
Yes.
Well, her heart had been cut out.
So he put the clicker into the empty cavity and then
Blew her up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So regarding that, I thought it was interesting how when you are Nightingale, you see visual distortions on the cult members. They sound nightmarish to you. They sound like Taken sound to you.
Taken. Yes.
Yeah.
Implying that maybe he's still not quite fully out of the dark place. You know what I mean? I can't quite tell what it is.
So my take on it is that he's not fully taken yet, but he's in the process.
No. Yeah.
But that process, you see as you're coming up, I believe it's Mr. Scratch. Like you get like a vision of him.
Yeah, he flashes into your face.
And
yes. Which those scared the shit out of me the whole game.
Good jump scare. Yeah. Especially the Cynthia Weaver ones.
Oh my god, yeah, those got me.
But it almost feels like he's seeing that because of his aversion to light, because they mention out how like a full Taken can't see into the light. So if he's not fully taken, but those people like the cultists are using light, I think that's why they appear distorted.
They're standing in spotlights.
Yeah.
So yeah, that could be it.
I think it has something to do with basically just like his perception of things due to
in the light
being almost taken. Although I ran away from the light, and if you go backward down the path, a fully shadow engulfed cult member will grab you.
Yeah, if you can also like cut right. There's a couple of places too.
Yeah.
I made it all the way down to a campsite. There's like a little campsite you can make it to, and they get you and they like stab you. You know what I mean? And they shoot you and shit. And it's fucking.
They shoot you.
Yeah, they shoot you if you run far enough and you're kind of like getting away. They fucking shoot you. It's wild.
I don't think it's funny because when I was just replaying the intro, Tammy Booker, who is one of the witnesses of this whole thing, Ed and Tammy Booker, they're two people who were in Bright Falls doing some investigative research for a true crime novel or a true crime book. Not a novel, but
just a book that Tammy's writing.
About the disappearance of Alan Wake.
Yep.
They witnessed this. They're visiting from New York City.
Well, they don't just witness it. They interrupt the cult ritual.
Right. They disrupt the ritual. So they're not able to stop the Taken process with Nightingale, which is why he eventually will get into it. But the process does complete. But she mentioned, she's like, oh yeah, they were like shooting. And I was like, I didn't see any shooting. But apparently I just didn't get that,
Yeah, if you run far enough from them, they'll just shoot you, and then you kind of drop, and then they come up and they stab and beat you. You know what I mean, it's pretty brutal.
Very effective opening, and then when it's like
so fucking cool.
It was very gratifying.
And it just like kind of like pans out, and it's just like I think it's Cauldron Lake, but it's just you kind of see the mountains in the background. And it's just like two.
Yeah, they had to put it in 3 segments because each word was so big.
Yeah,
very, very bold move, and it's really like it's a little pretentious in a way. Just being like, it's like, this is, how many movies do you see where it's like title of the movie? It's like, but
very
I mean, they I think they set a very high standard right there, and
I think they deliver on it. I think like it gets you started off at a high point, and I think it keeps you there.
Yeah,
the bulk of it.
Great opening. I was as soon as I went through that, I was just like, oh my god, this is very good.
Oh my god, so good, so good.
And I was like, I cannot wait to look at Saga's little butt and Alan's little butt.
I can't wait to see if I can see Alan's cock.
Yeah.
If I spin him around enough.
Right. And unfortunately, I never saw, I didn't see Saga's little butt, and I didn't see Alan's little butt.
No little tushes of anybody other than Robbie Nightingale.
Yeah. Which is fine, But I just thought, damn, this is my kind of game, right? It's how I play Cyberpunk.
Just full nude.
Full nude. Yeah. I put the because normally you have like little like underwear,
Yeah.
I have the mod that puts your genitals back on.
Nice.
Yeah.
There you go. But no other asses.
Anyway,
that's the gist of the opening.
Yeah, that's the opening. So we have Return 1 Invitation. This is basically after this crime is committed, Saga Anderson and her partner Alex Casey are called in. They're FBI agents. I think Saga's from Virginia and Casey's from New York. I'm not sure why they're partners.
Well, no, I think Casey is also. I think they're both based out of Virginia. I think because they've worked on stuff before. But I think
he was
Casey,
he was working in New York.
He was working. In
okay,
New York
that makes sense.
On
That
a
makes
case
sense.
for
That
a
makes
period.
sense.
Yes, but they're both based out of because Quantico's in Virginia.
Ooh.
The FBI headquarters.
Yes, of course. That makes sense.
Yeah, because he mentions.
I only know Quantico from like Silence of the Lambs and stuff, and Red Dragon, and shit like that. Which direct influence on this game, but
yeah. Okay.
I mean, they said so.
Did they? Oh, okay.
Have you seen it?
I've seen Silence of the Lambs. Yeah, I haven't seen Red Dragon as like I saw it as like a 10-year-old.
Oh,
but I haven't seen it. Since
Red Dragon, Hannibal. I think Hannibal was the one they quoted as being more of the direct influence.
Oh, okay.
But that series, because I mean, it is. It's about an FBI profiler.
Yeah, true.
You know,
fair.
Yeah, they listed a bunch of stuff like the Thomas Harris series of all the Hannibal stuff.
Oh, okay.
Seven was another big influence on this. They listed a bunch, all stuff that I'm just like, this is all my favorite stuff.
Right.
Oh, True Detective season 1. Have you seen that?
It's one of the best seasons of television I've ever seen.
Crazy. I only saw it like a year ago.
Oh yeah,
I kept putting it off. I was like, yeah, it sounds good, but also like people tell me insert super mid show here is
people
like
keep
incredible.
telling me that fucking what's the show with why am I drawing a blank right now? This is so upsetting.
Stranger Things?
Nope. Schitt's Creek. They keep telling me that show's really funny. I need to watch that.
I know I'm not going to watch that.
I'm not going to either.
I watched a trailer for it.
I watched 20 minutes of the first episode and I said,
it repelled me.
It's bad.
Yeah.
I think it's bad.
Good for someone, not for me.
Yeah, not for me.
True Season, Detective 1.
True Season Detective 1.
Hey, that's a 10 out of 10.
Matthew Harrison and Woody McConaughey.
It's just crazy inspiring. Just like such a good story. And also that's like an auteur work though. Like that's like people that were creative there had their hands on it and were like,
oh yeah,
this
directly,
is it, you know?
I'm not going to let this get washed.
It's not the same when you got a different director every episode, you know? But they being the two FBI agents are traveling to Bright Falls to investigate this murder, and there's been a string of these murders.
Yeah, string of murders, all like these ritualistic murders. You discover, you'll discover that they're all connected. You know what I mean? Very shortly,
they're all people who went missing during the AWE of 2010. In Bright Falls,
exactly, and they all were found inevitably so far, other than I think one or two of them, because I think Alan Wake's on that list with their hearts cut out. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and like.
Similar motives. So like, what is this? So basically in this, you investigate the crime scene, you interview some witnesses.
Oh, you get introduced to Saga's family as well in the opening scene of this chapter.
As your daughter named Logan and a husband named David.
Who you talk to both of them in this opening scene.
On the phone.
And it seems like everything's great.
Yeah,
you know
they're at home watching Night Springs, new season.
And Logan's making you feel a little bit bad about being gone again on another, you know what I mean?
She said, Mom, it's not your fault that people get all murdery.
Well, yeah, but she also when she brings up Night Springs, because she's like, we're watching Night Springs. Saga's like, oh, don't watch it. You're watching it without me. And she's like, well, Mom, this is what happens when you're gone for so long. You know what I mean? She gives you one of those. So it's like, clearly she gets it, but you can tell she's also like, wishes you were home a little more.
Yeah, well.
It seems like good, happy family, though.
Yeah, well, David's probably one of those work from home, stay at home dads. And don't get me started.
Don't get Matt started on men who don't work.
And then you eventually conduct an autopsy. But so I mean, the game opens up. You guys are driving, and then you're there. It's Cauldron Lake.
Yeah, it's cool as hell because you get to see more of it.
It's dope as shit. It's wild as fuck. It's cool as hell. Basically, just put it simply.
It's awesome to get to explore Cauldron Lake more in depth You know what I mean? And get to know like more of the lore of the area. Because as you're exploring and stuff, you can find like the different. You're kind of walking down like an almost like if you've been where we live, there's a bunch of paths like this. You know what I mean? Just like if you've been anywhere where there's like where you're hiking,
like
any hiking
historical markers,
exactly,
and signage that explains some of the local folklore or history.
Yes, and it's very cool to read about it because it all kind of some of it references stuff that you're familiar with from Alan Wake 1. Some of it introduces like a couple new things, like the whole witch's hut and stuff like that. And it's very, I don't know.
Yeah, and the area has been condemned since 2010 when the FBC came and quarantined that area. And there's signage you can find early on where she's like, FBC, never heard of that.
Yeah.
And they say that they're studying volcanic gases, which is a lie.
Gases and volcanic activity over here. That's all.
Also in this area, you can find a notebook that you'll later learn belongs to Tim Breaker, where he's talking about there's a book about like alien abduction or something next to it, or UFOs, and
there's like a stack of there's like a little pile of three things.
He's like chasing these like visions, and he's drawing Hedron, Polaris, Hedron from Control. Like he's,
which not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but he will mention seeing in dreams him, but not him.
Right. Yeah.
And people he knows who aren't themselves, who aren't the people that he knows. You know what I mean?
So, the redheaded woman. Very cool. They love their fans and they love their own work. Yeah, which they should. So you explore this area. You talk to Casey. Casey's kind of like, I want you to take the lead on this one. You know,
because he says to you that he thinks you're the better detective. You're better at this with your mind place technique and stuff like that, and all this stuff. You've been doing such a great job. It's time for you to really become your own here.
Yeah, and also he's kind of there he has ulterior motives for taking the case,
which aren't given to you right away. They kind of get revealed to you by the end of the chapter, I think. Even he tells you.
So I mean, we'll just get into it right now. Like he is Alex Casey. He knows that he shares a name with the literary character Alex Casey
from Alan Wake's novel,
and he says that around 2013 he started receiving like letters in the mail that were like they wound up being like cut from Alex Casey novels, and there was basically a murder cult in New York City that was reenacting murders from the Alex Casey books.
Yes, and also like some of these letters that he was receiving from like not just the murder cult cases, you know what I mean, but with like the excerpts from the book were oddly in line with cases that he had dealt with earlier in his life. So he felt as though he has a weird connection, Alan, where because he's like, are you stealing my life? Or what's going on? And it seems like he gets a ton of shit for it. Like they pick on him a lot. They do at like Quantico and stuff like that. And like he gets a lot of shit. He really seems to like not quite a Nightingale level obsession with this, but he is like, I'd like to figure out what's going on.
He's the Nightingale of this story in the sense that he's the FBI agent chasing the writer. Yeah, but it's for different reasons.
Yeah, for sure.
But everyone in this game is fulfilling an archetype from the first game.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, and it also seems like Casey is kind of implying like the classic trope of like, this might be one of my last cases. You know what I mean? Like I'm thinking about retiring and stuff like that the whole time. So
yeah, I think Saga's kind of teasing him about that. It's kind of unclear like where they stand on it all, but you get there, you meet Mulligan and Thornton, who are characters that we met from the first game, or not only we met them, but they're referenced in the first game. They're referenced in Bright Falls, the show. They've been established before quite a long time ago.
Yeah, well before now.
They're kind of dunces.
It's a pretty common it's a common dynamic.
Yeah,
Mulligan's like a little bit more. I believe if I'm getting the names right, Mulligan's the one who you meet first, right?
I think so.
Yeah, and Mulligan's got his stuff like a little bit more together. He's more of like he's not that smart either. He's like the butthead.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And
yes,
Thornton is Beavis.
Okay, that's a great way to put it.
Yeah,
and they are just idiots, trying to score.
But one's like seems a little bit smarter than the other.
Yeah. Although sometimes Beavis really shocks me with what he's able to pull off.
Yeah.
I am a huge fan.
Beavis Stan.
I think it's one of the greatest things ever created.
No, I love Beavis and Butthead.
So you're there, you go down, you investigate the body. This is where you first start to learn about the case board.
You get introduced to the mine place. You get introduced to like a lot of the mechanics that you're going to be using as Saga throughout the rest of the story.
Totally. Just it's a long tutorial.
Yeah, but it's done very well. Whereas like at this point, it'll probably be a while since we released it, but I was just watching through I've played on Beyond Two Souls, where they kind of thrust you right into that game, no tutorial. You know what I mean? And you kind of are left to scramble and fend for yourselves. And this I like because it was forced where like each time it was like, you have to do this now to engage in this. But then after showing you once, it's kind of like, okay, well now you do it. And it does it in a way that
like you're free to now do this on your own.
Yeah, exactly. Which is like nice. Cool. And it's this is where you're first kind of introduced to the fact that we mentioned it before when we were talking about the pacing of like characters following you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it kind of shows you where it's like the story's kind of leading you in one direction. You know what I mean? Nice sip. They want you to do something. But this is the first time where you're kind of be like, oh, okay, I can kind of go off and explore and do whatever I want. So it's not quite open world in the sense where like there are barriers set. You can only get to certain spots at certain points in the game. You know what I mean? You'll like get to a point and be like, oh shit, I'll have to come back here later. But
it is linear, but not in a super strict way.
It's linear at your own pace. You know what I mean?
Like even I mentioned going to find the FBC sign. You don't need to go there.
No, you don't need to do that at all.
You can go straight to your thing and miss it, and you'll find it later.
Yep. And we unfortunately skipped over this in the puzzle section earlier. We forgot to talk about it because I think we got so caught up in the combinations and like the math puzzles and stuff like that. But you also don't need to like when you find that FPC like station in this first mission, you also find an Alex Casey lunchbox.
Yep.
And then I don't believe in this first one you find any of the nursery rhymes.
Not for a while.
No, but the SBC nursery rhymes are also something that like you don't have to interact with. You don't have to do anything with that. You know what I mean?
But there's a lot of side content.
Yeah.
It's very. I think they did a great job with the side content.
I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah.
And it's just fun. I don't know. I like Easter eggs and I like being like, okay, well, let me wander around.
Yeah, I like that they literally had they had like painted rocks around the KC lunchboxes that looked like Easter eggs.
The literal painted Easter eggs, and then like I love the little like the dream catchers hanging where you'd be like, oh, I see that. And then those
are I believe they're based on something called a God's Eye, which I think is a Native American thing from more like maybe like the Southwest area.
Yeah.
Which are like they're used to like this is, I'm sure it's not this exactly, but this is like my basic reading of it. They're like used in rituals like as like a protection or protect people who are praying.
Right.
And it's altered slightly from that design, but it's clearly copped from
that
this thing that is in Native American culture. And I think that these also appear in a mission in one of the Red Dead games where someone like hires you to like go stomp them all down.
Oh, okay.
And you're like, you got to figure out what you want to do, how you want to tackle that.
Hell yeah.
So you check out the body, you do all that stuff, then you go. Nightingale's connected to the lake. So you gotta go down to the lake.
Yes. And before this, you do get quickly revealed to you that Casey did know Nightingale. Not that well, but they ran into each other at Quantico a couple of times, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and say Quantico about 100 more times.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm kidding.
This is when he references it, though. This is when
it's just funny because I've never used that word before or really heard anyone say it, and then it's just like...
Now I'm suddenly... Quantico.
Yeah, it makes sense. What a crazy word, though.
Yeah, it's a wild word.
It sounds like an enemy from Banjo-Kazooie.
It sounds like a Marvel character that's going to be introduced in the next shitty series.
God, I hope not.
But yeah, so you find out fucking Nightingale came from the lake, and so you go, okay, well, I got to retrace his steps effectively and be like, okay, well, where did he come from?
And then you see footsteps going into a tree. You go, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
and there's
check out.
This was also so similar to Silent Hill 2 to me. When you first find,
that's what we're gonna say, Alan.
Or Silent Hill 1, actually, I think it is, where you find like the children's drawing on the ground. Oh, and
yes,
stuff.
Yes. When you're in the alleyway,
and you're it's just like I felt like this game did a great job at like just subtle nods to not even specific events, but just like the feel of good survival horror as has been established by the genre.
Mm-hmm.
They really like it is so by the book a survival horror game in so many ways, but done
Incredibly
really well.
Incredibly well. Yeah.
I love that they were just like, yeah, we're going to work within the means of this genre. And also, you know, clearly pay respects to all the, you know, the greats in the genre that came
the people
before
that really like set the stage for now and like set the precedent for what a survival horror game is supposed to be without really feeling like it's taking from it.
Yeah. So you find the first manuscript page, which is called an invitation, and it's basically saying like, you know, hey, they discovered they were in the story, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
You know, it's
walking you through like what's happening in that moment, effectively. Similar to when you find, I think, the first one in the first Alan Wake game.
Yeah,
it's like describing you finding the manuscript page.
I think Saga's campaign serves as a great, and this is, you know, I could be wrong about this because I'm talking as someone who has unhealthy amounts of obsession with this series, but
I'm glad you're finally admitting it.
No, and this is the last one. After this, I'm done. I swear. My wife's gonna leave me if I don't stop playing Remedy games. I wasn't ready to say that out loud. No. I feel like she is a great analog for new players who are like, what? This is weird.
Yeah.
But I also am faced with having to sort of like respond under pressure to unprecedented scenarios.
Yeah.
And with a cool and, you know, collected mind who... She is someone who has her own paranatural abilities through the mind place.
She's not yet. Well, even though she's not aware of it yet, which it seems like she should be.
But she has to know that she's got something.
Yes, at least that she has like an intuition other people don't have.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
And even Casey's aware of her.
Are you back on your
intellect?
Is,
you know, it's and she knows.
Well, because he's a senior officer and he's letting her take the lead. You know what I mean? He's dealt with like much more. I mean, like very complex cases. He's dealt with like a cult case before. You know what I mean? Like he should be the one, in theory, taking the lead on this thing. But he's giving it to you because he's aware of.
And he says specifically, like your techniques. It's like you know, you're equipped in a way that I'm not, which is true. You know. So it's not like she's like coming from this as a total square who's never seen anything weird. But I think she does a great job at introducing players to this strange world and this whole opening section with her. I think, and again, I'm saying this to someone who, you know, I don't know, maybe I'm totally off, but it just feels like I was trying to play this part as someone who's never played Alan Wake or played a Remedy game before.
Right.
And think about that immersion. I feel like they did a great job immersing the player in this strange and confusing world.
Yeah, well, and I mean, I feel like they had to do that because obviously, like we said before, it's 13 years between the first game and this game. So there are literally people who, like, if you're me...
There's people who weren't born.
Yeah, if you're me, when I was 12, 13 years old, you know what I mean? I might pick this game up. And it'd be nice to have this character who's also kind of like, oh, what?
Yeah.
There's something you're like, this isn't...
If it was just Alan's campaign, I would be like, yeah, that game was cool. Confusing, though.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. Because you wouldn't have any of the...
I mean, I'd still say this game is confusing, but in a different way.
Yeah, it's confusing, and it's intentionally confusing, though.
Yeah. So, you have to then go back into town and interview the bookers, the two people who witnessed the murder. And initially, it's kind of presented like Mulligan and Thornton are like, oh, they're city folk, which is it's coded language for they're black.
Yes,
you know,
for sure, yeah.
And it seems like, oh, they're two like small town like white cops who are trying to pin this thing onto black people. Yes,
for sure.
But
there's another layer.
They're not just doing it for bigotry's sake.
No.
They themselves are actually complicit in the crime.
They themselves
and they're trying to cover it up.
Members of the cult.
Yeah.
And so they'd like to put this on someone to draw
which is another red herring perspective kind of thing where it's like,
Yes.
I'm sure that they have some degree of bigotry. It's very common.
Well, yeah, it's small town. There's small town cops.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's definitely going to be a little bit, even if it's not bigotry because they're black, it's bigotry because they're from the city.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's bigotry because they're from out of town.
But
you know what I mean?
that is like a little bit of misdirection.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Which
and there's a lot of that in this game where you go, okay.
On my second playthrough, it's so... I love replaying games like this. That's why I'm loving replaying Control right now. Like, I can't wait. Obviously, I'm excited to talk about this, but I'm also excited to get home and stream it tonight. Stream Control. Because it's like, these games have such replayability in the sense that you can come back. And it's like rewatching, like, I don't know. It's like rewatching, like, The Sixth Sense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where you're like, or rewatching Seven.
Yeah.
You know, and coming back and being like, with all this context now, I can notice all the stuff that they were telling me throughout the whole thing. And it's like
seeing Seven when you know the killer and you're
oh
like,
my God.
It's like,
It's insane. Or even like Usual Suspects, not to like bring it up another. You know,
listen.
Great actor, horrible
all of
man.
my heroes are problematic people who should probably be in hell.
Yeah, right.
All right. You know who I love? R. Kelly. All right. One of the greatest musicians, songwriters,
R&B.
producers ever. Horrible person.
Yeah, monster. A monster.
Yes. Like he has sex slaves.
Yeah, literally.
Trapped in his house.
Literally, yeah. That's shitting in buckets. Pounding on the door to get out.
His art is transcendent for me. That's a problematic thing I have to deal with.
Prince.
Kevin Spacey. No, Prince? Okay. What? No. Prince. Really? No.
Yeah. Prince isn't that bad.
No, he's an asshole. He's not keeping sex slaves. Prince would do stuff like you would co-write a song and he'd be like, I'm giving the credit to someone else. And you'd be like, what? You know? He's a bastard. But not in the same way. There are people like Kevin Spacey. If the allegations
about him
are true, which I know some of them are, you know, but I can't speak on everything I've heard.
Yeah, monster,
bad guy, but
fucking real.
Wow,
actor.
is he not attached to some of the greatest performances I've ever seen?
And does a great
job.
job.
You ever seen any House of Cards?
I did watch the first like 2-3 seasons of House of Cards. Yeah.
Crazy good, and also
once he left,
a glimpse into his
I don't know
who he might be.
Oh yeah, I know. Wow, I know. After like seeing him get canceled while he's still making that show, I was like, he was just like art imitating life.
Yeah,
you know, maybe that's why he's so good at those seedy.
So you know, I have to admit, I do like a lot of problematic people. Or I like the art. I don't like the people. No. I like the output of. So if you gotta bring up 10 more Kevin Spacey movies. Bring them up.
But 7 Unusual Suspects, where it's like you can come back to the beginning, watch through it again, and you'll be like, oh, they were spoon feeding to me what was going on the entire time, effectively. You know what I mean? And even in this game, you notice that you're like, you don't make the connection directly to why Nightingale became a Taken until later.
Right.
But it should seem so obvious. He's the only one who became the Taken. There's murder cults there. They're doing this thing. They are telling you stay out of the woods, stuff like that. I'm sorry, getting ahead of myself.
That's okay. So the last bit here,
talking to the bookers, you get some shit out of them.
Then you go to the diner. You meet Sheriff Tim Breaker. Because they're saying Sheriff Breaker.
Yeah.
That's not Sarah.
No.
Sarah has gone to the feds, whatever that means. I'm assuming.
FBC.
She's got to join her father's footsteps and do that.
She's got to.
If she's not in control too, I'm going to make a tweet about it. I'm going to do it.
And getting his keyboard pose ready.
Done. I can't type that much. It's on Twitter.
Right. Only 140 characters, I think.
And I'm not paying for premium. Yeah. So, just so stoked to see Shawn Ashmore.
Oh my God, I know.
feel like there's very few things I get sentimental or like, I'm like, oh, yeah. But this does it for me.
Hey, man, I've loved him since he was Iceman in the X-Men.
I've loved him since he was the lead on the Animorphs TV show.
Oh my God, I forgot about that. God, he was, wasn't he? Oh, So good.
Yeah.
So good. Such a recognizable face.
He's good. He's charming.
He's very charming, very good, very lovable. He's a very likable guy.
Totally.
You know, you look, he's got kind eyes. He's got a nice face.
And he's funny.
He's funny.
And he's cute.
And he's friendly. And he's cute.
I'd like to hold him. I wish he would just respond to my DMs once. Just give like a thumbs up.
We did the same exact thing with Elliot Page in our last played.
No, we didn't. I said that I was sending harassing messages, very lewd, very horny messages. All right,
this is a bit more wholesome.
Now, no, the message I'm sending to Sean Ashmore are much worse than the ones I was sending to Elliot Page. These ones are criminal.
This is Army Hammer.
They are criminally horny.
These are Army Hammer level.
Listen, if you're the lead in a game I love, you are going to get some horny messages from me. That's just the kind of guy I am, all right? No, I'm kidding. Mm-hmm. I've never done that to anyone.
No, I've never. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah. It's just a fun bit to run.
It's a funny bit because it's so not true. Please don't get the wrong idea about me.
But no, it's...
But I am serious that I did that, and I'm not joking. And this is my way of getting out.
You talk to the bookers in the diner.
I didn't lie.
You go meet Sean Ashmore outside of the diner, talk to the bookers, come back out. Him and Sam Lake have been hanging out for a minute, sipping on some coffee,
Sipping some coffee.
Looking so good together. It's so nice to see the two next to each other.
It was so sick.
It was great. There's so many moments in this game where I did just like stop and just like look at something for like a minute. You know what I mean? Like, or I watched Sam Lake dance probably 5 times in a row.
I love how he's dancing in that scene with no music. Yeah. And he just starts and keeps going when everyone's talking.
Yeah, it's so good. So good, so good. Can't even fucking A. But not to spend too much time on Sean Ashmore and his introduction to this game.
I'm sorry, I just need to have a quick smoke while I think about Sean Ashmore.
Just really take it in. But it's because it's made me so excited because it is like the first moment in the game where obviously the games are connected. Obviously that Alan Wake 2 has got to start bringing up fucking Alan Wake 2 is going to, I feel like it was hinted ahead of time that this was really when you're going to start to see the connected universe in full force. Obviously Control 2 was a big one. I mean, Control was a big one, especially with the add-ons.
Big, and I think that we didn't realize everything we were seeing. And I think by the time that both DLCs drop, it's going to put a lot of Control into new context.
Oh, for sure, which I'm excited about. But this was the first one where I was like, was his name Sean Ashmore in...
That's his real name.
That's his real name, I thought so. What was
Jack
his name?
Joyce.
Jack Joyce. You see him and you just go, that's Jack Joyce.
I go...
You know what I mean? And you're like, no, but you're like, that's Jack Joyce. That's him. JJ? Is that JJ? Is that Bubble Toes up there? Jack Johnson? No, it's Jack Joyce. And I got so excited.
Hate that song.
Yeah, yeah. I think he's got some fine music, but
yeah, he can be okay sometimes.
On the whole, I think he just does the same thing too much.
Listen, we're not here to talk about Jack Johnson.
No, but
I am ready to do so for the next episode.
I'm excited about it because this was the first one where I was like, here it is. They're going to say more stuff's going to start happening. There's going to be so many more. I was so excited getting into this game to see how it was going to bring all the games together. And this was the first one because finally that Alex Casey's going to be in the game and you have it confirmed. Obviously, when you played through the first one, obviously Alex Casey is Max Payne. Now they've pretty much explicitly said, yeah, Alex Casey's Max Payne. Without saying it. Yeah,
well, I mean, the game, and we can get into this more in depth. We probably will multiple times, but they've basically said like, oh yeah, these characters sometimes feel like they're living other lives. Mm-hmm. And here, we'll give a quick, vague description of this other life. And it matches exactly with this other game. You know what I mean? It's like, they're not saying it.
No.
But they're saying, I feel, because there was a quote right before this game dropped where Sam Lake was quoted as being like, Quantum Break, the easy answer, they're not in the Remedy Connected Universe. And people are like, confirmed, these aren't connected, there you go. And it's like, the other half of the quote was though, we're making questions possible. And I was like, oh, that probably means like he's going to let fan theories exist. No, they leaned into it hard.
What I think he meant by that, because what Quantic not Quantic Dream, sorry. What Quantum Break brings...
Give us the Quantic Dream Remedy collab. I want to see... We needlessly detailed pissing scenes in the next Alan Wake game.
To see Sam Lake piss. But
you know, if David Cage directed Alan Wake 2, every character would have a pissing scene.
For sure. And Alex Casey and Saga would have a horrible relationship.
No, and Saga would be sexually assaulted because that's all David Cage knows how to write.
That's the only thing he thinks happens to women that could be traumatic or difficult in their lives is sexual assault.
Jesus Christ, what a hack.
It's bad. Rewatching the Beyond Two Souls I played has made me fucking remember.
He's a stinker.
Yeah, but goodness, what was I saying? In Quantum Break, what Quantum Break brings in is the possibility for other realities, for parallel realities, for things to be existing in tandem with yours, and not necessarily another reality like the Dark Place. You know what I mean? But another reality in the sense like a parallel reality.
Yes,
where it's another timeline. So for him to say Quantum Break isn't in the Remedy connected universe, Quantum Break, that storyline, I don't think exists in the same it isn't in the same reality as this.
I think it's all about continuity, and then connections and influences are a totally different thing. And if you look at everything in Quantum Break, like Door, Hatch, Jack, Joyce, Breaker, they're playing the same archetypes.
Well, and who's to say that in another reality, you know what I mean? In another reality, Jack Joyce isn't named Jack Joyce. You know what I mean? The whole family's been different. You know what I mean? This could just be a different reality with the same characters. You know what I mean? And totally. Yeah, that's my thought on it, because not Jack. I'm going to call him Jack. Tim Breaker then implies later when you talk to him that he has dreams where he sees himself as someone else. That you know. Quantum Dream. Quantum Break. Fuck, I can't.
Quantum Dream.
Quantic Break.
Quantum Break.
I can't. I keep mixing them up. That's my bad.
I say, bring in Willem Dafoe.
Let's get him in here, baby.
Bring in Elliot Page. Beyond Two Souls is Control 2.
Bring in the guy with the goatee who does racist caricatures.
Okay, he didn't. He didn't do anything racist in Beyond Two Souls.
No, he didn't. You're right.
All right,
I'll give you that.
Be sure to check out our videos on Heavy Rain and Beyond Two Souls if you want to know what we're talking about.
That's for sure. That's some context. That's good to know.
Anyway, you walk with. Well, no. Prior to that, you have your little. You do the profiling, which I don't think we really discussed the profiling, but yeah, it's a neat mechanic. You basically,
and it should be the first thing to imply to you that the mind place is more than it is.
Right. Saga creates a psychic link to a person, but is able to actually tap into their like subconscious mind.
She's able to discover things that she would have no other way of knowing. And the Bookers are the first time that it's shown at all. And the first,
I believe so.
Or you might. Do you do with?
She does it to Nightingale.
Nightingale beforehand. Okay.
Right. Which is also like, well, he's a corpse. How is she able to talk to the corpse? But the way profilers, yes, that's the whole art of profiling is creating a psychic template that you can kind of like judge, a rubric by to predict and understand motivations and patterns and behavior of serial killers.
So use like a basic like psychological profile of someone, you know what I mean? You can kind of make assumptions.
Saga literally asks questions and then gets not hypothetical responses, but as we see with the Bookers, they were holding onto a piece of evidence that a necklace that was torn off one of the cultists that are left behind. And Saga's like, I know you have the necklace.
And she's like, I know you have a necklace on you. Give it to me. And they're like, what the fuck? Like, all right, here's the necklace.
So it's more than like Saga can get a read on how this person might act.
Yeah,
I think she knows. I think the vision even says, she goes, you found something. She doesn't say necklace.
Oh yeah, that's
true, I think that Tammy in the profiling does say they found a necklace.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that all happens. It gets pretty intense. You realize Saga's really on one. But then you see Rose Marigold.
Oh yeah, I can't believe we almost skipped over this. My goodness. We see Rose. Classic character.
Yes. As I live and breathe, Saga Anderson. Hello, surprised to see you here. Surprised you came back after your daughter drowned.
After that horrible drowning of your beautiful daughter. The way she says it, it's like she's really rubbing it in that your kid's dead.
Saga's like, what? You must have me confused. How do you have a daughter? But my daughter's alive.
And she's like, yeah, that's my name, but my daughter's not dead. Never met you.
Must be the other one. Because it's a very common name, Saga Anderson.
Yeah.
Especially for a black woman to have.
In a rural small town.
So obviously it's got to be a different person.
Yeah, for sure. It's just someone else. She's got me confused. And then I like, too, she brings it up to Tim when you're walking to the morgue. She goes, what do you know about Rose Marigold? And he goes, oh, no. She's a little weird. What'd she say to you?
What'd she say? Your daughter died?
Yeah, what'd she tell you? All your kids drowned and she knows you? She knew your
You'll be so goddamn tired, you won't be strutting that ass.
That's Stone Cold.
No, that's an old internet video.
How about strutting that ass? You'll be so goddamn fucking tired, the time you get to New Hope, you won't be strutting that ass. You'll be so goddamn fucking tired by the time you get to New Hope that you won't be strutting that ass. You'll be...
What's got you so mad today?
Strutting that ass. Strutting that ass.
I don't know that one. But anyways, you mentioned she's like...
So the drunkard that was interviewed on local news.
Oh, okay. But Tim Breaker's like, what did she say to you? And you're like, she acted like she knew me and that I lived here and she said my daughter was dead. And Tim's response is just, she's got a habit of saying the craziest stuff. And you're like, what the fuck kind of a response is that?
That's a good response for a cop.
I guess, yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, that's fair.
I go, hey, that person might say some pretty out there stuff. Doesn't mean I should shoot them. You know? Whereas most cops...
Doesn't mean she deserves to get shot.
Listen, it is very common for law enforcement... I shouldn't say most cops, okay? I'm not going to make blanket statements.
Not all cops.
It's just not uncommon for law enforcement to have a... escalated response to mental illness that is kind of unnecessary. So I like that he's like, yep, she says horrible shit sometimes. Deal with it.
Well, it almost seems like, looking at it in larger context, I suppose also, I'm just having this thought now, it seems as though he does know more, as you'll discover very shortly. You know what I mean? It seems as though he knows more about what's going on, and maybe... he doesn't know if he can trust you guys yet.
Yeah, and he's also already familiar with interdimensional travel.
Right.
So I mean maybe he thinks that she sees more than she lets on. Did you, as you're walking with Breaker and Casey to autopsy the body. The coroner's out of town, but Saga is equipped to do the autopsy. People point out that she doesn't wear gloves during the autopsy. Do you notice that?
Yeah.
I didn't. I was like, oh, well.
I didn't think about it. But I don't
gloves
remember.
Going on and off. I've heard are very hard to animate on a rig, like a 3D rig.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
That's what I've heard. Yeah. I don't know if that's still the case, if that was like 10 years ago. Same with like, you don't often see people taking on and off jackets and like billowy clothing.
That's a fair point.
There's certain things that are just hard to 3D animate that's like not worth the time to do.
To just have her put on gloves. That's fair. I didn't notice it though, so I guess
But on the way there, did you stop by the park?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Did you find the woman talking to the pigeons?
I accidentally ran through the pigeons.
Okay,
and she goes,
I did.
Why don't you watch where you're going?
But I was like, I wonder what happens if I don't. And she stops and she's talking to them. She goes, "What's that? A shift? We've hit a point of no return." Oh yes, I'm also feeling it. Yes, like I don't know what we're gonna do. Like she's totally in touch with the AWE.
Yeah.
And she knows it's happening, and the birds are telling her about it.
Well, because I caught you when in a later scene, I ran into her again because I went back to the park. Because you also find a lunchbox.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Yeah, you get that lunchbox. They're buckshot. But so you get the lunchbox in this first scene. So I come back later to be like, oh, is there anything else I can find here? And I didn't interrupt the birds this time. And she's talking to the birds again, and she's like, "What are you gonna do once I'm gone? You know what I mean? I'm not gonna know. I don't know what I'm going to do when she's gone or when they're not here. I can't remember which one it is.
Yeah.
But one of them's going to go, and she's like, what am I going to do? What are we going to do once, you know what I mean? And I was very confused about that.
Yeah,
so I was wondering if there was
upsetting.
more context. So I'm excited. God, I might play through this game a fucking fourth time.
Listen, a tip to anyone playing Remedy games: almost always, any NPC that speaks will have like 2 to 3 other instances of incidental speech that they'll only do if you stand around.
Yeah, you got to be near them.
If you wait after they're done talking, wait a little longer than you'd think. The first one comes quicker, second one quicker, third one, they might double or like maybe by a third increase the wait time between intervals.
But they'll
and
say
if you
more.
really stick around, they'll say something else. And there's a lot to discover in pretty much, I think they've been doing it since Max Payne. I think it's every single game does
every
it.
game. They love doing that. It's one of their favorite things because you often just run past that stuff. You just ignore that stuff.
Yeah.
You're just like, oh, it's NPC dialogue. Who cares? You know
Well,
what I mean?
it's either going to be pretty entertaining usually, or
like the two thermos people,
a really
the two-
interesting
the two
bit of
thermos
lore.
mascots talking to each
They're
other.
pretty
outside
good.
of the gas station.
Now, did you notice the two women in the park who were dressed exactly the same?
No.
They're looking at each other. I'll play the clip here of what they say, but to you, I'll approximate it. It was basically like,
The passage of time is deceiving.
The days of our lives are fleeting, and they end in the end.
They end.
The moon and the sun and the circles they run.
The light of the stars, the sky where they fly.
Down below we flow, below we flow.
so you've seen the clip. Explain it to Jordan a little bit. Like people in the park are like totally like they're just like in touch with the AWE.
Do you think that could be related at all to the fact that there's a lunchbox there with the God's eyes around it or whatever?
Like the proximity to that.
Yeah. Do you think potentially that could have anything to do with it? Because Rose also seems to have a weird...
Right, because that whole thing is tied to the AWE as well. Mm-hmm. Could be. It's very hard to tell. Could also be proximity to the floodwaters.
Oh, fair. That's also true because the floodwaters, they say the waters, those
It's
waters
like the
are rising.
Cauldron Lake
The
waters.
darkness is rising.
Yeah.
With the water. Yeah, yeah.
So it's like people who are touched by the dark place seem to be able to be aware of the dark place shifts.
That's interesting.
It's really hard to say. I don't know how I feel about it.
I don't know either because you interact with a fair amount of fishermen in this game. Not like interact directly, but you can hear dialogue, and
True.
they never mention anything.
They don't seem any.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it's
So I
hard to
don't know.
say.
I don't know. I think it might be more the park. Maybe
It
it's
could
something
be,
with the park.
or it could just be these people are just incidentally there.
It could just be there for you to see something right off.
Yeah. Hard to say. Anyway, you eventually, if you don't go off the beaten path, then your next stop is the police station where you collect a map out front, which I liked. That was something that felt like a nod to Silent Hill. Was when you get to the new area, you grab the map.
You got to find the map.
Yeah, I like that.
Very
It's a good survival horror thing. Maybe you don't pick up the map.
There was a couple
You're gonna
times where I
miss it.
didn't right away, and
Yeah.
then like I'd come back to an area later, and I'd be like, "Oh shit, there it is." You know what I mean? Not that I could. Map wasn't super useful with my graphical issues. Couldn't make much out, but
Yeah, a lot. Map loading issues were kind of common. I've noticed from people.
yeah, that's what I saw with a lot of people. So,
Pretty intuitive layouts, though.
well, even though I couldn't see the direct trails, I could be like, "Oh, I gotta head in that direction."
Yeah.
you know what I mean. So there was that at least.
Well, regardless, you eventually go down into the basement
Yep.
with Tim. I love as you're heading down, there's like a shift to like green lighting.
Uh-huh.
Saga
cool.
conducts the autopsy, like we said, without the gloves. You pull a manuscript page.
Bare
out.
hand right into his chest.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought she would use little tongs or something, but I think she goes.
She gets it out with her teeth.
Great minds. Timmy B is like, I got a page just like that. I didn't think it was relevant, at least not to this case.
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing here, but he says something to be like, I knew it was important. I just didn't think it was related to this.
He's like, let me get it for you.
Yeah, he goes to a shelf, I think.
Or I thought it was on his like person.
I think he pulls out a file on a shelf.
Oh, okay, you might be right.
I just played it
If you just replayed through this part, I'm going to take you.
maybe, around this time last night.
Oh, okay, then yeah, I'm going to trust you.
But also, the human mind is so prey to folly, I could be entirely misremembering.
I had a thought that he pulled it off of his person.
I had a thought
reached into his
that
jacket.
he pulled it off the shelf. Either way, he pulls it out,
He grabs it.
and then It's just supernatural shit starts going down.
What?
It is blackout. Cutscene.
Well, right before that. Oh no, yeah, cutscene.
Well, it's flashing.
Yes,
It's like, I say cut. You know, that's a cutscene.
Yeah, it's a quick one.
Breaker's like, oh no, not now. You know, not or wait, and it's like, then one frame flash of Mr. Door. Mr. Door, and you didn't know that at the time. I missed it my first playthrough.
Yeah, you don't know who
I
it
saw
is,
my
but you
second
just see
time. You just see a dude in a suit.
Yeah.
You're like, what? Mr. Door is the one that zapped him out of reality.
Gets him out of there. For reasons we'll get into that are so exciting.
Like you're playing goddamn Don't Wake Daddy, Nightingale. Up, out, immediately. It was like, did you ever watch like The Big Show or The Giant? Like, you're not a wrestling guy at all.
No, I'm sorry. No.
The way he's just like grabbing people by the throat and just like clearing the
like
room.
The Undertaker.
Sure,
When you think the Undertaker's dead, and then he just fucking
yes,
he just sits straight up,
and then he often will choke slam someone. And he's clearing the room.
Oh yeah. He kills at least one person. There's that female sheriff who's like dead against the door.
Who Mulligan and Thornton don't really acknowledge.
I took note of that.
Yeah,
they opened the door and her head flops on it, like her body falls through the door as they open it, and they just go, "Oh goodness, what happened down here?"
Did the body scare you? Yeah. You know? I was like, you're standing on a corpse.
You're standing over a dead.
You knew this woman.
You're standing over a dead colleague. It's not just a corpse. You work with this woman. You know what I mean? In theory. But you fight Nightingale. It's your first introduction to the combat. You know what I mean? Which is the same combat effectively as Alan Wake 1, except like we said, you hold down right bumper to do like the focus of the flashlight instead, which I don't even think you necessarily have to use in this section, do you?
No, I don't think so, because you don't have to blast the darkness shield. You have to they just introduce just the firearms.
Yeah, and also the safe haven.
Safe haven, yes. If you're in a safe haven of light, if you're in any sort of like strong light source, the Taken can't see you. They can't see into bright light. So you are in the light and you go, I gotta get my gun out of the hallway. Run, grab it, shoot him. He zaps out of reality, similar to the way Breaker disappeared.
Yes.
And he's waiting for you in the overlap, but you don't quite know what that means.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the end of the chapter.
It's building up so much. I love the way this game keeps building up tension, and the way that like every single chapter. I was playing through this usually after work and like pretty late into the night, and oftentimes I was like, all right, I gotta go to bed soon, and then I'd be like, oh no, I gotta just play a little bit more, and I gotta see what's gonna happen next. I gotta like figure out what happened. I gotta get like in this part specifically, I was like, okay, well I gotta at least play until I get to the overlap. You know what I mean? I gotta at least play until then. And then before you know it, you're playing for another 2 hours.
You don't get a save point.
Not yet, no. I mean, you have the quick saves. There's a couple that happen.
Autosaves.
Yes, autosaves. Sorry.
There's a couple autosaves.
Yes.
They're not always super apparent when they happen.
No,
they happen few and far between. That is, I forgot to mention this, but this is one of my actual criticisms of the game. I think that if you're in... How do I put this? If you're in certain areas of the game, especially like non-combat areas... You should be able to save incrementally in those areas more than you do. Because sometimes you got, like here, I had to restart this opening a couple times.
Yeah.
It is a while.
Yes, before you get to a save point. And that is also a criticism I've given it, is that it's like, I'd say it's almost 2 hours of gameplay. At least an hour of gameplay before you can actually save the game.
Yeah. And like Jordan said, there are save points, but there's not as many as you'd think there would be for something like this.
And you got to be watching for them too. Like I was watching to be like, when is there going to be one so I can stop?
I remember like last night I was like, I gotta stop, and I checked, and my last autosave was like, it was like 17 minutes ago. I was like, ugh, like
that's gonna be too much.
17 minutes is fine, I guess, but it's also like that's a long time in game time. It really can be.
It is. It drags. 17 minutes is longer than you think it is in game time.
So anyway,
game time.
This brings us to our second part of Return, the second chapter. It's Return to the Heart.
Ba-ba.
So in this one, the basic rundown of events, and I am going to say thank you, IGN. I'm using your walkthrough for some of my basic notes here. Just the list of objectives are revisit the crime scene, find the witch's hut fuse, locate the heart, enter the overlap, and then fight Nightingale, the overlap guardian. Now, overlap guardian was a term that I heard or read in a magazine prior to release. They don't say overlap guardian in the game.
I don't think they say that at any point. I don't, because you just said that, and I was like, oh, did I miss that? But I don't remember that at all. It's kind of a cool idea because it seems like each overlap has its own boss. You know what I mean? Or
right, and like there is a certain if Scratch is trying to take over, Scratch the Dark Presence, we find are interchangeable terms at this point in the story. It makes sense to appoint guardians to the overlaps. The overlaps are what's causing the floodwaters to
they're the thresholds,
rise.
Effectively. Yeah. They're like the things that are allowing. They're effectively giving him power. It seems as though he can draw power from those, and like that's where he can start to seep into the real world.
So, maybe that's an internal term. Maybe that's an early press term. Maybe just maybe. The reporter done made it up because that's happened a bunch.
It's a good chance he made it up, or maybe it was something that somebody was just like they're kind of like overlap protectors or whatever you call them.
Well, anyway,
overlap
you gotta go back to Cauldron Lake. And
gotta
get
get back
scene again.
Heading back to Cauldron.
And you find a manuscript page that talks about you being in the witch's hut, and you learn that basically this is where it starts to really become obvious that you're following the story, and you need to kind of like make your environment match the story. So if it says Saga turned on the light in the hut, you're like, well, there's no power to the hut. I better like get the fuse and
then obviously this hut needs power.
Conversely, with Alan, what your goal is and your method of progression is to create the scenario through your fiction.
So what you're trying to do is to create. As Saga, you're trying to make what's happening around you fit the story. With Alan, you're trying to change the story change.
You're trying to change your reality to fit the
You're
story.
trying to use the story to change your reality to fit,
to create the narrative
that you
and
want.
then she takes the narrative she's receiving and then has to
make that into reality.
Yeah.
So she's almost like a conduit to a degree. She's almost like kind of helping his reality come true.
Did you play American Nightmare?
I did not play American Nightmare.
Oh man, you really need to.
Okay, maybe I'll do that tonight.
It's
tomorrow.
So good.
Before we meet up. How long is it?
Damn, it's like 3 hours.
Yeah, I could probably do that.
You could just play it on stream. You could just finish it in like a night or two. It's so good for you to play this after having played Alan Wake 2.
Okay.
The whole idea of the spiral, the threes, the importance of film, and the idea of I need to find the manuscript pages so that I can follow the story and create this reality. That's what the game is all about. American Nightmare.
Okay.
In a very explicit way.
You're finding your previously written story and trying to make it.
Yes.
Okay.
You're trying to enact a return, basically. A
failed attempt, obviously, but
yeah. So Saga is doing this, but I don't even think she really questions why.
No, it's more. It's like because it's
like curiosity.
The witch's hut is the first time that it mentions it to you, and it seems more like it's because at that point the first moment is necessity, kind of. You know what I mean? You need the safe place. You know what I mean? I think you
need the safe. Yes, you do.
Think you've encountered a couple taken at this point, and
it
seems as though you understand that light protects you.
But it just seems like the absurdity of the situation forced her into being like, well, I guess I better
just do what
comply with what the pages are saying.
Yeah, that's fair too. Yeah, I can't tell which it is. It seems like
she doesn't fight it.
No, it seems like it's a little bit of both. It seems like she's just kind of like. I think that she knows that she needs to find Nightingale, and that these pages are going to lead her to Nightingale at this moment,
but
at least.
It's just funny that she never stops and is like, should I be doing this right now?
That's fair.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or is this the point where you kind of go back and go, I don't think this is like a regular investigation anymore. I think I need more expertise, more perspective. It's just kind of funny to me. And it makes me wonder how if she was ever like a bit under a spell as well.
I think she was for sure. It seems like, I mean, it seems to imply that she was, especially later on in the game and stuff. She's being, while she doesn't want to and actively fights being affected by the story, she is still affected by the story.
Good. Yeah. She now she can see through it, but she's still affected by it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So, and even her seeing through it is really based on her own will.
Yeah, and it's also based on her own perception of reality.
Right, but you know what I'm trying to say? It's like her perception of reality is braced by her will. Like she's
her willpower.
She's choosing to believe that Logan didn't die.
Yes, and that is, I think that to a degree, not to get ahead of ourselves again, but like to a degree, I think that like she's mad at that being written into the story, obviously. You know what I mean?
She is.
But it seems to be the one thing that she needs to ground her.
Right.
Because if she can't accept that her daughter's dead, she can never accept that reality.
Right.
Period. You know what I mean?
Which is and you never...
Incredible tool.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Great character motivation.
Yes.
So you find the witch's hut fuse. You eventually... I mean, the whole thing revolves around... You're trying to find Nightingale's heart.
Yes.
And there's a bunch of steps. We don't need to go step by step by step.
No.
But this is where you first really get into exploring a dark area with enemies, with Taken.
Yeah.
You get your first like real combat scenarios here in the woods.
You fight your first cult member. You get like your first big jump scare with the fucking deer crashing through the window and then the cult member coming through. You get like your first like world building documents outside of like where you start to learn a bit about like the Bookers and stuff. You find a couple things about them being involved in things. It's cool. I like this scene.
Yeah.
This whole section.
This whole thing's really good. Eventually you realize that like what you gotta do is use the heart in a sort of ritual that will open your way into the overpass where think about Jody on the overpass, you know?
Underneath the overpass, yeah.
Think about do I
ending it all?
Yeah.
Do I just hop down here onto the highway?
Do I just slash myself open?
Uh-huh.
That's more Beyond Two Souls.
So check that out. Check that out, please.
Fresh in our minds, clearly. Nightingale's waiting for you in the overlap. Overlaps, I don't really want to take too much time to explain this, but you know, essentially it's like a work of art in reality and a work of art in the dark place and like folklore and repetition of story and collective conscious and all this stuff like combines to create these areas where through repetition of a story, through folklore and urban legends and stuff, and through strong negative emotions, whether it's fear or regret or loss or hate. Yes, any of that. Any of those, you know, more base emotions and selfishness and negativity, they work to create places where the dark place, the alternate reality that Alan Wake himself is in, it brushes right up against our reality, and it's like a portal, but it is also literally, think of it as an overlap. Like things are overlapping between the two realms.
Yeah, because it's like in the overlaps, you are not quite in the dark place.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But you're also not in your world either. It's
no, and you see glimpses of Alan's version of the dark place.
Yes, it's like clear that like these overlaps are, I view the overlap as an overlap in the stories. You know what I mean? When you reach these overlaps, what you're doing effectively is like you're coming as close as you can to interacting, to being and experiencing what the other is experiencing in those moments. And it's oh goodness, I had another thought. But Control gets into it a lot more with the idea of like how much collective conscience and how folklore and stuff like that can affect anything like this. Whether it's AWE,
it gives those things
objects
power.
of power, exactly. Yeah, it's the whole thing that makes it real. Is the fact that there's any sort of belief in this. So then it even calls into question whether or not like the cult is ultimately a positive. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Even though their motivation is positive, is the fact that they're still keeping this belief alive and keeping these rituals going and doing this stuff, is that helping it stay alive?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even if they're trying to fight it in theory.
No, yeah, totally.
I don't know.
It puts, especially with the way Control talks about how AWEs are often powered by that sort of collective conscious and like ideas and symbols and stuff.
Yeah.
And it makes me think that like the dark place and it isn't just like, oh, that's the one dimension. Yeah, there's multiple dimensions, but it seems like it's not just in the lake. That's just one opening to the dark place.
It's an entrance.
But the power of the dark place, that the dark place is this mechanism that exists in the game's reality, in the reality of the RCU, that gives power to abstract ideas and to thoughts and makes new concrete things out of them. And I think that the dark place itself or the lake or anything is just like high concentrations of that. But I think that it has effects all over, and whether the dark place is just maybe like one section of this, like there's like a barrier between us and reality, between the dark place and reality. Are there other places like the dark place that are also not kind of the dark place, but they also work to the same means to create things out of thought, you know, and art and whatever.
I think it's more another dimension than it is another reality. You know what I mean? I think it's like it's existing in tandem with our reality, but because it's on another dimension, it doesn't work according to the same rules that our dimension does. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mentioned it, like it's something, you know what I mean? It's not the most like heady theory, but like Slaughterhouse 5, the idea of like a fourth dimension of time, where it's like you view time and it's more like a mountain range where you can see all points at once. You know what I mean? I imagine the dark place kind of exists in that dimension, because it doesn't seem as though time is any sort of a factor in the dark place.
Not in a way that we perceive it,
Yeah.
But then it's like, you know, entities like the board, like the astral plane. Is the astral plane connected to the dark place?
That's
you know what I mean? Are those two dimensions somehow maybe part of, you know, that's why I say another reality. Like, is it like, once you cross the barrier, it's like almost you can see like countries, you know what I mean? Like, different continents or different dimensions that are all in the same globe.
Right, existing. And
is that how it works? I don't know, but it makes me wonder, because it seems like
it's very heady.
If like the sort of art becomes reality, art affecting reality thing is so powerful in the dark place, but we know that same thing happens in other parts of the RCU through things that Control has put out. It makes you just wonder, is it all just it all just seems like different parts of the psyche manifested as dimensions. Ego, id, like all this stuff just just manifested as this is a dimension, this is a dimension. And if you look at like, you know, like everybody talks about like, you know, Carl Jung and like the idea of like the shadow and like all these things are like all these like themes in psychotherapy and all this stuff. It's like it all appears in these games in different ways and different, you know, different psychology tropes and theories. And
absolutely.
I don't know what to make of it entirely, but it's like
without knowing everything, it's hard to actually draw any conclusions, or you know what I mean, like make those connections. But there is clearly like a connection between all of them implied.
Hard telling, not knowing.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I guess.
Entering the overlap is sick as hell.
Cool. So
dope
cool.
as fuck.
Dope as fuck, dude.
Fly as shit.
You get the shotgun right beforehand. You find the shotgun in this section as well.
Didn't you miss it?
Me? No.
I talked to someone who missed it.
Oh, no, I didn't miss it. No, it's right there.
And they were like, it may have been Asa Morris. If it was, what's up? Yeah, somebody was like, yeah, I had a especially hard time with Nightingale because I missed the shotgun right beforehand.
Oh, no, you got out the shotgun. Makes it way easier. I had a hard time with Nightingale just because of my graphical issues. You know what I mean? And it was a very heavily wooded area, so occasionally I couldn't see where he was. But
so when Saga is in the overlap, you have to like go through a loop.
Yeah, you effectively have to walk, like, it's a literal loop where you just keep walking through the same scenes over and over again. Maybe they change slightly each time.
Right.
There'll be a new thing. There's like, I think there's a manuscript page.
Yeah, and as you're going through, like, you see parts of the Thomas Zane film. You don't know that's what it is yet.
Yeah, at the time you have no context.
But you're also seeing parts of, like, Alan's campaign in like, the noir York City area.
Yep.
And so it's like, it's clear that this, like, overlap is... Literally, like you're saying, it's an overlap, but you don't quite know as an
FBI agent who's only been in the one reality so far and is only aware of one
fresh fish.
Yeah,
you know, you don't know what that means. You're just like seeing it. So you defeat Nightingale, Pretty good fight.
Yeah,
like
it's
we
a
said,
good
we
fight.
talked about the bosses. All the bosses are pretty fucking good.
And it's like it teaches you the dodge mechanic a bit more in this
Yep.
one. You know what I mean? It
He's
helps
got a
you get
big
that done.
tree branch. He's
Yep.
looking like Swamp Thing. If you ever read like DC's Swamp Thing,
Oh yeah, super cool fight. Very
Yeah.
scary. You know what I mean? Like multiple stages and stuff like that. It's fun. It's great. Such a good job with the boss fights in this game. Such a good job.
I feel like he, like because of these like arms in this chair, kind of where they are. I keep like doing these like really unnatural poses with my hands. I keep doing, like.
It works. That's like kind of where my arms would sit, which is nice.
I'm normally in a much more ergonomic chair, and it's like I'm like realizing I'm just like doing all these like little moves that look I look like I'm like I'm scheming or something. I'm trying to think if there's anything more to share about that boss fight, but it's just pretty solid, and it looks so cool with all the red light and the wind, and
It looks like this room.
very
You know
intense.
what I mean? It's very cool. It's very cool. This is like your first introduction.
This
into the
room's not as
overlap.
scary.
No, it's not as scary. But the first introduction to the overlap, I think they do a great job because it's visually very stunning. It's very unnerving. That when you have to keep walking through like the tree over and over again through that like root system, you know what I mean, to kind of get out to the other end. You're kind of scared about what's going to come out either side.
Good
every
tension.
time.
You start to see glimpses of a conversation between you and Alan Wake,
Yes, you start to catch like little clips of that.
which is a thing that will repeat throughout the game, which is very interesting, piecing that together.
Yep.
You know, by the time you finish this, well, the next thing that happens is the floodwaters clear and blah, 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 blah. We'll get into that in a moment. But like by the time you're done with this chapter of the game,
Yeah.
you are introduced to so many narrative threads.
Oh my God. Yeah.
And you don't even know necessarily that you're seeing the story take place on multiple dimensions, or multiple planes, I should say. Like,
Yeah.
It's and there's all these different threads. Even NPCs have their own story threads.
But but they do a good job where it's like that's why I love replaying it right now because it's even hard for me to remember what that feeling was like my first playthrough of being like obviously I know more is going on, but so far this is just like okay, Nightingale got out. This cult is also taken. Maybe Nightingale was trying to do God only knows if Nightingale was trying to do something good or something bad when he got out, you know what I mean? At first I thought the cult had turned him into the Taken. You know what I mean?
And that's
what they were
something
trying to do.
that Saga is led to believe for the first half of the game.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's like you're kind of following that thread and you don't really know what's going on. They do a good job of kind of keeping you out of the loop at the beginning while still, like you said, implying where you're like, clearly there's so many threads here, but like you can't even pick up on most of them your first time through. You don't know who Door is. You see the man in the thing, but when you see Breaker disappear, you're just like, what
No,
the
and
hell is
sometimes you
that?
see something, you're like, you don't realize that that's a seed for another story path.
Yeah.
Like it happens a lot.
So much fun playing through it again. I'm gonna play when I get. No, I'm gonna play Control when I get home. But
And this idea of the loop and the 3 times you have to go through the loop, of course, that's established in Control as these rituals of 3. They find
Yeah,
that
if we
3
pull the
is
light
a good
switch.
number for these things.
yep, when you're pulling the light switch in like in the Ocean View Motel and stuff like that, when you're hitting
You have
the
to pull
bell,
the light cord 3 times.
you have to get there, and then when you're in there, you have to ring the bell 3 times to get to the room that you want to go to.
Yeah, and they mentioned just like 3 is this like ritualistic number for some reason.
Rule of 3s in comedy, baby.
That's also the core mechanic of American Nightmare.
Oh, okay.
It's the reason it's a shorter game is because you are going through
A loop.
the same loop 3 times.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
And it's just crazy. It's crazy how much of this game held on to Alan Wake's American Nightmare is not a full sequel, but
Yeah.
it did cannibalize some elements from what was pitched as Alan Wake 2 at the time.
Oh, okay. Because I remember you talking a little bit about how that was like. I don't believe if they started developing it, but it was like they had to effectively scrap the original plan for Alan Wake 2.
Yes, they pitched it to Microsoft. Microsoft turned it down.
Mm-hmm.
There's a great video that if you haven't revisited it, it's a great time to watch it again. I'll send it to you if you haven't seen it. But
Yeah.
I think Polygon posted like 15 minutes of raw
Oh, okay.
gameplay
From the
and
original.
cinematics from the sort of like pitch video of
Alan Wake 2.
Of Alan Wake 2
Fuck.
from back. I think it was in like 2011.
Oh, okay. So like right away, pretty
Yeah,
much.
they were like working on the sequel immediately.
shit.
And to see how many narrative concepts stuck around, it's like, man, they knew they had something cool and they just kept polishing it.
Right. Which is so that's I love that they love what they do.
Once you defeat Nightingale,
Blast them away.
You're out of the overpass. On the ground. Coming up. Waking up.
Yep.
It's Alan Wake.
Yeah.
That's Aluminum Wake.
It's aluminium Wake coming out of the...
I don't know if you realize this, but if you go like first initial A period Wake, it's like the word awake. Oh! What? I'm pretty sure I'm right. I haven't written...
I haven't drawn it out. But I'm picturing it in my mind place right now.
How to do that? So... I mean, I'll say it. Yeah, I cried. I had
cried when you saw him.
I cried. And then I was aroused. And I did have to.
You have to take a break, pause, and
I
go.
had to pause the game.
Go take care of business. Go get the evil out of you.
Right now, I'm overcome with emotion just thinking about seeing him. No, it was just like I was like, damn. But is it really him?
Were
you dubious? Like right away?
Right away, I was like, "That's not Alan Wake." You know what I mean? Right away, I was like, "That's." I thought right away, and obviously, we'll get into. You're not right or wrong, effectively, but right away, I was like, "This isn't Alan Wake." You know what I mean? I was like, "This is Mr. Scratch."
This cannot be Mr. Aluminum Wake.
Yeah, there's no way this is Aluminium Wake. It's my least favorite way anyone says aluminum. When I hear someone say aluminium, it like fills me with a rage.
I think it makes more sense if you're British.
Yeah, but still, there's no I at the end of it. It's aluminum. It's not aluminium. It's not N-I-U-M.
Is there two spellings?
I don't know. Is it like theater and theater?
It is, kind of.
Yeah, like color and color.
No one says color.
Well, no, but it's spelt with a U.
Oh, that's also British English.
Yeah, so I'm like, is that how aluminium is?
I don't know. You ever have beans on toast?
You never had peas and chips?
We're just taking the piss. So very cool to see Alan Wake there. And it's like very like it just like immediate. You're like, that's him, but oh man, he's traumatized.
Yeah, and there's almost part of it. It's very it was very unbelievable for me. You know what I mean? Like it was like I was like, what? That's all it took to get Alan
right?
back?
It's like there's.
I'm like, no way, dude.
Something's happening here.
Yeah, I was very skeptical because it is. You're like, wait, he spent the whole. You know what I mean? Like first, like a chunk of the first game, and then obviously American Nightmare, which I didn't play, but obviously he spent that trying to get out, and then he spent 13 years trying to get out, and then suddenly these people show up and he's out, and you're like, I was like, there has to be more to this,
right?
That we're not aware
and
of.
There is
so much fucking more to it.
But the floodwaters recede. Explore the newly unflooded area. Great. I love how Remedy is able to take a map, reuse it, recontextualize it, and it never feels like samey and retread.
Yeah. And what I like about it too is like, while sometimes in these moments, because it happens multiple times throughout the game, where like the floodwaters recede and then you can explore the area, well, sometimes you get more, like story context for like what you just played through. A lot of time you are just finding like more collectibles.
Yeah.
You're solving more puzzles and stuff. And I like that they introduce it. I like that they go, okay, you're in this area. You've got to do this part of the story right now. So while we'll give you some collectibles to go out and find and stuff like that, you can't get too distracted though. You've got to kind of stay in this area. You got to complete this. And then once you do it, it's like, okay, now go. Yeah. Now explore. Now here's your reward for doing that. Totally. Go find this other shit. I love that. It felt so cool. Every time I was like, okay, well, yeah, no, I got to go make sure that I've...
Very good pacing.
Yeah.
Very good.
I didn't want to leave like anywhere unturned. And obviously my first playthrough I did.
Me too. I had to.
Yeah, because
I didn't get into the lighthouse.
I didn't get into Lighthouse either. I'm on my second playthrough and I'm like, I got to figure out how to...
You need the Mayor Setter charm.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to do that right now then.
Yeah. You got to go meet Mayor Setter. You're going to be pleased.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excited to meet him.
He hasn't met him yet.
Not yet. We haven't met. I don't know.
Basically, what happens now, you bring Alan Wake in for questioning. You're a writer who's fucking with reality.
Where have you been for 13 years?
Oh, you think you can just and change
Alex
things.
Casey says, you think you can write about my life without my permission?
So there's a doppelganger of you.
There's an evil doppelganger.
The Dark
What?
Presence.
Dark presence? Ooh.
And Alan's like, I know it sounds crazy, but like, trust me. And then you profile Alan, you find out that he's like, Alan is holding on you. He had a manuscript page. He was like, these are super important.
This might be where I'm thinking that it's on his person.
Oh yeah, he pulls it out. He
on
pulls
it,
it off. Yeah.
Might have mixed it up with Shirt Breaker earlier.
One question. Obviously, Alan comes out wearing a suit covered in,
Water. It's wet.
Yeah, like beach, like if you were just like down in like a bunch of muddy beach sand and like, you just got like gunk all over him. Give him some fresh clothes.
Yeah.
That's the outfit he wore in American Nightmare.
I thought so.
How did he get that outfit?
You think it's one of Casey's outfits?
It just doesn't make sense. I'm sure they were just like, all right, we'll just get you some fresh clothes. You know?
And maybe they just got it at like at the lodge. That's what they sell out front.
It's just like, it's just funny. It's like, is there a reason for that? If there is a reason, that's huge.
Well, then I'm definitely going to play through American Nightmare.
If there's not a reason, it's curious.
Let's find out.
It's curious choice.
We'll figure it out. It's Curious George.
Alan's like, I'm trying to... I'm trying... I see a puddle. I remember. And then you use the puddle... Loud as hell.
So loud. The loudest part of the game.
Dimension swap into Alan Wake in the Dark Place. And we'll talk about that in a later episode of this series.
Because we're only covering Saga Anderson's.
Yes. We felt like this was the best way to try to get through it in a... You're gonna be crisscrossing constantly.
Yeah,
anyway.
and honestly, I feel like with the Alan just gives you more context of the Saga stuff, and it'll be better to talk about it after we talk about Saga.
So that right there is the end of the heart. That's the first big chapter of the game.
Yes.
It may not seem it because in video land it's just instantaneous, but almost a full 24 hours have passed since we stopped talking about Alan Wake 2 and are now resuming our talk about Alan Wake 2. We are on Return 3.
Yes.
Local Girl.
Which is the first, like, real big chapter. You get a lot in this one. You do a lot in this one.
And it's so funny because the other one's pretty big, too. And then you're like, oh, it's like this?
Yeah.
So, just, again, going over the basic bullet points of this chapter, you have to learn the location of the trailer, get to Coffee World, find the trailer park key and the screwdriver, search through the trailer, investigate the motorcycle club, enter the overlap, and, of course, defeat the boss in the overlap. 2 bosses.
Yeah, it's bosses in this scenario.
So, this chapter has you going to Watery, which is a location that was referenced in the first game.
Yeah.
It was referenced in Control as well as like a place where Ati would spend some time. It's based on a real town in Washington, I think, that was founded by Finnish immigrants. And
okay. That was based off something real.
Yeah.
Coolio.
But yeah, you get in the car. There's no driving sections in this game, which is fine. A lot of people love driving in Alan Wake.
I didn't think... I mean, I'm sure you can refer to our... Yeah, I played on Alan Wake 1, but I'm pretty sure the driving wasn't great. Like, it didn't control great, or the camera angle was bad. I can't remember what it was. But I wasn't...
The camera would like whip around really weird, and they did. That's one of the few things I'll say in the remaster. They fixed the camera controls.
Yeah, I don't care that there's no driving sections in this. I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything.
I don't either.
You know what I mean?
But
it would have felt unnecessary.
But the driving is now fast travel.
Yes.
You fast travel between the different hubs. There's Bright Falls, Cauldron Lake, and Watery. Big atmosphere as soon as you step out the car.
It's kind of like I don't know. I mean, like for us, it's like kind of when you're heading towards like Hogansburg, like where you guys have played a couple rap shows. It's like kind of when you're heading towards there, you'll pass through a couple towns that are it's a very real town. It's a very small rural town. You know what I mean? You pull in and you're kind of like, is anybody even here? And then you see a few people milling about, but it's very quiet.
Right. There's some interesting stuff though. So there's like a boat yard. There is some docks. There's the sauna.
The sauna.
And the Suomi Hall.
Suomi Hall, yeah. I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to pronounce half of these things.
I've had people correct me, and I swear I'm trying, but I'm going to just admit I'm not very good with pronouncing words from other languages when all I have to go off of is like someone on the internet saying it. I'm like, I think that's how it's said. Like,
yeah.
I kind of need like a little like actual critique and instruction sometimes.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? To get the nuances.
I have to say it, and then someone has to be like, no, do this. And I have to go, okay, yeah. It makes it a lot easier.
So it's not for lack of trying, but it's just it does escape me.
We're
personally.
not Finnish, you know what I mean?
No, far from it actually.
Well,
pretty wild to walk in. Did you know this was happening already?
Well, you could kind of hear singing of some sort, and this was also one of the few scenes that was shown in the the trailers that they had revealed, I believe. Because in the reveal trailer, I think they believe this is what they showed in the main reveal trailer was a couple of scenes from Watery, because they showed this scene in the Suomi Hall, and then in a moment when you talk to the Koskela brothers for the first time in person. So I believe that those were both in the trailer. So this was the first time where I was like, wow, it's kind of wild that they're showing something this deep into the game. You kind of think they'd show something from like just the very first, like, maybe you just show like the first murder scene investigation.
I think this was the cutoff point in most of the preview footage.
Yes. Was
after this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ati is there on stage singing. You know, he was singing in Control. He did the Finnish tango, and here he's doing a song called Nightless Night, which is
Jotungjun.
Yeah.
Or Jotungjun.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And I love too that you're supposed to, like, when you first get here, you're supposed to ask around about where a trailer park is, you know, to try to locate your trailer. And if you try to speak to anyone in the hall while Ati is singing, they're like, shh, Ati is singing. And you're like,
you know who shushes you?
Who's that?
It's Rose, and I didn't put that together at first.
Yeah, well, because she's not in her coffee, or she's not in her diner, or Dear Diner uniform.
And I just wasn't used to her new model yet.
Yeah. On my second playthrough, I knew who it was. First playthrough, I was like, "Who's this young woman telling me to be quiet?" And then even Saga's like, "I think I might be the first FBI agent who's ever been shushed."
Did you notice the Thomas Sane poster on the wall for like the film thing?
Mm-hmm. It's like beloved auteur turned director or whatever, or director turned auteur. Like
there's like a study of his work, and I don't know. I'm still trying to chew on like what I think of all that.
Well, I think it's interesting too that he only has like. Sorry, my eyes been bugging me.
I forgive you.
I think it's interesting that they.
But will the viewers forgive you?
Probably not. They hate anything.
Leave a comment right down below right now with the timestamp.
Timestamp. Say Jordan needs to stop touching his fucking eye.
Say I forgive you or an eye for an eye.
Okay, hopefully that's
an eye for an eye touching.
I think it's interesting that they get into like his actual body of work a little bit, in the sense that it seems like he only ever released one film in the US. It's like it seems to imply that he was in Finland before releasing films, even though like when you meet Thomas Zane later, he's an American. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing. He doesn't have an accent. You know what I mean? You'd imagine you'd have an accent.
He has a vague accent.
Does he? I didn't pick up on it. At least.
It's Ilka Villi's voice.
Yeah,
like he's doing his best English. You know.
Yes,
but he's not a native English speaker.
No.
I guess the accent's not. It's hard to say.
I didn't pick up. I didn't think that it was clear that there was an accent. I didn't notice an accent.
He definitely has a very affected way of speaking. That's very It's Bruce.
Yeah,
it's
our
friend
Bruce. Yeah, but it's very.
It's our friend the Great Chadsby. It's the same. I mean, I played that scene for one of our mutual friends here, who you know, and I'll just he was a guy. He's dead now. He's not.
No, he's fine.
Yeah, but he's a dear friend of mine. We've played a lot of music together over the years, and he's an eccentric person.
I went to high school with him.
So yeah, you've known him for a while. He's always been very eccentric.
Always, his whole life. It's never been. It's genuine. You know what I mean? It's not.
it's in his soul. And as soon as the whole thing
Yeah.
is just him.
It's just him. It's the way he's talking to you when he hits the ground at one point.
Clothing, everything. It was just so uncanny. I wish that anyone watching this could understand.
Knew who we were talking about, yeah. And maybe one of you does.
Yeah, that would be incredible. But regardless, it's also something where it's like, okay, the film came out in 1970, but it was based on an Alan Wake novel. Alan Wake was born in 1976 or 7 or 78, around there.
Yeah, so I don't know.
What?
It's very weird. And that kind of makes the whole implication of the dark place not existing and the like time not affecting things the same way in the dark place as it does in our reality. You know what I mean? Because it seems as though you can affect any period of time with your writings potentially.
What I'm trying to figure out though is are there rules or patterns that can be observed when it comes to that kind of stuff?
Oh, that's fair.
I don't know.
I certainly
maybe not.
I haven't picked up on any. You know what I mean? But
yeah, I need to like literally make a map for myself.
Go further into the rabbit hole.
You know, like we said, like you can swap back and forth between Alan and Saga at this point, and they got here in Watery as well. There's a transfer point in the dressing room.
There's a janitor's bucket in the dressing room of the hall. I'm not going to try to say the name again. The singing hall.
And so there, I mean, there's a couple other little things. There's NPC interactions, but overall, it's very like the mood is just very dour. It's like it's very rainy. It's cold feeling.
Yeah,
it's
if you listen to the conversations,
gray.
You can pick up on a lot of them are talking about either like how the flooding's affecting things or the recent cult murder. You know what I mean, and how it feels crazy. Like you can talk to Norm MacDonald. Is where you're first introduced to Norman MacDonald outside of the sauna. And he's like, oh, yeah, so I certainly can't go into the woods, not moving this fast, because he's on crutches and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I couldn't run away from those guys. It's very...
Maybe I could use my crutch as a weapon.
Yeah.
maybe
Norm.
Maybe bruv. And then eventually you go down and you see the Koskela brothers, and you encountered one of them earlier in the game.
You don't have to.
Oh, right.
You can encounter Ilmo at the FBC station at Cauldron Lake.
Yeah.
Earlier in the game.
If you encounter him during your trek back up the hill or wherever,
it's on your way back to the parking lot.
He's at the FBC monitoring station with I want to say his name was Stephen Lynn.
I thought it was Andrew.
Andrew?
I think it's Andrew.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty confident it's Andrew.
Well, we'll find out now, and viewers comment down below with a timestamp if it was Stephen or Andrew.
Tell me once again if I am forgiven or if it's an eye for an eye.
But I think Lynn was his last name.
I believe so, yeah.
And he's an FBC technician who's servicing the monitoring station because someone's been sabotaging the wires.
Yes.
They know what's being sabotaged.
Yeah, Ilmo's like, raccoons get pretty big up here.
Yeah.
But if you finish the conversation and you keep listening for a second, the technician goes, raccoons my ass. So they can tell it's someone's tampering with it. You know what I mean? And obviously, I'd imagine Ilmo's probably fully aware at this point. It's probably him. You know what I mean? Or he's probably directing
him or
someone.
A cultist.
Yeah.
Because later, I think he says something like, hey, stop messing with the
Yeah, you
stuff.
find a note that's like, stop messing with their stuff because the cult's a little...
But also, could have been Rose.
That's fair. It could have been Rose just as easily because there is the lunchbox right next to there. So it could have been Rose. That's a good point. Yeah. I didn't consider that at all.
Yeah, because there's also, maybe we'll get to this, but in that same moment where you find the note where it is Ilmo, right? Who's more the leader?
Oh, yeah. Ilmo's like he's the older brother.
Okay. He says something along the lines of like, somebody like, we found another dead taken out here. Like, we need to stop dumping these bodies, in places where people can find them. It's Rose that did that.
Yep.
And
it's Rose that killed the taken, yeah.
And she, there's like a note in the nursing home where she like left hunting rifle ammo out.
Well, you also find in the cult hideout in the garage that we're going to get to in this chapter, you find a note about Rose, about them following Rose and tracking
FBC tracking her.
It is the FBC that's tracking her. That's right.
Yeah.
FBC's
because they suspect that she's part of the cult, but I don't think she is.
No, I don't think she's part of the cult. She's her own thing.
But it's hard because there is so much in this game is misdirection or people being like, I think this is happening. And you're like, oh, I mean, you're living in the world. Maybe it is happening. And
but
it's like,
also,
no,
it's
like
not. Them admonishing Rose for doing that stuff. It seems like they admonish their own members for doing stuff like that all the time. So it could be either that they're mad someone outside of it's doing it, or mad that she's doing it. It's hard to tell.
It's very, very hard to tell. But either way, when you see him the first time, he doesn't recognize you.
No,
because I don't think the story has fully taken effect. But
No.
You know, as
well,
the
Alan's not
AWE
out of the wake yet. You haven't entered the overlap
True,
yet.
true.
You know what I mean?
Is that? I guess that's the case. Must be.
Yeah.
So you have a little chat. It's funny. They're good. They're good characters. They're very
great.
funny.
They're very good characters. You can find, I don't think we've touched on it yet, but you can find commercials for Coffee World.
And their various activities and services they offer.
They make floats. They do different stuff. And it's
adventure tours.
They're always very funny.
I really loved Fuck the Government.
Yeah, that one was good. I liked the one where Ilmo is the karate master.
Yeah.
And Yako's like, Ilmo, who's this very handsome karate master? He's like, it's me, Yako. Oh, yes, I recognize you now. So my other favorite part is it's horribly acted by the two of them, purposely poorly acted.
And a very good dual role from...
Was it the same guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a famous Finnish actor. I can't remember his name now off the top of my head.
He does a great job then.
Peter Franzen, I want to say.
Okay, wow. Talented guy for sure.
Yeah.
He did a great job.
He did a really good job at giving each character very distinct little idiosyncrasies that really because you don't really see a ton of them.
No.
Throughout the game, and when you do, they're kind of just standing and talking.
Yeah, they're not moving around too much. They're not very animated.
Moments, he's able to give so much.
Oh my goodness,
characterization to each of them. Mm-hmm. Pretty damn good characters. Very funny. Mm-hmm. A welcome amount of sort of comedic relief that still feels eerie. The idea of the twin brothers, that there's so much dualism and mirrors and echoes in this game. And, the twin brothers they're the same actor.
Right.
That's like a Casey and Casey, Wake and Zane.
Right.
It's like, it's just another layer of that sort of thing. And it works well because, Barry was great comedic relief in the first game, but even before this game came out, remember, and I made a preview video where I was kind of giving some predictions. I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see Barry at all because it just, it doesn't seem to fit the tone.
You find some emails from him, you know what I mean? You find some little documents about him kind of, but that's really the extent of his involvement in this game at all.
Yeah. I was hoping to see a bit more, but it didn't seem right. But these guys, I think, offer a nice sort of just like a counter to how intense the game can be sometimes.
Yeah, because they can get varied, and especially in these moments when you're talking about your quote unquote past life in lottery. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, because here at this point they believe that they know you and you were living in the trailer park they own with Logan when Logan died,
and that they've been keeping your trailer for you, you know what I mean, taking care of it. Don't worry about the back rent. They seem like good guys. It genuinely seems like they care about you. They care about this town.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And
their hearts are true.
I remember when you say you want to go back, when you say you will take the key, you're like, you know what? I think I will take that key. I think Jocko, quietly to himself, is like, good for you, Saga. He's like, good for you. Take your power back.
So, they don't have the keys on them.
No, they're back at Coffee World.
Right. And so they're like, oh, we'll call Coffee World. We'll have someone take it out of the safe for you. No one answers when they call.
Nope.
So you go, well, I'll go there. I'll figure it out. I'm an FBI agent, so I think I can handle a walking to Coffee World.
Turns out, a little harder than it seems. Bridge is flooded. Bridge is out.
Yep.
Got to go through a long walk.
The bridge is over. Bridge is over. The bridge is over.
The bridge is over.
And
the bridge is over. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you gotta go through the woods. Somebody throws a goddamn axe at your head.
Is this when you first encounter the people who split
the
into
splitter
two?
Taken.
The splitter taken. Yeah.
I think they call them the splitters.
Okay.
there is it might be splitter. There is an actual name that comes up in the American Nightmare. I think there's manuscript pages where he gives a description of each new enemy.
Oh, okay, coolio.
Yeah. Yeah. Very, very good encounters here in the woods. You're on this winding path where there's multiple places to go.
There's branching paths too, and
Yeah.
there's ways you can kind of get turned around a little bit or caught in little loops because you're oh wait, and even the map sometimes is a little deceiving because you're up a couple levels up and stuff, and I don't know, very cool here and a lot to find too.
Totally.
I think there's at least two nursery rhymes. There's a few.
There's a bunch.
Alex
Yeah.
Casey lunchboxes in these woods.
There's a few different locations.
Yeah.
There's like the ranger house and stuff.
Yeah, and you've got the radio tower.
Yeah, so
very cool little area here.
Yeah.
Lot to do, and it's just like a little. It's like taking you to your next mission.
this is also where the lighthouse is, I believe, is in Watery.
Yes,
right?
but you don't get to the lighthouse until I'm
After
sure you
clear
could
the
get.
floodwaters, maybe.
No, I'm sure you could get to it before you get to Coffee World, but I got to it after Coffee World.
I don't think you can do much there, but there is. Oh, there's a nursery rhyme right outside, and there's
Yes.
some trucks and stuff, some enemies.
But I only went there. I usually went there either right before or right after I went into the trailer park. Because that's kind of right where it is.
yeah, you can go as far off the path as you'd like at this point.
You can
but-
really, it's kind of cool that as long as it's not flooded, you can go wherever in this
Yeah.
area right now.
And Coffee World, I think we talked about it earlier in the video, but it just sounds like it's impossible to tell if it's the sound of the rides or the sound of screams. But you find out that, you know, as you get closer, it looks eerie and it's deserted. And you realize over time that it's been attacked by Taken. And I think the staff themselves have become Taken.
That's what it seems to be based on like a few of the little manuscript pages that you find around. It's like, one of them is like she was trying to go get more coffee or whatever for Ilmo, and then suddenly like she found herself falling into the well or whatever, which the well plays a big role. It's one of the attractions at Coffee World.
Yeah, a well where a famous murderer hid some bodies.
And killed his wife, I think, too.
Killed a bunch of people. I think he got caught or he killed his brother.
Oh, okay, something like that.
Yeah.
Or his lover. His brother or his lover. I feel like there was something involved with a woman there.
I think they both died.
Or he killed his brother over something, over a woman. Inevitably.
Killed his brother over an open fire. So, regardless, this is classic survival horror stuff. I was immediately like, again, I gotta say, in my predictions video, I said, Coffee World, gotta be Scary Silent Hill type amusement park level, which was, I think anyone could see that coming from a mile away.
Yes. Small town amusement park. You know what I mean? Like we have a couple things like that up here, like nearby. Like there's Santa's Workshop.
Santa's Workshop
has
would
like
love a level set there.
Oh my god, yeah, such a that could be so creepy. You know what I mean? In the off season, like just imagine that place completely deserted, middle of the like twilight.
Yeah. But I mean, there was a chance in my mind they wouldn't go this route. But I was like, man, I really hope they go spooky amusement park, and they did.
Oh yeah, fully. Even down to like there's one point where you're walking through the little like carnival kind of, or not carnival, but like fair games kind of area. You know what I mean? Like you're throwing the darts at balloons and stuff like that. You're trying to knock the stack of bottles over.
Little attractions and games. And,
Yeah, the little game zone or whatever.
Yeah.
You're walking and you find like a big
carnival. What do you call that when you're at the fairgrounds? I don't know.
I don't know what that's called. That's what I was trying to
Midway?
Maybe. I don't know. But you're in like the little, I think they call it like the fun zone. You're in the fun zone. You know what I mean? It's like,
I mean, it's hard. I don't know. I guess, but it's confusing because like in life, I'm always kind of in the fun zone.
Constantly in the fun zone.
So
I live in
like
the fun zone.
It's confusing when you say that to me because I'm like, are you talking about my life or are you talking about this game?
Is this reality or are we talking about the game still? But there's like it scared the shit out of me the first time, and it scares the shit out of Saga too. But there's like the coffee mug that's just like, I can't remember what he says, but he's just like, it's like a very deep, I can't do it well, but it's a very deep, terrifying laugh. And then it's like, have a great day.
I think there's a coffee pun in there.
Yeah, there's something in there, but I can't
Is it Java Great Day or something? I don't know.
God only knows. But
Anyway, great
Very
vibes
scary.
all throughout. You get into a couple Taken battles. There's one with like the teacup ride and stuff. Coffee cup ride, I should say.
I think it's Espresso Express.
I think so. And destructible environments here.
Yes,
Because the Taken are ducking down into the cups. You can,
there's the one cup in the center. He's ducking and come back up.
I always got a little confused in this part, kind of looped around, where I was like, damn, this is the exit. Okay.
Oh yeah, like as far as like navigating the actual like Coffee World, it was a little weird.
It's very windy.
I got turned around quite a bit, you know.
But it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
And
and I kind of like that I got turned around a lot too, because it would sometimes add to like my sense of panic a little bit, where I'm like, fuck, how do I get out?
It's just good survival horror level design, where it's like it's totally on you to navigate. It is logical, but you gotta really pay attention.
Well, and the thing is, and there are signs everywhere that kind of like point you in the general direction, but then you go there and maybe there's another path that branches off, you know, and then you go down that, and then you're like, oh shit, I'm back at the percolator.
Yeah. A bunch of different puzzles to solve here. It's overall, it's just a really fun area.
Yes.
Eventually, you do have to find a screwdriver to break into the gift shop and then do some puzzles there.
Which this one gave me, this was one of the only ones that frustrated me a little bit. Just because as far as you have to, the trailer park key is in like the gift shop.
In a safe.
In a safe. You need to get the safe combination. The safe combination is based on, it's a puzzle on the wall where all the employees are on the wall, all their photos.
Yeah.
And each photo has like coffee bean stickers on it. And that the amount of stickers on there tells you like
how many years they've been there.
Exactly. And that's the safe codes.
And you have their job description on there as well.
Yeah, and I think it's like tracker, lookout, cleaner.
Yes. So the password for the safe is tracker, lookout, cleaner, like figure out that code.
Yes.
And tracker relates and cleaner, blah, blah, blah. Like cleaner is janitor.
That one was obviously easy, you know what I mean?
The tracker and lookout, I felt like it was very open to interpretation.
Yes.
Based on the other job descriptions. And everyone I've watched play this puzzle has also been like, oh, this is logical. And then it's like, oh, I guess my answer was logical, and so is the correct answer.
That's the thing. It's a little bit too open to interpretation.
Yeah, it was the only time in the game I felt that way.
Yes, that's why this was probably my least favorite puzzle because of that. Other than the car battery one, but that's just because I'm no good at math.
Right.
But then that's my own.
But this
fault.
is also a mandatory puzzle.
Yeah, you have to do this to advance the story. So that's why I didn't like that it was so obtuse. But also, it seems as though if you read the notes, Yako's also kind of upset that it's a obtuse. Because Ilmo's kind of trying to be like, it's easy, Yako, it's this. And Yako's like, stop fucking making it these stupid riddles. Just tell me the code. Just make it a series of numbers. Because I assigned tracker to security, I think, or lost and found. I think it's like lost and found security janitor.
And there's also like walk around.
Yeah, there's like park walk around. So I think I set
it's
that
like,
for lookout.
Any of them,
there's a few.
It's not a great
two
puzzle.
or three that are interchangeable that
like,
are one of the answers.
A puzzle. I don't mind a little bit of misdirection and stuff, but like it shouldn't be no, logically this answer also makes sense, and you could only argue by saying like, okay, but I chose this one instead. It's like, well, that just feels unfair in terms of like puzzle design for games.
Yeah, I ended up having to try just like 5 different combinations, being like, well, it could be this guy and this guy, or this guy and this guy. So yeah.
Anyway,
not too bad, but maybe my biggest criticism.
Yeah, no, for sure. Which is also kind of like, okay, cool. You were like frustrated for 5 minutes in this like 30-hour game.
Yeah, so ultimately not that bad.
The screwdriver that you get in this area eventually is a key item you'll use throughout the rest of the game.
Yep, you use it to like pop just like a padlock on the door into the gift shop. But at this point, I think you've already encountered at least a couple stash boxes with one of those on it, and I think maybe a door or two, what I mean, with it on it. So,
and you'll be using that throughout the rest of the game. Same as bolt cutters is almost like the upgraded version of that key, where there's a little bit of like a Metroidvania kind of thing going on, where there's lots of like backtracking, exploration,
which is something they do, and that's not anything new. You know what I mean?
No,
like
it's a survival horror thing.
Yeah, and even playing Control last night, like playing through Control, you get your clearance levels upgraded, you're like, okay, well now I got to go back to this
and your abilities. I mean, there's areas where it's like, oh, once you have levitation, it's like it opens up some secrets.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think you might have watched me try to break the game to get to one that you're not supposed to get to, and I did it successfully. But
you can do it. So overall, this is a pretty interesting area, Coffee World. I like it a lot. Great atmosphere. It
maybe one of my favorite in Jesse's. I mean, not Jesse. Goodness, in Saga's playthrough.
Yeah,
I think Coffee World's my favorite.
Very strong
set in the entire playthrough.
I like the Coffee World mascot too. Whatever his name is, Sippy. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I can't remember what is it. Muggo.
It's not Muggo.
No, it's not Muggo. I was gonna say Mocha Moose, but rest in peace.
So sad.
Rest in peace, King Mocha Moose.
The Coffee World is located on a road which is also pretty much directly connected to the lighthouse, the trailer park, and the motorcycle club's headquarters.
Kalevala Nights, baby.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Which Kalevala is a Finnish like epic poem.
Okay.
Like a big lots of interesting imagery in there that is relevant to the story here.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. So
there's so many, not to interrupt you, but there's so many things I noticed like that throughout the game where I'm like, man, I really need to, like, when I see I want to like Google the name of the author of every book You know what I mean? To see if that's like a reference to an actual Finnish author, maybe, or a Finnish like poet or something.
Everything is a reference.
That's what I think. That's
everything
exactly.
is a reference.
So I'm like, I need to know. And then when I see names like that or references to stories, I'm like, I wish I knew more about this, like real life lore. You know what I mean? Or mythology.
Even the names of all the stores, everything is a reference to some kind of like either it's an inside joke,
right?
There's like I think that's like the Nazzarino's pizza in the Dark Place is like it's a nod to one of the environment designers, I think, on the team.
Oh, okay.
Like some are things like that. Others are, folklore, mythology kind of stuff, or references to their own games. But it's like pretty much nothing is just
unintentional.
Yeah,
that's been my assumption, and it makes me so curious about so much stuff.
Because like a lot of it, it's like you don't need to know about like the folklore stuff to get the game, but it does like really,
it's cool. It's
it enriches the experience.
Exactly, that's the word. Yeah, it deepens it for me personally.
So the motorcycle club has like a big workshop where they work on bikes, but they also build parade floats.
Yep.
And you've got to go in there, and it basically to open this overlap.
Well, let's not skip over the trailer park.
I totally did skip over the trailer park.
You go to the trailer park. The whole point is to get the key to the trailer.
Okay, you get the trailer, and then it's boring. Nothing happens. Nothing happens in the trailer park.
I just wanted to mention that you make it in.
So we'll move on. No. Okay.
You pick up like a minute. Go ahead. Sorry.
Have you seen Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure?
Yeah.
Or any of the other movies?
I've seen all of them.
The most recent one too?
I saw the most recent one too.
Did you like it?
Like 6 months. I thought it was fun.
Yeah, I did too.
I thought it was very fun.
I was like, hey, that was all right.
I don't know what people were expecting. You know what I mean?
I kind of did all it could.
People were disappointed, and I'm kind of like,
really?
I thought I heard some people, and I think it was probably more people having the whole like same reason that people were mad Saga Anderson's a main character in this game. You know what I mean?
I think they did a great job.
And even the people who were like, they're going to focus on the daughters. I'm like, they didn't really even focus on the daughters.
They hardly did.
No, they were hardly part of it.
They focused on the daughters as much as they focused on like the girlfriends in the other movie or like any other side characters.
So that's where I'm like, yeah.
And
I don't know. I thought it was good. I thought it was fun, and I thought they did, like you said, they did the best that they could.
Yeah. I think my favorite line from that movie is when never mind. Probably know where I'm going with this.
Yeah, I know exactly where you're going. Standing up on the cliff.
It's not actually my favorite line, okay? I remember seeing it on TV and be like, whoa, that's not the language I expected from this film.
It's not going to hold up the way you think it is.
No, but I mean, fun movies. I bring that up because when you get to the trailer park, you see the old gods of Asgard.
Yeah, you know it.
They felt way more like Bill and Ted or Beavis and Butthead to me.
Well, they are hammered in this moment too.
They are, but I guess it really did feel like Bill and Ted.
It did. It was very goofy. It very much felt like they were they were constantly like talking to themselves, kind of, but loud enough where you could hear them. You know what I mean?
Did they also just like play rock and roll music as they were talking and stuff? I think it did.
Yeah, it just played rock music,
which I don't think happened when you see them in the first game.
No, not nearly. No, not at all. I
think in the first game you don't really realize their potential.
Yeah, you do. It hints at it in the first game. I think you realize their potential because they're in Hartman's. You know what I mean? I can't remember Lodge, just Hartman's Lodge.
And then also once you get to the farm, you're like, oh, these guys were all about it.
Yes, especially because they have the songs that can like. Yeah. What, does the song take you into the overlap? Is that what happens in there, or does it?
Where?
In the in Alan Wake 1 when you and Barry get hammered.
The song is like what gives you the vision of your lost week.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, yes. So you know that they have some sort of power, but you don't know. And you have the whole light show in the first game that they have that's clearly built to ward off the Taken and stuff like that. So it's like they're aware of it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And they say as much. It's just kind of like, I guess they're not crazy. Or are they?
The first game almost makes them seem older and more
decrepit in a way.
Yeah, to a degree.
But here they're way hammier.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, way hammier. Way more fun. Way more
animated. They talk like fucking Jim Henson puppets. You know what I mean? Which is fine. It was just like it was much goofier than I thought.
When you're like talking to them and you go, "You guys have been drinking, haven't you?" And Tor turns over and he's like, "She fucking sees right through us, bro." And I'm like, "You guys are holding empty bottles of liquor in your hand." You know what I mean? Like, too good. It was a fun little scene, but it did also feel I was a little bit like, oh, okay, this is how they're doing them in this game. You know what I mean? Which isn't even really how they continue to. I guess it is and isn't. They have a little bit more depth in this game, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
They get more developed.
As you speak to the old gods, you realize that they believe you are related to them. They know you, blah, blah, blah. And also you come to realize that they see through the AWE, although Saga is still putting this all together. Like, it's hard to talk about the game in terms of, like, your limited knowledge you have at the beginning to your perspective on the story by the end of it.
Yes.
You know, so, I mean, take everything we say with that in mind. That, like,
yeah,
you know,
that we are kind of, I think I'm doing my best to mention that we may not know this at this point, you know what I mean? But, you know what I mean?
In retrospect,
you can notice this. And even in this moment, it's kind of, this is when it's first suggested that maybe you are related to this place, because I believe that either Odin or Tor tells you directly, don't let the story, you know what I mean? Like, cloud your mind. Don't don't listen to it. But they're still telling you that you're their family member. Like, your family.
Granddaughter.
Your granddaughter. So Saga, I think even now was when Saga starts to question, do I actually have a connection to this place? And what is, it makes her question what's real and what isn't.
Because she also, she knows that her mother, like, left an area when she was, you know, around the time she was born.
Never spoke to her about her family. You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't talk about it.
She knew that mom had, was of, like, a Swedish descent.
Have the same last name.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why her name's Saga. You know what I mean? Saga's not exactly.
Yeah, her mother's name is Freya.
So.
Yeah. So, I mean, she's carrying on that lineage. But eventually you get into the trailer, you look around, and you see evidence that suggests what everyone's been saying, that your daughter did drown.
You have, like, utility bills there. Your mom wrote a birthday card. You find your resignation letter, I think, to the FBI.
Or, I don't know if it's a resignation letter. It's like a letter. It's like a bereavement letter from them where you're like,
yes.
Like, hey, you know, take the time you need, but we'd love to see you back when you're ready.
You also find, like, a joke book as a gift from Ilmo, implying that you guys have some sort of deeper relationship potentially in this story. And you find Logan's room.
Yeah, there's a bunch of evidence.
Yeah.
Logan's room has little drawings in it that are really cute that remind me of the drawings from the opening of Max Payne 2.
Yes.
And one of them appears to show the former.
It appears to show the former, and then one of them, I think, shows her with Tor and Odin.
Yep.
You know
and then also one has, like, Saga, like, rolling coal on David and Logan.
Yeah.
I thought that was really funny. Where we live, we like to do that to people all the time. Yeah.
Roll coal, baby.
Yeah. It's basically where you basically spit exhaust from your vehicle onto people as you drive past them.
So
no, we don't really do that.
That's my favorite pastime.
It's so horrible to do.
In my sick diesel lifted form. No.
It's a truly horrible thing.
Yeah. I have a Subaru sedan. So
but it is very funny to see it happening basically in this picture.
Just peeling out on them. But yeah. Interesting though.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I have nothing more to say about this game. No. So
I guess that's really it.
As you exit the trailer, you go back out, and I don't remember if I think it's Mulligan.
Yes, it's Mulligan for this one. Yeah.
You see
Tor and Odin are gone, and Mulligan's.
Well, you don't even know it's Mulligan, but there's a police officer.
No, you do. You go, Mulligan?
Oh.
She does. She says his name directly. She says, Mulligan? And she says, hey, hold it right there.
He's wearing a cult mask.
Yeah.
He's wearing the deer mask with the rest of the cult members. And he has a bit of a shadowy air about him.
He's got a little bit of a going on around his head. Yeah.
You got to put together the piece of art to get into the overlap, which is a parade float based on the Huatari well murder.
Yes.
Huatari. I don't understand how to say it. I'm sorry.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. It's
Atari.
I'm going to say it's Huatari. So it sounds like watery.
Oh my God. I don't think it's probably not.
I'm going out on a limb. I'm going to say it's the Huatari. Right?
I think they say like Huatari though. I think they say it in the game.
I like Huatari.
But I'm realizing it's probably
what it is.
It's probably watery. It's probably the,
like the root word,
right.
What I mean?
I would have never put that together.
It's a fun one. But yeah, this is you this is when you go to the motorcycle club. You go to the Kalevala Knights workshop.
Yep.
And you go in there. You've got to break into their like cult hideout that's in there.
They have like a hatch in the floor. Mm-hmm. They have like a secret room in the back office.
Yeah, there's like
with all their cult supplies.
Yeah, there's a bunch of dry erase boards.
We talked about it earlier, but this is where you find the documents that they stole some FBC documents. They realized the FBC has been tracking them.
Yep, and they've been tracking Rose. And then there's also like you find the cult stash locations. You find out that the cult's disorganized. You know what I mean, and that they've been fucking with stuff they're not supposed to.
Then you go down into the basement. There's a hatch in the floor, and there's Mulligan and Thornton, and they have a shrine, a sort of like a
it's an altar.
It's an altar, but it's like there's like a worship hall. You know what I mean? There's like pews, and it's like a little church.
It is a tiny little church.
And at the front on the altar is the clicker.
Bum bum.
And they're like Mulligan and Thornton are there, and they're leading you, and they kind of disappear.
Yep.
Into the shadows.
You go up to grab the clicker, and as you grab it, so does it disappears too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you go upstairs. They trapped you in there with a big Taken who's wielding a sledgehammer, I think.
It's either a sledgehammer or like a rebar club. I think it might be a sledgehammer, though. I think you're right.
But a fun, quick little mini boss. Nothing too intense, but it was like I was like, damn, this is like a cool enemy.
Yeah, well, because it scares you too. It like busts down a wall. Yeah. And it destroys like a bunch of the workshop. You know what I mean? Which is cool because then when you explore it later, it's like you have to go around the stuff that he knocked down. Mm-hmm. So I thought that was cool. Kind of a little difficult on normal. Mm-hmm. Not difficult at all in story mode.
Nope.
On story, it's like three shots.
I like shotgunning him. And
and he's dead. It's funny how much of a difference there is between those two.
For sure. Difficulties. I even like, there were some areas where I was like, oh, they just only put one guy here instead of like four. Like, Mm-hmm. Story mode is extremely forgiving.
It's what it says it is.
Yeah. You know what I mean? It's good. I mean, I appreciate it because like on multiple playthroughs, it's just like I really want to focus on the lore and the experience.
On this playthrough, I want to focus on the collectibles and really trying to like watch everything. Like every TV I find, sit there and watch the full thing. You know what I mean?
Totally.
So, story mode's good.
Story mode's good.
Story mode's good. You defeat the guy.
Story mode, the name of the Internet Historian channel. That's also good.
Story mode's great. Yeah, I love that.
A lot of those videos have been taken down, but they can still be found online on other channels, backup channels.
Which sucks that they keep getting taken down. But
they're so funny. They're great videos on Max Payne and Alan Wake. I would love for them to do an Alan Wake too, but I feel like that'd be quite an undertaking.
I feel like it's going to be another year anyways before it happens. It'll come out in 2030.
Alan Wake 2 explained. You need to find multiple items. To my memory, you need to find the prop knife.
Yep.
The tape deck with the laugh on it.
Yep. You have to find
you have to find a circuit board, which is found underneath one of the rides, and then I think the last thing is a deer mask, which is actually the moose skull.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So
it's the skull of the
Mocha Moose,
the moose mascot, who I think died from caffeine overdose. It seems
he drank too much coffee. They were giving him coffee, and the doctor kept being like, "You can't give a moose caffeine," and they were like, "He's fine." And eventually, his heart gave out.
Yeah. And then you climb down the well.
Yeah.
Into the overpass. Mm-hmm. And you're there on the shores of the water. There's a little cabin.
Yeah. You're back at the sauna. You're at the flooded sauna.
Oh, that's what that is.
Yes.
I didn't put that together.
You're at the sauna from Watery, but it's flooded now and it's more densely wooded on the other side.
Okay, yep.
So you keep coming back to the sauna.
I didn't put that together.
Yep.
That's interesting. Mm-hmm. You find some manuscript pages as you're going through, the overlap again. All the overlaps you're going through 3 times through these little mazes. Like this one has you following sound clues. You're hearing like Logan's screams and plead.
Yeah, so one of the times you're hearing Logan screams, and then the next time I believe you're hearing Ati singing.
Yeah, I think so.
Right? Mm-hmm. He's singing the Yotongyun song or whatever from earlier. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And so you're following those around, and then inevitably that changes to the deep laughter, the evil laughter of the coffee mug.
But this is all very reminiscent of the nightmares in Max Payne.
Yes, I was going to say that.
Go through and follow. I think at the first it's the baby cry, and then you need to like follow your wife's screams.
Yeah, it's
and
your wife's.
crying
It's your
and-
baby crying, and then it's your wife screams and like
Yeah.
whimpers as she's like being attacked or whatever.
Yeah,
Like she's crying for you. First one's your baby.
brutal stuff.
Yeah, maybe my least favorite sections of the game because the platforming was so fucking rough. But like,
but man, in the
Very-
remakes,
very
how are they
atmospheric.
going to handle those?
I
So
know I'm so excited to see what
pumped.
those are going to be like.
I really am so stoked. If you haven't played Max Payne 1 and 2, don't wait for the remake. You got to experience
Just
the
play
original.
it. They're fun. They're great games. They're still
Yeah.
great games. I think.
One might be kind of a pain in the ass to get running on PC, but there's plenty of fixes out there. And also,
I was
even-
able to figure out, and I'm an idiot.
the console ports aren't great, but they are
playable.
backwards compatible on modern systems. You can get them on the digital platforms for
pretty
your
sure you can get 'em on
respective
the-
console usually.
Yeah, the PS Plus game store or whatever.
Yeah, and Xbox, and the Xbox version, I believe, is the disc is backwards compatible with modern with Series S
Oh, is
and
it
X.
now? Oh, okay,
I believe
cool.
so.
That'd be great if they added that. I don't follow anything with that anymore.
Microsoft and Xbox have gone pretty hard on backwards compatibility for
Good.
their entire console family.
Good.
Yeah. I love to see it. It's
Yeah.
the kind of thing where it's like, I remember when I was a kid, even like Super Nintendo, I was very young, but I still remember catching some of this, especially because I was reading lots of video game magazines even at the time. Parents just being like, it doesn't play games from the Nintendo?
Yeah. Which they kind of went through a little phase where I remember you could play GameCube games on a Wii.
Yep.
And I remember you could play like from Game Boy up to like Game Boy SD, I think. Like up to Game Boy Advance. SP. They were interchangeable. Like you couldn't play advanced games on a Game Boy Color, but you could play Game Boy or Game Boy Color games on a Game Boy Advance. You know what I mean? So they did it for a little bit, but then
Yeah, it seems like less and less. And now all the games are, on the eShop and stuff for Nintendo.
yeah,
for
most
the
stuff's just digital. So
whatever. But anyway, very reminiscent of Max Payne with these nightmares.
Yes.
Just a great scene. I mean, just the atmosphere, very striking.
Oh my
and then
God, yeah.
you eventually, the water turns to blood over time. I'm assuming it's blood. It's red water.
yeah, I figured it was blood.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You keep going down the well, back around the loop, through the well, and then eventually Mulligan and Thornton climb out of the well and fight you. And they think they both have like rifles or shotguns.
Fucking pastrami sandwich.
Shitty pastrami sandwich, I think is the line.
Sandwich, yeah.
And you need to blast. There's like concentrated areas of darkness
Yeah, I
that you
think
need
there's
to like
like
blast them all
6.
with your flashlight bursts, and that will stop them from respawning.
Yes.
And then once you get those all cleared out, like you need to fire at them to weaken them so you can focus your flashlight.
Yeah, or if you kill one, the other one will hop out.
Yeah.
Then if you kill that one, the other one will hop out. So I had a pretty interesting experience with this one where I ended up. It took me 3 tries to beat it. My first playthrough because I couldn't see most of the dark concentrations.
Oh,
'Cause they
wow.
were hidden
Okay,
by-
yeah.
they were
'Cause
hidden by shrubs.
Yeah.
and so I couldn't see them with my texture issues. So like the first time, I think I killed Mulligan and Thornton until they stopped giving me ammo and stuff when I killed them. I must have killed them 6 or 7 times.
No.
And I still couldn't find all the dark places. They killed me. Tried it again. Found all the dark spots, but by then it was too late. And I had so little health and had used all my health that they killed me because then once you destroy the dark spots, they both come out and you've just got to kill both of them at the same time. And then the third time I was finally like, you know what? I have a bunch of hand flares. So I just started lighting the hand flares and I just walk in a perimeter around the well. And it would that would mark where they all were for me, and I could maybe destroy them with a hand flare, or then at least I'd remember.
That's funny.
So that's just how I've been doing it since then.
Yeah. One of them is on the ground and fights you and they kind of dash around, and another one is like on higher ground.
Yeah,
and like
he's more
fires down at you
he
and
teleports
yeah.
from spot to spot. Thornton's up top and Mulligan's on the
Yeah.
ground.
Pretty good. The 2-tier thing worked really well.
Oh my goodness! Especially once they're both out, it was kind of difficult to
Yeah.
manage both of them at the same
Yeah,
time.
very good boss battle. The dual boss is always a little like overwhelming to me when I
Yeah.
see it as like a challenge. I'm like, damn, I gotta fight 2 of these guys.
People, yeah.
But somehow my pro gamer skills saw me through.
They did it. They do a good job of making it challenging, but not making it impossible.
Yeah. And then of course you clear the overpass.
Yep.
You get your another little sort of interrupted conversation with Alan Wake. You're seeing
Yeah.
more bits of these interactions between Saga and Alan. You're not getting the full you're not getting the full transmission here just yet, but you know something is going down between them.
You get about as Saga, you get about like I'd say maybe like 40% of what Alan's saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you catch half of it, you can kind of make it out. At this point too, you're surprised to be talking to him because you think he's out.
Yeah.
So you're kind of like, wait, you're still trapped? What's going on?
Yeah.
And it makes you start to question things more. But also you have the clicker now.
You got the clicker.
Because that's the main thing by killing Mulligan and Thornton.
Which is pretty wild.
Yeah.
The clicker. I mean, it's an object of power.
And it's also part 3 of this game. And it took you like the entirety of the first game to get the clicker. So it's like, it feels, there's certain things in this game that make you question, like, they make you realize that, like, how little Alan knew in the first game. You know what I mean? Because it's like so much effort to going into getting the clicker, just destroying Barbara Yeager, you know what I mean? And then himself getting stuck in the dark place, or maybe he was in the dark place the whole time, probably the whole time, whatever. You know what I mean? And now in this game, it's like, all right, well, Alan's already out of the water, and we've already got the clicker. Let's go. Makes you kind of be like, maybe Alan was just kind of bumbling around like an idiot in the first game. You know what I mean?
Maybe he fucking sucks.
Yeah.
So anyway, as always, once you clear an overpass, the floodwaters recede and you're able to explore a little bit more, blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
But that brings us to return 4. No chance.
Not a chance, baby.
It's the Vince McMahon theme song.
Oh.
I don't know the lyrics to it.
I don't know that one either.
All right. You don't know it?
I don't know the lyrics.
Oh.
I don't know.
It's one of the best entrance themes.
I don't know the words to the song.
I'd play a clip, but I'm afraid it'll get us flagged.
Probably.
WWE is very litigious. Well, litigious isn't the word here because they're not going to sue us, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. They're sticklers.
They're big butt babies. Saga's out doing her damn thing. Okay? Saga's out doing her damn thing. Well, Casey is still at the lodge in downtown Bright Falls.
Yep, where they've set up also their kind of like...
a little field office.
Yeah, / interrogation room.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
and so they're Casey's still with Alan being like, I think you suck and you're hurting people. And
he thinks that he's behind the cult murders that he was investigating in New York City.
Yep, back in the day.
What I mean? So he doesn't trust Alan at all. He thinks Alan's full of shit. He thinks that he's responsible for all of this.
And there's motivation too, because he's like, you hurt someone with your writing, and that's just great, for you, because you get to use that in your next story.
Exactly, yeah. So it's a little personal too.
And then he spills his coffee. He goes, God damn it. And then you hear,
what's that?
Give us the writer. We want the writer. Give him to us and we won't hurt anybody.
It's the cult. Did you like that impersonation?
I did. That was great. I felt like I was right there.
Yeah. The cult is assaulting the lodge. They got like assault weapons and everything.
They're shooting through the windows. Yeah. My favorite part is like Alan just like stands up as they're shooting through the windows. Dude, Casey's like, get down! Like, what are you doing? Casey handles this like an absolute badass too.
Casey's like, stay here. And Alan's like, I need a gun. He's like, no chance.
I'm not giving you a fucking gun.
But they play out Max Payne music when he goes out. And it's like, it's only for like a few seconds. But it was
so
like
cool though.
So gratifying. I mean, thank you.
I loved
for the fan service.
I loved getting to see Casey in action for a minute. I was like hoping they were going to
You never see it either, really.
No, well, I mean, other than him like shooting out the window a couple times and he's holding it down, but he's like, he's ready.
But I wanted to see him actually engage.
I know. You hear it though. You know
hear it.
I mean? He's fucking engaged.
But as this is happening, you're like, no, Casey, it's him, it's Scratch, he's coming. And you're getting the Scratch flashes. You're blacking out. You fall on the ground like a little baby. You're in the fetal position. You got time for a diaper change because Alan is shitted.
Alan has shitted and pissed at his pants.
And you come to viscera everywhere. Alan spared
for whatever reason.
I don't quite know why. All of this is unclear because this is something that, like, later in the game we find that some actions that we had previously attributed to Scratch turned out to be just Alan.
Yes.
And that sometimes Scratch is Alan, and sometimes Scratch is the Dark Presence. Sometimes, like...
Well, the Dark Presence is Scratch.
Yes.
And sometimes the Dark Presence is in Alan.
Right, but like when Scratch attacked the cultists inside the lodge, was he using Alan's body to do that, or was that just the Dark Presence doing that?
Well, that I don't know. That's where it's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell here.
Because
the Dark Presence may not have entirely taken him over at that point. And then also...
It's hard because it seems like that flash and the headache and him knowing Scratch is coming is Scratch taking over his body. Taking it over his body.
But it also could have just been Scratch being near.
Yes, it could have been either or. But
because also Casey gets attacked by something.
He also gets attacked by the Dark Presence.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who knows?
It's very unclear. And maybe this is totally apparent to you. And if so, well, pin a rose on your little nose, okay? I don't know what it is.
Fucking tell us in the comments.
Please leave a comment.
Matt will respond to you.
Like and share. And subscribe.
Tell your friends.
But share it too. Post it on your Facebook wall.
Add it to your story.
Add it to your life story. Put us in your diary.
Put us on. Post a link in Yik Yak.
Put us on a T-shirt. Alan is in his American Nightmare clothes here, which is a little bit of a thrill as well. He walks outside. He goes, "I gotta catch up with Casey. I gotta help him."
Is he chased out of the building? I can't remember.
No, not here.
Oh, okay, no.
This is where he just walks out.
Yes. I'm mixing up.
You're thinking of the end of the game.
Yes, I'm mixing up two scenes.
So, again, we are covering Return, which is mostly Saga's campaign, but you do play as Alan for parts of Return.
Yes,
like
two
we
parts.
said. So, you find a flashlight and a gun on the ground, 2 bullets.
That's it. 2 bullets.
You go forward,
and I don't even think you have a full. You might have 1 full flashlight charge.
Yeah, I think you have 4. Which is like 4 charges.
Yeah. I think we both did the exact same thing in this part.
You go over, you have to blast a gate that has a bunch of darkness on it. Yes. And then...
Which uses 3 of your flashlight charges.
And then a big cultist busts through. And I got into a 2-minute long melee battle, just smacking them, running, smacking them, running, dodge. I got pretty good at the dodge in this game.
I got pretty good at it too, and I got good at nailing him with the flashlight on the first go.
Yeah, and the dodge is almost like a parry if you do it. Like you can do like a perfect parry, which will like slow down time and trip the enemy.
It staggers the enemy and everything. Yeah, it's sick. Which I got pretty good at this point, but mostly with the charge. You can kill him. Oh, I killed him.
I didn't.
I ended up killing him.
Oh, I beat him. I went for a long time.
Ooh, I beat him to death. It takes a while, and you got to keep dodging the attacks because every like second or third time you punch him, he swings back at you. You know what I mean?
I got like 2 minutes in, and I was like, wait a minute, I'm remembering something. Alan has to just run sometimes, and if you look right in the distance, right when the cultist appears, there's a safe haven right behind him.
There is, but see, here's what so first time beat him to death, went to the next safe haven, and that safe haven you get another like flashlight battery, I think, so you get like a few more charges, and you get you get 1 more shotgun bullet in there.
You might get handgun ammo.
Maybe you get
or no, you don't even have a handgun.
You don't even have a handgun. You get 1 more shotgun bullet in there. And then you encounter another Taken who you can't kill with that 1 shotgun shot. And then you encounter like 2 more Taken. I died. And so this time I tried to like run past him, get the extra shotgun bullet, turn around, and flashes, like charges, turn around, kill him, tried to do it, died again. And on my 3rd or 4th time through was when I was like, maybe I do need to just run from all of these people. Which is exactly what you're supposed to do, is literally just run away from them.
And that's like, it's not super intuitive, but it is the kind of thing where it's like, oh yeah, that is like a major part of the first game. And also it's like, well, doesn't it just make sense just to run? You have no ammo.
You have no ammo. You have nothing to fight these people
and
with.
It's a giant enemy.
Yeah, why wouldn't you just run? I would run. You know what I mean? If you,
maybe there's an ammo pickup. I don't know. And you know what I mean? You don't even need to think like, oh, retreat. You might just be like, oh, strategize. Let me get away for a minute and collect myself.
Yep.
Anyway, Alan's trying to get to Casey. You don't quite get there though.
No.
You hear Casey struggling with something. You don't really know what's going on.
You hear a bunch of gunshots. And he's yelling.
Saga catches up though.
Thank God.
But as Saga catches up,
so does someone else. So do several other people.
Yeah.
Oh, my favorite part. Oh, Okay, you go ahead. Sorry. Tell
Well, Agent Kieran Estevez and the rest of her FBC field agents, they're stationed in Bright Falls, show up and they go, "Thanks, rookie, but we're taking this shit from you."
My favorite part is that I believe like literally right before that moment, Alan is like on the ground and Ilmo Koskela comes like sprinting at him full speed with an axe in his hand, like, "We gotta kill him, get him!" And then like the FBC all grab him, and he's like fucking struggling.
His mask comes off, and Saga's like, "Ilmo?"
And he's like, "You don't know, you don't understand, Saga." But like he's still like fighting against the FBC agents. Like, I gotta fucking kill this guy. Like
it makes sense if they believe what they believe.
Exactly. Once you figure out what like their full belief system is and like what they think, and ultimately they're not really wrong.
No, I mean they believe.
God damn it!
No, I'm not gonna go there.
No, I know. We can't.
I'll just bleep that joke.
We'll leave it there.
Listen, you can put that joke together yourself if you're a smart person. No, but they believe something they're willing to die for.
Yeah.
Or kill for.
Or both.
Yeah.
Seemingly both.
Hey, why not both at the same time?
Yeah, ¿por qué no los dos?
You know? What I mean? How about one for me, one for you? You know?
We have to take that out too.
Agent Kieran Estevez, hot lesbian FBC agent.
Yeah, she's the best looking character so far. Other than Cynthia Weaver's looking pretty fine in that bathtub later on.
I did like Estevez as a character. You don't really see much of her, but I like that she is very much like what you'd expect from that woman.
Oh yeah,
you know,
100%.
like,
yeah,
she's kind of she's gruff.
Yep.
She's got, she has her own ex-wife issues. Her and Casey commiserate later in the game.
My favorite part is them like bonding multiple times over ex-wives.
Yeah. And it's just like, I mean, her whole archetype is like a character I've seen played out many times in media.
Yeah. Done well though.
Charming.
Yeah.
Just a charming character.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with the tropes. I mean, even Alan mentions it in Alan's playthrough. You'll see a few tropes or whatever.
Yeah.
Like there's one where he's like haunted hotel.
Yeah.
It's a reason it works. You know what I mean?
I don't have like super strong feelings about it, but I like they just made her an openly gay character because there's like a lot of like in like the Control fandom, a lot of people think that Jesse, a lot of people see Jesse as like a trans coded character for various reasons, which I can kind of understand where they're coming from because they kind of like talk about the like conflating between Dylan and Jesse as like this one entity.
Okay.
And it is more of a headcanon thing. It's not nothing the game really says explicitly. But also like for a lot of fans, they see Emily Pope and Jesse Faden as like a couple, which the game doesn't really lean into too hard. No. But if you do go into it with that context, I could see how you might think the two were like flirting or developing something.
I just kind of more see it as like, it seems like they're both just trying to help each other out.
Yeah.
I'm playing through it right now, and the way it seems to me is that they're both like, hey, we're both in a little over our heads here.
True.
You help me out. You know what I mean? They're both like, hey, if you're willing to, they're just both like, yeah, sure, let's do this together.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the vibe I get from it.
Yeah, totally.
Is that they're more like trauma bonding and trying to just like
that's more how I feel about it too. But also sometimes that trauma bond turns into a 2 or 3 year long toxic relationship.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
But I don't know. It was just, I just thought it was nice to flesh out the character and you learn a little bit more about, her past, her motivations.
Yeah. Well, what's nice about it too is it's never like, what I like, we've talked about it. Actually, we might not have even talked about it in this. I think you've talked about it in a couple of your streams and maybe you made it in a couple of mentioned it in a couple of Alan Wake videos you've made before, where it's like, it is sometimes painfully obvious when people like just insert like diversity hire, quote unquote. You know what I mean? As something like they force it. You know what I mean?
Where they force minorities into roles. It's like,
yeah,
we'll make this character gay or trans or disabled for some reason.
And then they just and it's so like in your face, and it's so it doesn't fit. You know what I mean? It feels out of place.
It's not like any real person you've ever met.
No. What I liked about this was it's not like, here's lesbian detective, you know what I mean? Estevez, it's just like, here's Estevez. And then you're like, Casey's like, oh yeah, we're both both of us had quite a few stories to share about the ex-wives. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just like, yeah, she's gay, whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, she's also...
Well, it's just, that's what I'm getting at. It's like, it was just nice, realistic...
It was a real character.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
And,
because it feels natural.
I just thought it was a good way to because I don't really think that most other characters in the Remedy series have like had their sexuality discussed.
Yeah, not unless
and not that it's like, I mean, of course, I mean, I guess
literally
I mean to say,
married.
Also, yeah, a lot of straight characters, it's very obvious.
Yes,
but I mean to say beyond that, you know, I just thought it was handled as best as they could. Yeah. In a game that has had many accusations lobbied at it.
Well, that's really the only reason I'm even talking about it right now is because we've had so many people in our comments and just in general in the comments calling Alan woke and shit like that.
Yeah,
and it's so fucking stupid.
Yeah,
get over it.
Yeah, I mean, it really boils down to like, hey, other people exist, and you got to accept it.
Yeah, you got to just let.
And if you're not going to accept it, life's going to be very uncomfortable.
The rest
for
of
you.
life's going to be real.
You're
hard.
going to make your own misery box that you live in. Constantly.
Oh God. Anyway,
so Estevez, for every nice thing I said, bit of a jerk ass here.
Yeah, she's coming in with a very FBC attitude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? A very like, you don't understand, this is classified, it's over your head, you have no fucking clue what's going on here.
They're like, be careful with him, they think he may be a para-utilitarian.
Yeah.
You know, they're like, Alan's seen as a big threat.
Yeah, absolutely. But they're also coming in with the basic FBC arrogance too, that you see in a lot of like documents and control, where like they're just letting you have an object of power on you. They don't check you, they don't really question you, they're just like, get out of here.
Yeah,
stay out of our business.
Yeah, and they you know, we'll get into it later, we've touched on it a little bit already, but they don't know what the fuck they're getting into.
No,
they think they have this under control. They don't.
It turns out they don't know how to handle this. They don't even know what's gone. They had a whole cauldron.
They get their little butts kicked.
Yeah, they have no idea what they're getting into.
Saga is like, well, I guess it's time for chapter 5.
I believe she says that. I believe Saga goes, well, time for chapter 5, as Alan's getting handcuffed behind her and Ilmo's thing.
Old gods.
And there's like
smoke on the water.
Sure, yeah, except with like a little bit more electronic stuff in the background.
Saga's like, and this is chapter 5, Old Gods. Well, I guess even if I'm not officially on the case, there's no rules against visiting some family members. Don't mind if I do. And then you go up the path to the nursing home. I was like, damn, the way this map is connected, I would have never thought like you could walk from the lodge, downtown Bright Falls,
from the lodge,
to the nursing home.
When you go
Great
through
map.
those little woods back there. It's so cool. It's so cool the way they expanded Bright Falls. It's so cool the way that they...
Even the areas where like you see streets you can't go down in Bright Falls,
yeah,
but you see like residential areas, it's like, it looks so good. It looks so real. It looks very alive.
Yeah, and it feels like you would just kind of... And there's a lot of places in where I grew up in like Morrisonville, you know what I mean? There's plenty of places where like you're like, oh, where's that little side road go? And you walk down it, and then you go down a trail, and then you're like, oh, I'm at the park. You know what I mean? You're like, that's sick as hell. Like, and you wouldn't have thought that ahead of time. And it's like, oh, all this is connected. Yeah, for people, because this is how people live. People travel through the woods. People, you know what I mean? And it's like a hunting town. It's a big camp. You know what I mean? It just you find campsites all over the place, picnic tables. Like, I don't know. Makes sense that there'd be these trails connecting everything.
Logs.
Plenty of logs everywhere. You know what I mean? Trees.
I guess that's all I have to say, really.
Oh, okay, that's it on the game. Matt's notes on Alan Wake 2. There's logs.
You go to the Valhalla nursing home, as was established by Barry Wheeler in 2014 as a final resting place. Well, not final, but a penultimate resting place for the old gods of Asgard to spend their final years.
Before they themselves ascend to Asgard.
Well said. Hey, Rose, can I come in and see? No, they're not. They're busy right now. They're not feeling too well. Sorry. You're like, oh, can I come visit the other residents?
Since I'm such good friends with them, and I come here all the time, right?
Yeah.
Rose is like, yeah.
You find out pretty quickly a few things, which I'll just go over rapidly.
Go for it, as fast as you can.
Barry Wheeler set up the nursing home and hired some contractors who were super shitty that didn't finish the job and left the whole place a leaky mess.
Yep. Basically, Barry was like, this was the last thing Barry did before he moved back to LA.
Yep.
It seems like. He was like, I'm just going to do this, get it done, and then I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out.
And there's a note where it's like the contractors saw that Barry wasn't coming back. They're like, well, fuck this.
Took the money and ran.
Yeah. So the whole place is decrepit and leaking.
Yes.
Second, Rose has the Alan Wake cardboard cutout. What I would like to know is did she get another one on eBay or some shit? Or did Barry feel bad and gave it back to her at the end of the first game?
Right. Is this the one from the first game? Oh, thank God.
This is also where you discover that Rose is indeed the person leaving the lunchboxes, and that she has enlisted Mandy May, one of the residents of the nursing home, to create the little God's eyes and ornaments, as she calls them.
When you find her room, it's like terrifying. Because it's just coated in them.
You also find that Rose is a full-time attendant at the nursing home, possibly one of only 2 employees.
Yeah, which kind of makes you go, well, how are you also at the Oh Dear Die? The only other employee you ever meet is the bus driver.
Vladimir Blum,
which Vladimir Blum is or isn't, is Ati, maybe, right?
No,
not Blum. Who is it that?
Vladimir Blum's the Russian guy. He's the bus driver.
Yes, that's
you
what
mean
I just said. That's what I just said.
Yes,
sorry. Who's the guy? Am I getting ahead of myself?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Isn't he wearing someone's uniform?
Ati is wearing Blum's uniform.
Yes.
Well, we'll get into that. Let's
Okay.
put a pin in that, because that's something to discuss.
Okay, sorry.
Vladimir Blum is like, it's Vladimir Lem. It's Vladimir Lem. It's the same name from Max Payne.
Oh, yes. He's okay, yeah. He's like the guy who's like your buddy, but not your buddy.
And and he winds up being the boss of the second game.
Yep. Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Vladimir Lem.
So Blum is the bus driver and maintenance guy. But it seems like Saga's the only other employee.
Or Rose.
Sorry, Rose.
Yeah, Rose. It seems like Rose is the only actual like attendant of the nursing home. Like she's the only like nurse working there. You know what I mean? By the looks of it.
Yeah, Blum has got his hands full with maintenance and travel and other stuff and
rifle around the fucking.
He had it locked up.
He leaves it around. You find a note where it's like, hey, it's I think it's Rose writing a note to Vladimir telling him to be more careful.
No, he leaves a note to her saying she left hunting rifle ammo out.
Oh, that's ammo that she leaves.
Yeah.
Out. Okay, she left it on like a cafeteria.
Yeah, he's like, what? You know, I can give you some tips if you want. You know, I bought that tea that you like, and you know, he's trying to make a move on her.
Oh yeah,
and who could blame him? I mean, Rose is a fucking smoke show. I mean, basically, I am horny for every character in this game.
Basically, there's not a character in this game I wouldn't fuck.
Oh, me? Yeah, I'm online and I'm criminally horny. No, I being kind of deeper into the Alan Wake fandom and looking at stuff on Twitter every now and then, I'm like, oh wow, there's some cool Alan Wake fan art, and I look at their profile and it's like Mr. Scratch like railing Alan from behind. And I'm like, whoa. Right. I mean, more power to you. I mean, no shame, but
be into whatever you want.
I did not expect to see Mr. Scratch's veiny cock.
I'd want to put my dick in an overlap. Yeah.
If I knew it was going to be that kind of game, I'd put my dick in the overlap. Yeah, so you find out a bunch of stuff like that. You also find that Rose is no less obsessed with Alan. She's got she has her own kind of horny fan art. She's got naughty Alan.
Well, and she has like her fanfic.
Yes.
You find her fanfic a couple times in the lunchboxes, but then you find it like framed here.
Yeah.
Like,
she's also got like a note. She's like, sorry, I think I put some of my fan fiction here on accident. Just don't read it.
Yeah, please don't read that. It's personal.
Yeah. Guess what, bitch? I read it.
I read all of it.
I read it and I came.
I absolutely got hard to the zombie apocalypse one.
And I demand a sequel. No,
I demand a Tumblr link.
She would have a Tumblr.
Oh, absolutely.
Ati is in the back of the room. Well, there's multiple rooms. Ati is in the back of one of the rooms, though. It's kind of like a back patio area with the jukebox.
And there's like a drum set out there, I believe. It's like a little music room.
Yeah.
By the looks of it.
She's like, Ati, you don't need to mop. Like, that's, you know, Vladimir can do that. And she's like, oh, Ati, you stole his like work clothes again. And it doesn't make sense because like later Ati's like, oh, like don't go in the spiral door. Like that's not for you right now, and blah blah blah. And like
he has the key to it inevitably.
He's very at times he's very lucid and very much Ati, the keeper. The janitor, as you know him, seemingly like this trans-dimensional entity that is possibly
all powerful.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It would seem
one of the most powerful entities known, possibly a water god.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's like, wait, why he has Blum's name tag?
On,
he is wearing Blum's clothes.
Yeah.
So how does that reconcile? Because it seems like he's immune from the changes of the story.
Yeah.
And sometimes. And then other times he isn't. And then as you're exploring this whole area, and I'm going to jump ahead a little bit here, but there's a point where the power goes out.
Right.
And you see Ati and you talk to him. Did you get this scene where he's on his bed and he's like
sitting on the bed
and he's confused, he's panicked, he's lost, he's lost at sea. He's like, where am I? I just want to go home. I don't know where I am. What is this? I almost get the impression that Ati is an entity who is occupying this man's body.
Right.
And at that moment, the entity was weakened or vacant, and that was the actual Ati, like the man, the human man speaking.
Yeah. He is always also, when you come across him, he's in a source of light. So maybe the power outage is maybe light is what gives the entity power. Even when you find him in the closet as Alan, even when you find him in control, he's standing under a light, you know what I mean? He's almost always standing in a light source.
Interesting. Not sure what to make of that yet, and I think we'll learn more. Hopefully in a future installment.
Right, because also
hard to say.
There's the implication that he's all powerful, but then clearly at points he does need your help. In Control, there's a couple times where he's like, "I need you to take care of something for me," and I can't tell if it's like him testing your loyalty. You know what I mean? Or if
I thought that was job training.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah,
that's how I interpreted that.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Because also, one of the first things he said is, "Oh, you're here for the janitor's assistant position."
Yeah, I know, which was my favorite. That's my favorite.
And if that's true,
yeah,
then you are his assistant. So he is going to give you.
Because even then, later in the game, once you do become director, he's like, "Oh, you got the job. All right. Well, here's your first order of business." You know what I mean? So yeah, it's cool.
Oh man, what a character!
Maybe he's an entity tied to the oldest house. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Could he be weakened because he's not there?
Yeah.
But also, other times you encounter him right before that and after that, later in the game, whatever, he's back to his normal self. So it's just not clear. Also, right before he has that weird panicked moment, you do see him in the hallway, and he is normal, in the dark.
Oh, okay. That's
right
true.
when the power goes out.
Well, does he have his janitor's bucket with him at least, or his mop? Maybe it's water?
Oh, maybe it is water.
You know
maybe
what I mean?
maybe he has to be close to water.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Who knows?
Huh. Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like there's got to be something that's missing in that scene.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I've seen people suggest that maybe he was playing up the role or something for some reason. Like he was like doing his part of the story, but that doesn't really make sense to me.
No, that doesn't really check out.
But eventually, you find out through profiling and through exploring that essentially the basics here are Odin is bedridden.
Yes.
After he's hungover, it seems. But it seems like it's more than that.
Yeah, it's he drank too much, but then you can kind of go in and talk to him. And when you talk to him, he's like there, but he's not there. He's like, Saga. So he like knows you're in the room, but he can't see you. And I can't tell because did you find the manuscript later where it talks about Odin standing on a cliff and they're trying to perform some ritual and it implies that he loses his other eye?
Yes.
And then I never see that happen, but then I can't tell if he's missing both eyes when he's on the bed. I don't think so.
He's wearing his eye patch on the other side now.
Yeah. So maybe
this doesn't make sense to me.
Maybe he just can't see you when you come in.
It doesn't. None of it makes sense.
Yeah.
He loses his eye multiple times throughout history, as is noted in one of his like diary entries there. Like Mr. Dorr took the eye one time. That's when he took the wrong eye.
Yes, yes.
It's all very confusing. That's something I haven't really been able to wrap my head around yet. But Odin is bedridden. Tor and Cynthia have been locked away
in the wellness
I think
center.
Gail also. I think she said Gail was also locked away.
Yeah.
There's one of the other residents that you never see. I think you see her.
Well, you see her.
And you fight her.
You meet
death.
her.
But essentially, I'll just get it out here so we can have a little guidance. Cynthia Weaver has become taken.
Yes.
She's infected Tor.
Yeah, it seems like part of the reason why she became taken, not to get into more stuff, but it seems like Rose stole her lamp that was keeping her protected to put in the shoebox to get to Alan, which is the lamp that Alan gets in the basement.
The angel lamp.
The angel lamp.
Which is the lamp that the clicker is taken from.
Yes, and which is the one that Ati gives him the key to go get.
Yeah.
Implying that maybe Ati, not to get ahead of ourselves here, I'm sorry, we keep branching off. You wonder how Rose is getting these manuscript pages, how Rose knows what's going on. Later it's revealed to you Alan isn't sending any of them to her. He hasn't been in contact with her.
He doesn't think he has.
I think it's Ati.
I think it's Alice.
Yo, you think it's Alice that's been guiding Rose? Or who's been leaving that stuff to her?
I think it's Alice, but
Okay.
Ati makes just as much sense.
I think it's Ati. Because
he can actually travel between the dimensions and would actually be able to.
Yeah,
and he
bring
knows
things
about the
back
lamp.
and forth between
That's
them.
a good point.
And he says that he has the lamp in the basement for you when you meet him as Alan. He goes, "Yeah, no, I have a thing in the basement for you. I was going to grab it for you, but here's the key so you can go
Is that
get
what he
it."
says?
Yeah, he says, "Oh yes, I have something in the basement for you."
I thought he said you left it for yourself.
Oh, he might have said that. I remember him saying that he was going to go get it for you though. And
Interesting.
instead, here's the key. You can go get it yourself now.
Well, interesting. It's left ambiguous in the game.
Yes,
for sure.
Cynthia Weaver has become taken.
Cynthia Weaver's become taken. She's basically put like a little love spell on Tor.
Yeah,
Tor has started to become taken. He's not completely crossed over.
No, because as we've learned, he may be a para-utilitarian, or he's at least, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
has
my
some sort of
understanding is that the old gods gave themselves godlike powers to their experimentations with the lake and their songwriting and becoming those personas. I don't think their names are Tor and Odin. I don't think those are their birth names even.
No, I think those are the names that they've given to themselves.
Yeah. That's my impression. I could be wrong about that, but I get the impression they were so obsessed with that stuff they were like, we're going to become these entities, these gods, these figures.
He's able to. It seems like he's able to fight it off in a way that others aren't.
Yes.
At least more effectively.
He's trying to. He's trying his damnedest.
Yeah.
So, and they're locked in another wing of the facility, which is the wellness center. It's like a separate building, which is, it's like a gym and offices and stuff.
Yeah,
and
like
blah,
a
blah,
few
blah,
like
blah.
little doctor's offices.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? A few
So-
hospital beds.
In this time, before you get, because the whole goal is I gotta get into the wellness center. You gotta convince Rose that blah 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 blah. We'll get there. But first, you're exploring the whole thing, putting the story together.
Yeah.
The residents are Norman McDonald,
Norman,
who is he's ready to go to the sauna with Ati again.
Yeah, that's all he wants to do.
He loves the sauna.
But he's like recently slipped and fallen or something, and so they don't want him to.
Yeah.
Rose doesn't want to keep letting him go there.
There's Mandy May, who's knitting. Mandy May, Norm has a thing for her.
Yes.
She doesn't want to see his meat basket, she says, because he's not wearing clothes. Ati is seemingly just mopping the floor.
Yep.
Upstairs, you have a woman whose name is escaping me right now.
I can't remember. She's doing her little workout routine, right?
Yeah, and she knows all the meal plans and everything, like the entire meal schedule.
That's not Gail.
No.
That's
Oh, it's killing me. I've said her name out loud.
Too. She was a
very funny character.
Because
really funny.
You barge into everyone's room as you're walking around the nursing home. When you barge into her room, she goes, "Excuse me, I don't see me You don't see me barging into your room. What are you doing in here?" You know what I mean? You're like, "Oh, shit."
And then she's just facing the wall, lifting weights. Yeah. and she's just like. She just talks. Yeah. And I love how she doesn't look at you, and she's straining as she speaks. It's very funny.
It's a very funny archetype of a person.
But you also see that Pat Maine is a resident of the nursing home now, and he has his own studio in there, a little radio station.
I got a really fun glitch that a few other people got.
I think I got it too. I didn't get on my first playthrough, but I got on my most recent one.
I didn't get to hear any of his radio show while I was in the nursing home, because you can hear him doing some of it. You know what I mean? Because every time I'd walk into his room, he'd just be like standing in the middle of it, T-posing. He'd just be T-posed, frozen in the middle of the room. And I'd walk in and be like, the hell? Just leave.
Yeah, I got that bug, unfortunately. It's unclear to me. A lot of people say, oh, it's so sad to see him suffering from dementia. I go,
is he suffering from dementia?
Well, you didn't hear his radio programs, you said. Did you?
No.
I
thought you hear him a couple times as you're walking around, though.
Yeah, you notice that he's completely...
Well, he's losing it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would losing it be dementia? Is he...
Oh, I guess it's hard to say. Because it doesn't seem like he's out of touch. It's just like he can't remember shit people told him. Seems where he's like,
well, he's very odd. Oh, I don't know how deep you got into this.
I might not have gotten that deep into it, though.
You know, he's saying Wendy Davis and Davis Family Beef Jerky and all that stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Davis is like, I need you to stop. My wife's been dead for years. There's no such thing as beef jerky.
Oh.
And also, in the first episode,
part.
he says Davis Family Moose Jerky.
Oh, I didn't.
And then he changed it to beef jerky.
Oh, okay. I didn't catch that part, but I definitely didn't get to the part where it's like, my wife's been dead for years.
There's more and more and more of it. But it's been bugged at this moment. I don't think anyone's heard all of the radio broadcasts.
Yeah, because he's T-posed so often in that room.
And then there's a later one where there's I don't know, we'll say there's 8 of them.
Okay.
There's been a bug where number 6 plays. Once you get to the 6th, it's only that one plays.
Oh no, that sucks.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yep. Mm-hmm. But I do have the extracted audio files, so I'm going to try to find them.
Okay, cool.
It's just a little hard to sift through because it is 27,000 files.
It's literally every audio
It's
file.
literally 27,000
like you said,
files.
it's everything from that clip to
yeah. But I will take the time to sift through.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
just imagine you doing work as you have it on going on a playlist in your headphones, and the first hour and a half that you hear is just
listen. That is a scenario I've been in many times. I also have all the extracted audio from Control, and you know that one is just like.
The sound of papers rustling. Thank God.
Yeah, I started using them in beats, just like using it. So I was like, that could be a cool snare,
right? Yeah.
So it's unclear to me if he is suffering from dementia or if he's experiencing mental difficulties due to the AWE.
That's true. That could be. It could be
because it is just screwing with people. As you get through the game, other characters in the game are exhibiting strange behavior.
Very strange. Yeah. So
NPCs get really weird by the end of the game. There's people acting real wild in the streets.
And when you think about it, Pat Maine could be somebody who, like, from Scratch's perspective, you would want to not be operating at 100% really, because he would be he was
a great ally to Alan.
Exactly. And he'd be talking about the cult activity, and he'd be talking about the stuff that was going on, because he wasn't someone who would shy away from any of that. You know what I mean?
But also it's 2023.
It's 13 years later.
Radio barely exists. He's not at the station anymore. He's broadcasting.
Yeah, no, clearly he's retired and stuff. He's broadcasting out of his home.
He is broadcasting though.
He is broadcasting. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
How is he broadcasting?
Got a little ham radio set up there. Who knows?
Well, it's playing on regular radio.
Oh yeah, you would also need a ham radio to do that. I don't know. You can probably figure something out.
It's not easy. Knows. I mean, I've done radio.
Mm-hmm.
It's not easy.
Yeah.
Like the permits, the towers, the like small towers. Like I was on a radio station for a year or two that had like I don't know, I want to say like a 6-block radius.
Oh, okay.
But with the tower, with how powerful it was.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
it's like I don't know how he's getting his signal to a radio tower. I don't think there's a radio tower at the nursing home.
No,
these are things I don't need to overthink.
There's the only radio tower you come across is the one outside of Watery.
Yeah, and maybe maybe somehow it's just a remote feed.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe he's not actually. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how any of that works. Who the hell knows? We don't need to get too into it. Maybe they're not thinking about it that much.
Let's move on. Eventually, you profile Rose.
Mm-hmm.
You learn more. You go, hey, I know Tori's in the wellness center. Let me in there.
Rose.
Babe, listen.
Babe.
Rose, babe.
Babe.
I gotta get in there. And she goes, okay, just be careful. Look out for the puddles.
Mm-hmm.
I go, puddles? Oh, God, they're incontinent, aren't they? You know? I'm assuming that's what she meant.
Yeah, she was puddles of piss all over the place.
Yes. Tor's on a rampage.
Yeah.
You can see him off in the distance. He's and you even see like surveillance video of him later. He's just like
screaming and throwing shit all over the place.
I love it. It looked like a game from like 2002.
Yeah, it was
like
great.
The
footage, the CC footage of him. Yeah, it was great. He's got his hammer.
Yeah. Eventually, you find his hammer just like stuck in a wall.
Yeah.
But this is where you face the first of those really creepy Taken.
Yeah, the Junji Ito ones.
The ones top and bottom. Classic half and half.
Which is, as you learn, poor old Gale.
I think it's Gale, yeah.
It is Gale.
Yeah.
It's 100% Gale. At least one of them. I think the first one you fight in the little gym area, you know what I mean?
Because you don't fight any other enemies for quite a while in there.
No, that's like really the main one. Because otherwise it's just a dark presence chasing you around in there, I'm pretty sure.
So you gotta go through the wellness center. Eventually, you know, there's a whole thing. The power goes out, blah, blah, blah. You gotta go down into the basement. And when you're in the basement, there's a whole thing where it's a flooded basement. In the wellness centers where you find the hunting rifle, which is a great weapon.
Yep, which I didn't find it.
It's like a bolt action rifle.
So I didn't get it. I came back after to get it.
Yeah.
I didn't get it during this first section.
It's fun to use.
Afterwards. Yeah, it was great. I got rid of the... Excuse me. I put the crossbow away. Once I got the hunting rifle, I just put the crossbow in the shoebox. And I was like, hunting rifle from here on out.
So... I mean, there's a whole bunch of back and forth going through all this stuff. But eventually, the idea is you learn that the key to the overpass this time is a record.
Yes.
So to get the record, you gotta get into Cynthia Weaver's room, but there's electronic locks with a little key fob. You gotta get into the basement to turn the power on.
Right, because now the power's out.
In the basement, you find Blum's body. He's been murdered. I don't know by who.
Yeah, it doesn't really suggest by, because you literally also just saw him earlier that day.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Because he's the one who you talked to in Watery.
Yeah, he's standing outside.
He's standing outside of the bus.
He recognized you.
Yeah. So it would imply that he was killed literally
Mrs. Anderson.
It was a really weird conversation the way he talks to you.
Yeah.
But no, and you also learn a little bit more about the relationship between Cynthia and Tor throughout this whole thing.
Tor's got the hots for her. She's leading him on.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's fake Cynthia doing it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's real Cynthia at all.
Did you get the film projector to work and you saw a little bit of Nightless Night?
Yes. Yeah, down in the basement.
And she's like, that looks like Casey. What is that?
He's getting murdered
and
by
for
a bunch
some
of
people,
cultists.
this dialogue and the film projector and the film projector, dialogue and film projector have been bugged for some people. I've noticed.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure. I don't know that I experienced any of it, but I got the dialogue where she's like, that looks like Casey. And I saw it. You know what I mean? So I think mine was fine.
I saw it with my own damn eyes.
Yeah, I was looking right at it.
Jesus Christ. What does it mean?
Yeah, it's very...
I don't understand. Like, is it because it was in the floodwaters that it was closer to the overlap? Like, how could that film have gotten out into reality?
Oh, Ati watches it in the basement. That was my assumption. It's Ati's favorite movie.
Because he's in it.
He says that directly, that's his favorite movie. That's he says directly at one point that's his favorite Thomas Zane movie.
Mine's Billy Madison.
Yeah, that's your favorite Thomas Zane.
It's my favorite movie.
That's your favorite movie, period.
I think so. Or First Blood.
Rambo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
I have not seen Rambo.
Oh, man. You'd love it. You would absolutely love it. I'm positive. It's a very it's shocking what Rambo became based on how cool and intelligent this first film is.
Yeah.
That it would become like sort of like
him going back to Vietnam and killing a bunch
just
of
like and it's like the first film is about like a vet coming home and being hassled and being like, like basically, just you turn me into a killing machine.
Yeah.
When I come back to society, you reject me.
Yeah.
How else do you expect me to respond?
Yes.
What is this?
It's like a bit.
And it's a human story.
Yeah, and it's a very good commentary on the Vietnam War, and yes.
The later movies, he's just insane one man army,
just a killing
which he is a one man army in the first movie as well. But there's a heart to it that's lost in the other films. It's like 10 out of 10. Watch it if you haven't seen it. Rambo,
First Blood. Rambo is First Blood Part 2 Rambo. Then it's Rambo 3. Then it's Rambo 4. First Blood Part 2 Rambo.
I think one of them is called John Rambo, or at least was going to be. I'm not sure if that was the actual name. I love all the Rambo films, but the first one is by far the best.
All right. Good to know.
But Billy Madison's probably my top
Madison's
favorite.
Your favorite.
Nightless Nights and maybe number 6.
It's up there, though. It's top 10 for sure. Yotun Tombstone, I think, is my favorite movie.
Really?
It's
Tombstone rips.
It's one of my favorite movies.
It's very, very fucking good.
I'd say it's my favorite movie of the past couple of years that I've seen. You know what I mean? My favorite movie changes pretty often. Like, favorite movie?
Yeah,
I know
totally.
we're not talking about... I think
it's subjective.
It's probably Anchorman. If we're getting down to brass tacks, that first Anchorman movie had a massive impact. That and Superbad had like a massive impact on me as like growing up.
I totally agree. Massive impact on me growing up. Somehow, like, it's harder for me to go back to those.
Yeah.
Oh, like every time I do, I'm like, a little bit more. Whereas Billy Madison, every time I go, that's just fun. I don't care who you are.
I like Billy Madison. I think it's good, but I'm just like, I rewatched it a few months ago, and I had a similar feeling that you had, where I was like, yeah, it was fine. It didn't hit me as hard as it did when I was a kid.
The thing that really gets me, it's very similar to what gets me in a lot of these Remedy games, is like, there's a strange elastic reality where it's like, it's so grounded, except for in a few scenes.
Yeah.
Like the one scene where Billy's going down the stairs and he's dancing and the music starts playing and he's dancing to the music. There's no where is that coming from?
Yeah, there's no music.
What is that reality? And then also later when the clown, the musical scene, the do you have any more gum and everything, like all that. That's like what I like about Anchorman and stuff. But it's like Anchorman does that like 90% of the film, whereas like in Billy Madison, it's like the small sections. Something about that, like just like the making a grounded comedy that doesn't mind going into complete cartoonish territory at times. That's pretty cool, and that's like exactly like the same type of thing I love about parts of Alan Wake or parts of like Resident Evil 4. It's like the shooting gallery. It's like, what the fuck is this? It doesn't make any sense
down here, or even just the merchant period in Resident Evil 4.
The whole Just I love when something's grounded but is willing to go. Also, here's something completely irreverent and
outside of the
doesn't make any sense. Break logic entirely. Veronica Vaughn's one piece of ace. But you can imagine.
You can imagine.
Veronica Vaughn. I said Veronica Vaughn. I'm trying to get it out. Veronica Vaughn. I blew her. That's a dice. That's a dice.
That's a dice.
It's a dice. It's just like, I notice he does this move where it's like he does something, and then it's like there's like a movie he plays a detective. He like gets into a gunfight, some nice pistol moves, and he goes, Clint Eastwood. He's a done some pistol stuff. So he was like, Clint Eastwood. I blew him. It's like as if sucking off Clint Eastwood gave him those powers. Doesn't make any sense. But I love it so much.
I've never gotten too into the dice, man.
I'm on a big dice kick lately, and it's seeping into every facet of my mind.
I really enjoyed Injured Dice Clay more.
It's good.
Injured Dice Clay was great. Ow!
What is that from? That bit is so fresh in my mind. Is
Michael
it Eric
Lair.
Andre?
It's Michael Lair. Michael Laird does
right.
Dice
Michael
Clay.
Laird. Yes. Okay. I was like, I know that whole bit.
Rest in peace.
It's so clear in my head.
Rest in peace to the king.
God, I love Michael Laird. Did you ever see any of Michael Laird's stuff before he got sick?
Oh yeah, I went down a big rabbit
Brilliant.
hole. I saw like some of the Second City stuff, and then like just his what was it, the human was it the human bulletproof vest or whatever? Or
I don't remember what the name of the bit was, but
Yeah.
he's like the superhero basically.
Yeah, he's like the superhero just because he can
So
take such
good.
a beating.
So
take
good.
a beating on their behalf.
Anyway. When you eventually get back out, you need to go up into you've turned the power on. I think what happens in the wellness center? You just find out
You follow Tor around for a little bit, not literally, you know what I mean?
and that's
But,
where
like,
that's where you discover what you need to discover about the overlap, right?
Yes,
By the end
that's
of
where
it?
you get the info and stuff like that is in there. And then I believe when you come back out,
I think it's when you come out of the basement after the power's back on.
yes, that's when you come out of the basement, then you go up and you.
But well, I guess what I want to say is
I'm trying to remember the exact.
oh
order
no,
of
it's
events
okay.
here.
Yeah, then you go back into the house.
Yep, because then you have to get to Cynthia's room, and you have to get the record.
I'm confused on the order of events, but basically, before the power goes out, you see a woman down the hall. As you approach her, I didn't know it was Cynthia.
Right.
She's not facing. She goes, "Oh, this should help put a smile back on your face or something." And you get one of those Mr. Scratch style spook, vision, jump scares.
This is when you're like originally just exploring the nursing home.
Intense.
Scared
Cynthia's
the
so intense,
shit
and
out
I
of
feel
me.
so bad
Oh
for
my
Cynthia.
God. What a tragic character, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, she was a tragic character in the first game because she was just in love with Thomas Zane.
And I think it was a little understated in the first game because remember you can find that like area where I think it's something that you could easily miss if you weren't really looking into the details, but it's like I think she even says like I hate you, Thomas Zane, but like she's obsessed with him. She's like writing on the walls. She's like out in Bright Falls, writing on the walls of an abandoned
Cynthia
building.
Weaver is to Thomas Zane what Rose is to Alan.
Yes,
You know what I mean? To a degree.
yes. Although Cynthia seems more
To have a direct connection to Zane.
yeah, and Cynthia seemed to have been well.
We don't know.
It's hard to
really.
say.
It's hard
but
to say what's true or
it's
not.
hard to say,
involving-
but Cynthia, according to Cynthia, she kind of was like used by Zane.
Yes, that's well, it's also you have to bear in mind also that all of that is from her perspective.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It is. But we get the impression that the reason she maintained the what's it called? What's the room?
The
well-lit room.
Yes, the well-lit room. Sorry, yes.
And the reason she maintained the well-lit room and everything she had been doing was because Zane asked her to.
And it was in the hope that one day they'd be reunited. Like either he'd come back or you know what I mean or something.
Right, but she says like Zane asked me to keep this safe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so she's like her whole life work is dedicated to him being like, "Hey babe, I need you to do a favor for me."
Yeah.
And she's like, "Okay, yeah."
Okay, you got it.
So, well, I think that it's very easy to see like Cynthia being a very tragic figure here.
Yeah.
People are like, "Oh no, like Cynthia got done so dirty." Oh, but it's like she really did in the first game too. It just wasn't. It wasn't as blatant.
No, but even I believe we talked about it in our first gameplay. She really was, like you said, she was just being used. It felt like,
Yeah,
it
big
felt
time.
like she was just like a pawn that Zane knew. Oh, this girl's in love with me,
And even
she'll do whatever I say.
even at one point in the DLCs, like Alan's like, "Well, what about Cynthia?" And like he's like, "Well, she was just like doing what she had to do for the story. Like you don't understand." And I was like,
Yeah.
what does that mean?" Really seemed like he was just like, "Well, I was just using her for the story." Basically, is the impression I got.
Zane might have less concern about how a story affects other people than Alan does. You know what I mean? Alan seems to be...
If he'd been trapped for longer, I could see him being more desperate.
Yeah, because Alan seems to be much more... He's like, we have to save everyone. He's like, we can't... He's like, there isn't an ending to this where we don't save everyone. He's like, I don't like that. He's like, we kind of have to... While he accepts that like someone has to suffer, ultimately, he would like to save everybody, I think.
Does he? I thought Saga said that.
I think they agree about it, though.
But they also agree that there has to be a big sacrifice.
Yes.
How do you reconcile that,
I mean, my thought the whole time was Alan makes a sacrifice. You know what I mean? That
Like,
was
everyone has to make a sacrifice.
I thought it was just the hero needs to make a sacrifice.
I don't know. Isn't Saga the hero?
They're both the hero. You could ostensibly look at both of them as
I think
hero.
everyone who enters the dark place has to make a sacrifice.
Maybe. I don't know.
Casey's there too. I don't know.
Well, is Casey in the... Well, never mind. We're getting ahead of ourselves.
Doesn't matter. So we are jumbling the order of events. But
I did a quick check, though.
You did a quick check.
Get us back up. So the reason we were getting confused is because we had a memory of the power being out right away.
Yes, the power goes out later.
Yes. So you go, when you leave the wellness center, power's still on. You find Rose sitting outside, talk to Rose, convince Rose that you're the hero that she's been writing to in the lunchboxes. Because Rose hasn't wanted to really let you know too much.
She doesn't know who the hero is.
She doesn't know who the hero is.
She just knows,
and she doesn't know if she can trust Saga.
She believes Alan was giving her messages to give to the hero.
Yeah.
Alan later in the game says, "I don't remember doing that."
He's like, I have
so
no
it's
idea
unclear.
What we're talking about.
That's unclear.
Yes.
Could have been Alan, and Alan just didn't remember. Could have been Alan didn't do it yet.
Yeah.
At that point in time.
Right? That's fair. Could have been Alan just hasn't done it.
Yeah.
Yet. But
retroactively, once he had done it, it had happened.
Yes. So who knows? It's hard to say who's giving these notes to Rose. But either way, Rose doesn't know who the hero is that she's writing to. Rose doesn't know who she can trust. Really,
I think the line that she has to say to Rose to initiate things is, "Alan has returned."
Yeah, she's like, "Wake has returned," or
Wake has returned, something like that. Yeah.
Either way, she just has to let her know she knows Alan's back.
I think it was. Never mind. So, regardless, eventually, you get up into Saga's room. Or not Saga's room, Cynthia's room.
Well, you go up to go into Cynthia's room, and that's when the power goes out.
Right. And you go, you got to do the whole thing. We talked about the basement, get the power back on. But you go up into Cynthia's room. There's also a room that's like a shared room for the old gods, like their little museum.
Yes.
And in that museum, you can see there was a song called Anger's Remorse, which is kind of like, I think it's like Tor's apology to Saga's mother.
Yes, and potentially to maybe Saga too, you know what I mean? But really just like his apology for really, I don't know if you learn yet, or you will learn, Tor to a degree drove your family away by being a bit of an asshole. You know, drove your mother away by being like, I don't like your husband, blah, blah, blah. Just being a prick. Whoop.
No, I'm trying to start a house fire. You get a bit of old gods exposition and lore. Nothing like shocking, really, but just like a little more world building, a little bit more. You see some old press clippings and things, notes from them being on different tours.
Tor and Odin have kind of had a tumultuous relationship, which is never really, I don't think at least, wasn't really implied before that they didn't get along. You know what I mean? But like now it kind of seems to imply that like Odin's the one that's a bit more, like Tor's more of the wild man. And
he's
Odin,
cantankerous.
Yeah, which is as implied in the names, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Odin's like the father, but
it's hard. Yeah, their personalities don't come out super strong in the first game as much. You know, they've definitely been fleshed out more here, but yeah, he does seem to have anger management issues. He's more of a short circuit,
but which would imply why he might be more.
There's more negative emotions, making more prone to the dark presence.
Yes, prone to the dark presence.
A little prone bone for the dark presence. And you get into Cynthia's room, but the record's in there.
Yes,
right?
Because the record, you thought the record was supposed to be in the museum.
Yeah.
It's not. It's broken. Cynthia's stolen it. It's in her bathtub.
Right. And that's what it is. You get the key fob, but then the power goes out. Then you got to turn the power back on. Then you have the key fob. Then you can finally get to Cynthia's room.
Yes.
That's the order of events. That makes sense. Yes. I have played the game.
We swear to God we've played this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, you do that.
You get the record.
And what's the record? Key to the overlap. How do you open the overlap? Gotta be a jukebox hero.
Yeah. So when you see Rose, we kind of glossed over this, but she's like, Tor, don't go in there. Cynthia, this is bad behavior. Stop. She's scolding them like children.
Yeah.
Cynthia and Tor go into the overlap. They go right into the water.
Yep, they just walk right down into it.
And Rose is like, that was nothing. Don't worry. So I was like, wait, no, it was something. What the fuck was that? Huh? Nothing. And that's when you gotta convince Rose.
Yes, that's when you convince Rose.
I'm the hero, babe. Little babe, I'm the hero.
Yes. Sorry, we're jumping all over the place here.
No, but it's good. It's good. It's good because this is kind of like what it's like to play the game.
Yeah.
Anyway, you finally have the key to open the overlap again. Cynthia kind of sealed it behind her as she got into the water.
Yes.
If she had even opened it in the first place. It was a little that was a little unclear to me, but I'm assuming that she opened the overlap, brought Tor in.
Yes.
So you have to like basically save Tor from the overlap. There is a local story about a young woman named Nora, I want to say.
I can't remember her name.
But there was a military base, a World War II Army base. And this is something that I'm still trying to wrap my head around. Because we also see some news clippings about Thomas Zane. And in one instance of Zane, he existed as a filmmaker from Finland who moved to Bright Falls. He bought the manor that you're in.
Yes.
And that house that used to belong to Zane was what Barry bought and then converted into the nursing home. Zane was running an artist commune, which is an echo of the artist's lodge that Hartman was running. Odd. Not sure what to make of that entirely.
I've got a theory about this to a degree.
Okay. But
it's loose, but
okay. Well, I gotta share it because I'm gonna go in a very different direction in a moment here.
Okay, so it's the theory I have about the reason that it's kind of hard to pin down sometimes when people are from. You know what I mean? And not just that, but the fact that there's so many like quote unquote echoes of people or of like places and things. I think it's similar to. I don't know if you've played through any of the recent Zelda games, like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. But in Breath of the Wild, they kind of get more into the lore a little bit. And what they say directly in the lore is that like Zelda, Link, and Ganon are characters that exist throughout time. You know what I mean? They are three that like no matter what, there's always going to be some sort of conflict that is inevitably reached in an age. And when that's reached, these three characters are the ones that exist.
I could be totally wrong about this. I think that the first game to tackle that concept was Wind
Waker?
Wind Waker? Is that what it's called? On GameCube?
Yeah, Wind Waker was one on GameCube, yeah. I never played Wind Waker.
Okay.
Yeah, so that might be why.
I'm pretty sure that they talk about that same thing where it's kind of like, it's like an archetype that someone is just destined to fulfill every generation.
Yes,
but it is own, these archetypes keep rising up, these conflicts happen.
Yeah.
And if all goes as it should, the cycle continues in a certain way, although there is like a split timeline where the hero of time, similar to the champion of light, fails, and Ganon prevails, which and that creates a whole second timeline.
The Calamity or an Ocarina of Time when you're going through the two separate timelines throughout it. So I kind of think
the hero of time was introduced in Ocarina of Time, of course.
Yes,
but the idea of like
this being a thing that happens over and over again.
I remember Wind Waker. If I'm to my memory, went into
you're probably right.
More, I never. So it's cool that they've continued to explore that.
Yes, but that is I kind of think that it's a similar line of logic that goes into the.
I don't know how that works.
Well, I think it would be
like in the world, like in the game world.
It might. I believe it might be contained to Bright Falls, to the area outside of Cauldron Lake, to the area outside of the Dark Place. You know what I mean? I think that this place, the reason that
people just keep living these lives over and over, even though they're different people. They're just
even though that's why I think Night Springs is something that Night Springs is literally just the opposite of Bright Falls.
Right, when Night Springs, Bright Falls, and Bright Falls, Night Springs.
Yeah. So it's like, to a degree, I think that this place is a very unique place. Bright Falls.
That's a place of power.
Yeah, a place of power. I think Cauldron Lake is a place of power.
And that extends
to the surrounding area because of how powerful it is. And so I think that I think that potentially there's a chance that Thomas Zane or Alan Wake has been doing this for like potentially all of time. You know what I mean? But like maybe at least a century. You know what I mean? At least since like the World War II, as this suggests.
I'm gonna say myth busted on this one. No, I feel very similarly, and I'm just like, what I'm trying to figure out is like, if that's the case,
Yeah.
what are the parameters of it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
Because it's clear that it is happening. Like we're seeing people slotted into these.
Yeah, Rose is Cynthia
roles.
Weaver. You know what I mean? It's like Alice is Barbara Yeager.
So it's
maybe,
like,
you know,
if Zane was doing something that was mimicked by Hartman in the in 2010, 1970, Zane's doing this. Around 1970. I think he disappeared in 70.
Yeah.
But we'll say 1970. He's doing this.
Yes.
Some 30 odd years later,
about how long it would take for a person to grow back to the age of Thomas Zane.
Hartman's doing a similar thing. Now, there is no real artists commune in Alan Wake 2, but in a sense, almost everyone involved, like almost all of the residents of the nursing home are artists.
Home almost is an artist.
Every time there's another echo, it distorts a little bit.
Yeah.
It distorts a little bit. It goes from artist commune to a health
like
and
a
retreat
rehab,
center. Rehab. That's a great way to put it. But like, yeah, like
an artist rehab.
Yeah, an artist rehab, and then the next like distortion of that echo is, well, it's not really an artist rehab. It's more of just like it's a medical place to a degree, but with the concentration on having a lot of artists there, but not necessarily the main intention.
Yeah,
it's just like it's the fidelity, the faithfulness to that original thing,
right?
And then was there something before Zane's artists commune? We don't know, but conceivably so.
Because there very well could be,
and that would and the fact that it is this deteriorating image, I think would allow for it to go super far back, because like you're like, well, there wouldn't have been an artist commune in this area like back before it was like settled. It's like, no, but the artist commune is a de-evolution of an original idea that is just like gets. I shouldn't say de-evolution, but it's
more of a general,
it's a deviation of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's an interesting theory, and I'd like to see it explored. Maybe
I think there's a lot of weight to it, but it is so curious, like what the parameters of that are, and so it's like
that's what I'd like to know, because it is a little bit different, you know what I mean? And it seems like the person who initiates it is a different character each time, or a different archetype each time.
Yeah.
So,
but the I guess the thing I'm getting into is this. Zane talked about how he wanted to open the Ocean View Hotel and have it be, this building, and did that not happen is very unclear. If it did happen, that's why Zane's writer's room is the spiral room, because that's when he lived there. That was his literal writer's room. So, but Pat Maine, when you're in the nursing home on the radio, talks about how, there was a place where kids used to go and get drunk and stuff, and go get drunk and I say kid, where teenagers used to go get drunk and fool around.
Right.
I want to say, teens,
some heavy
not
petting.
kids.
Teens, teenagers. Yeah.
Yes. He calls it. He says that they jokingly referred to it as the Ocean View Hotel and Spa.
Okay.
And it was the abandoned World War II military base. Why would the kids call it that? Is it just like is it a nod to the failed plans of Thomas Zane? Possibly, right?
Well, maybe, but
it's just hard to say if those kids were living in a reality where the Zane thing happened. Because here's my main point.
Okay.
Because if that was in the past, that was before all this like AWE stuff made Zane a thing, or else there like in Alan Wake 1 we would have known about the Artist Lodge and all that shit. Like that would have all been part of it. And then it's like that. So that would suggest to me that if this is the AWE talking, that sort of like retroactive history thing was able to go back like pretty far. Like maybe to the point where like it's not contained really. It is like time changed. Way far back, because we know that the AWE has like a limited proximity in terms of like
literal physical space.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
we don't understand how that works exactly, but it's concentrated. But the time thing doesn't seem to be concentrated or limited in the same way.
Yeah, I think the time could potentially go from basically when it began, you know what I mean? So from 1970 until now, I feel like you could affect anything within that realm.
Right, assuming that's when it began. That's the
yes,
hard
assuming
part
that's
to
when it
say.
began.
It's so hard to say.
A connection I don't know if you made, Ocean View Hotel, Ocean View Motel.
Yep.
I'm like, clearly there's a
why?
Why are they the same name? What's the difference between them? Because the motel is in control. That's the place that leads to all the different
right.
You know what I mean?
And it's similar to the motel and the hotel are similar, but what I don't get is this. Like, if that was a Zane thing, the Ocean View thing.
Yeah.
He wanted to build the Ocean View Hotel. Which is clearly somehow linked to the motel.
Yes. Well, because
the
especially
motel
when you're in the
is an
hotel, it
archetype,
has the
though.
different doors. You know what I mean?
But the motel, as appears in Control, is like an archetype. It's like this like platonic ideal of a roadside motel. And that's why it appears in different areas. Every time you go to the game, it's in a different state.
Yeah, but the interior always looks the same, though.
Well, the interior is always shifted a little bit.
Yeah, but it always fits. It always stays in the same general. You know what I mean? And maybe that's just
No, every time you go into the hotel, the posters on the wall tell you're in a different state.
Oh yeah, no, I know what you mean. Like
in the motel,
as in like the physical state that you're in changes. Like you're in Wyoming or you're in Washington or you're in blah blah blah.
Yeah, because it's like because that motel could exist.
But I mean,
anywhere.
like the structures and like the reception desk stays the same.
Well, that's the
you know
point.
What I mean? Yes,
because it's the same anywhere because it's an archetype.
But then that confuses me as to what the connection is between the hotel and the motel.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
it's like because the hotel appears to have been Zane's thing. It was very concentrated for this one idea.
Yeah.
And then this other one is like, oh, well, this is just what everyone thinks of when they think of a roadside motel. It's powered by that, that collective idea. So how do those two things interface? That's what I don't really get.
I mean, you also only explore the Ocean View Hotel in the dark place. You know what I mean? You never get to explore it outside of the dark place. But also the motel seemingly exists between all realities. You know what I mean? So it's like, I wonder if the hotel is like, maybe the hotel is the dark place version of the motel. Maybe, you know what I mean? I don't know how the motel works either.
No.
You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Just questions to ask.
Yeah, just curious things. Similarities. And it could just, I don't know. I was about to say it could just be like a nod to it, but the doors are literally all over the place. The marked doors. The door of the oldest house is in there. Like,
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, anyway, the kids would go there, they party. They'd call it the Ocean View Hotel and Spa as a joke. A girl, unfortunately, died there.
Right.
And that is sort of the connecting tissue between reality and the overlap.
Okay.
Is like, you need it, those things manifest, the overlaps manifest in places where like, oh, the story of the girl who died here. Oh, the story of the murderers at the well.
Right at the well, yeah.
Oh, the story of the witch's heart. It's like those stories.
It has to be like connected to some sort of urban legend or lore or mythos or something.
Yeah,
that's
and
like
then a piece of art on top of it.
Right.
So it's like that. It's
art
that and
plus
the song
collective conscience. You know what I mean?
That opens the overlap. I don't know if that creates the overlap or if it just allows access to it. That's another thing I'm unsure about. Is overlaps seem like. The overlaps manifest due to the urban legends,
but it seems as though they're just there.
They're just there, but because like some entities can go between them.
Yeah, like Nightingale can seemingly
can't.
Go in and out. Cynthia and Tor can seem to, and maybe Cynthia's letting Tor in. You know what I mean? Who knows? But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, because it's like what when Nightingale went to the overlap, did he have to do the ritual? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. No.
Yeah. So it's
maybe if you're already. Maybe the dark presence can freely, or even then, I don't know. I don't know. No, you can't just freely move.
Trans-dimensional travel in these games is still confusing. It seems like most people have to do a ritual.
Yeah.
And it seems like other people don't. So,
I don't know.
Like basic humans have to do a ritual.
Yeah.
But even Jesse's a para-utilitarian who still has to do rituals to enter thresholds.
Yeah, even if it's just pulling, a light switch 3 times. You know what I mean?
Yeah. When conceivably, like, wouldn't Polaris be able to travel between dimensions? I don't know. Mr. Door seems to be able to. Ati seems to be able to.
Yeah. Interesting.
So, this
More questions.
Overlap is based on the World War II bunker.
Yes.
Which is also the well-lit room was in a bunker. In an abandoned military bunker.
Yep.
Which was like, and this is something that I've actually gotten to. People tell me I'm wrong about this online, and you're wrong. It's connected to the power plant through the underground tunnel.
Okay, the well-lit room.
Yeah, but it's not in the same building.
Okay.
The power plant, like she says, I think it's Sarah Breaker, when you get to the well-lit room, when you're well-lit room, when you're right outside of it, she says something along the lines of, "Oh, this used to be a military base." She goes, "Yeah, it's my base now." Like, or you know, Cynthia basically says like, "Yeah, that was it, and I've taken over it."
Okay. So,
But
so you're wrong.
So, and the power plant is the power plant, which is not the same as this was an underground military base. It's like
right. No, they're connected.
But Cynthia herself, by winding up as the boss fight inside of the military bunker, she's an echo of her own story, having been in Departure. I shouldn't say she's an echo of her own story. She's an echo of the character she played in Departure.
Yes.
How much of her behavior in Departure was dictated by Alan's writing? Unclear.
That's fair. Wow.
It's very unclear, but she's repeating the same echo by being in the bunker in the much bunker different context.
Well, I mean, it's I don't really know if it's much different context. It's just more of
she's not presenting you.
Well, it's just a flipped context when you really think about it.
But she is still acting as a conduit for the hero to progress.
Yeah.
And
in one she's doing that through light, and in one she's doing that through darkness. So it's really just, I don't know. It's hard to say. Hard to say. Did he just change the character? You know what I mean?
I mean, he's if Alan is writing this stuff, and he's inspired by his own experiences, his own what is he drawing from, especially after so long. Of course, he's drawing from himself. Like he like literally, when you're in the dark place, you're seeing lines of text from the other games, from like voiceover, from the other games that you delivered. So it would make sense that he would kind of like rewrite and these, and it's also what Remedy's been doing since they started. You know what I mean? It's very meta.
It's interesting. It's a very meta game. It's too much. There's too much.
I had a little bit of a hard time exploring this area. I thought this was one of the most bland areas of the game, was the bunker spiral.
Yeah, it really didn't stand out to me.
But I still I liked it. I liked there was like a environmental puzzles you had to do, like using you were using light to like change the rooms and stuff, like in Saga's campaign. It felt like a weird echo of Alan's campaign,
where you're using the
reality shifting.
Yeah. Or even just using the lamp to like change the room. Yeah.
Weren't you using light to alter the geography of the rooms?
I believe so. Yeah.
It was like causing doors to appear or the scene to change. It was interesting because it's like, I guess that's the overlapping that would allow those things to happen. Yeah. But the Cynthia boss fight, pretty good. Did you enjoy it?
I had fun with it. Yeah, it wasn't my favorite one. I think Mulligan and Thornton one is still going to go down as my favorite. You know what I mean? Because that one was just the most dynamic. It's two bosses. You know what I mean? And there's like, once I had to figure out a solution. You know what I mean? Especially because there was like the extra barrier in my way. It was very fun, much more challenging. Cynthia one was good though.
Yeah, you had to stay out of the water.
Yeah.
Or otherwise she'd get the upper hand pretty quickly.
It was a little bit frustrating, mostly just because like I missed the entrance. Like when you go, you obviously have to time it, and you have to like look ahead and go, okay, here's this platform. That's the platform I have to go to. Hopefully I'll make it.
Right, you had to go through different rooms to
turn on generators, I believe, and activate that. And like the final generator, I got turned around because like that's the one where you make it at like the last moment to the ledge, and I got turned around and I ended up just like going back to the middle and being like, is there no entrance to there? What'd I do wrong? And then I had to traverse all the way back again, which was fine. It just took me a while. You know what I mean? Once you actually fight her, she wasn't like super difficult. I thought it was
persistent, but
yeah,
I liked that she was ranged herself as well. She started flying and then would go down in the water and be faster in the water. It seemed
it was cool. It was very fun. I like also that they introduce a different mechanic in each boss fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's not as though you're just like, oh, here's like, I don't know. Like in Control, sometimes you'll run into a boss and then you'll just keep fighting that boss as like just a slightly stronger enemy, maybe later on. You know what I mean? And not all the time. Sometimes the bosses are unique. But in this one, it was like each boss was its own unique thing that you didn't see again. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Which I really enjoyed. Maybe they'd steal a thing or two from another character. You know what I mean?
They did with mini bosses. That was the kind of repetitious.
Yeah, which was fine. Yeah. I'm fine with that.
Totally. So yeah, I mean, you fight and you defeat Cynthia, and we kind of touched on it, but it did seem that Cynthia, it wasn't necessarily Alan's or Tom's lamp that was protecting her, because the lamp didn't work. No, it was her connection. It wasn't literally the lamp. It was what the lamp represented that kept her strong. It gave her focus and will.
And it stopped her. I feel like it stopped her from being affected by the story. You know what I mean? It helped her stay more grounded to reality.
It kept her linked to her reality.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? Even if that reality was flawed, it's hard to know. But she was holding on to something.
Yeah.
And when she lost the lamp, it broke her heart, and she just let her defenses fall.
When Rose took the lamp away from her, you know what I mean? Which is also interesting. Which is also interesting that someone would instruct her to take the lamp from her. Because that would imply that they wanted to set all of this in motion.
You know?
Which goes back to whether...
Some people are going to have to play the monsters in the horror story, you know?
Yeah.
It's just... Yeah. It's not fair.
I feel like you should be saying that as like 3 Days Grace starts playing behind you or something, and then like your back's to the camera and you're like, sometimes someone's got to be the monster in the horror story, and then like you turn around and you're like, you know what I mean? You have a filter where your eyes are blacked out. Yeah, that's how I imagine you saying that.
Maybe I can get that going for you.
No, not for me. You.
Well, I mean, on me for you.
Oh, okay, yeah. For me to enjoy it later.
For you to enjoy it later. Yes, that's what I mean. So
animal I have become.
There's great.
Sorry.
Great. Now I owe them $1 million. There's like a scene described where Cynthia is like so heartbroken over the lamp that she doesn't notice the shadows are starting to fill in, and then she's taking a bath, and I think it drowns in the tub.
Yeah, because the light goes out in the bathroom, and she was like, I knew I had to replace that weeks ago. Why didn't I do it?
Because she'd been weakened by her grief.
Yep. And then she gets drowned. She gets pulled beneath the water. Well, and because it seems to imply that, like, as we mentioned earlier, like when Rose says, watch out for the puddles, although she is also referring to the incontinence, the piss puddles everywhere. It's also because it seems as though the overlap or the dark presence or something is just, it has more power in water, or like has power over water.
Because the water is the floodwaters, which are connected to the lake.
Right, that's fair.
I don't think it's any water.
Okay, that's fair. Just the floodwaters.
But the floodwaters are like coming in. It almost seems like the rain is also the waters.
Well, yeah, it is. You know what I mean?
But I don't know if it's like tap.
It is literally.
You know what I mean?
Well, maybe they have wells. Maybe they have well water there. You know what I mean? Maybe because the roof's leaking.
I don't think so.
Maybe the leaky roof is letting some of the water into the...
That's happening for sure. It wouldn't be tap water. Because if it was, then everybody would... be going off all the time. That's why it's like the Andersons made moonshine from the lake water. They didn't use tap water. They had to use water from the lake for their moonshine.
Oh, okay.
That's what gave Alan the vision when when him and Barry drank the moonshine at the farm.
Yeah, okay. Checks out. All right. Sorry. Misunderstanding the water.
I'm going to say myth busted on haunted tap water in Alan Wake.
You got to put the animation every time you say that.
I found you, myth new busted.
Myth now busted.
You're kind of reaching what you think is the crescendo, and then there's actually quite a bit more to go.
Yeah.
Depending on how you play the game. But Chapter 6 of Return is Scratch. So as you clear out the overlap and the waters recede, you talk to Tor for a little bit, and he's weakened, but you talk through your mind place, and you realize both Tor and Odin normally when you're profiling people, you're tapping into their subconscious, and they're almost like a drone, as if they're under hypnotism, reveal things to you. And every time you know that this is happening because they talk like this when they're speaking. It's because it's their subconscious speaking.
It's not them. It's not their personality. You're not getting everything. And they have to just tell you, for the most part, whatever it is that you're asking them.
Saga, when she talks to her relatives, the Anderson brothers, they're like in her mind place having a conversation with her. Yeah. She's like, wow, it's never felt like that.
They're basically
before.
just sitting across the table from her having a conversation.
Your conversation leads you to believe that you have to go back to town. Alan Wake is being held at the sheriff's station, captured by the FBC.
Yep.
They set up a temporary field office themselves at the sheriff's station. They've commandeered it.
Yep. And I mean, sheriff's gone, so like, who's there to tell him no? You know what I mean?
Right. Mulligan Thornton. They're gone.
Dead. Like, Sheriff Breaker, Audi 5000.
Yeah. Only other unnamed cop.
Female sheriff shot in the head in the morgue. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, female deputy.
Yeah.
But Tor kind of explains to you, this is where you learn how the clicker affects the story and how Alan can use it to
he gives the amplifier where it's like, okay, like you can do this stuff, but like this is what really kicks into 11. And people have said like, oh, is that like a retcon for the first game? It's like, well, I don't think so, because like
not at all.
He used it to immediately amplify the thing.
The
difference is I'm under the impression that he blasted her and then he wrote the end of the story. And it would seem like him writing the end of the story would be the thing that the amplifier would amplify that writing he had just done.
Well, that's at least their understanding of it.
Right. Okay.
You know what I mean? They and as we learn, they might not totally have done everything properly. You know what I mean?
Right.
It might not have been 100%.
That's fair. That's fair. Like even the cult was like, oh, use the clicker 3 times.
Yeah. So there's a bunch of stuff. Everybody seems to have a different understanding of how it works. And the only one who we've seen use it to actually enact like something quote unquote maybe positive is Alan. And we don't even know if he did it right. You know what I mean? Because while it made the thing that he wanted to happen, was that for I don't know.
Right. No, I don't know. I don't know. Great way to put it.
Sorry.
No, I'm
but I really
the same way.
It's like it really could be any of them. They could all be doing it wrong. It could be that they did it wrong this time. Who knows?
Yeah, objects of power and the rituals surrounding them are something, that the FBC is still like trying to figure out for a lot of stuff, even things they've had under containment for a long time.
Yeah.
And it's dangerous to experiment with them, so it's not always something they can
they can just keep testing.
You can't just like always do experiments.
Yeah, it's like you can't just do trial and error
until
and
dangerous
it works.
and deadly potentially.
Literally lead to the deaths of like hundreds of
So you get there. The sheriff's station's been attacked.
Ooh, ransacked.
By Dark Presence.
The Dark Presence, yeah. The one and only.
Estevez is injured. Estevez is like in a closet.
She's locked herself in a closet.
And when I first played the game, the closet door didn't spawn.
Oh, no.
So I just saw her sitting in a hallway, basically. I was like, oh, I thought there was a door there, but whatever. And I walk into the room, and then it's like, I'm like in like this like forced first person mode.
Oh no!
And she's like talking to me, and I'm like, I'm clearly not supposed to be in there. I'm like trying to move, and I can't.
It's hilarious.
It's a very funny bug.
It is. It's like there. It's just like I think it's either slightly ajar, you know what I mean, or something.
It is. Yeah. She's like, hey, and then you got to go down in the basement, and turn the power back on.
Yeah. A common theme.
Again? Yes. Just like Alan had to turn the power on at the cabin when he got there.
Yeah. That's where fuse boxes are, in the basement.
Yeah. Turn the power back on. You go back up. You talk to Casey for a little bit. He's down in the morgue.
Yes, he's down in the morgue.
He's kind of holding himself off. He's got a fuse. He just happens to have the fuse.
I found this fuse. I love that he's like barricaded himself behind like gurneys and shit.
It's also funny, like as the story gets deeper, it becomes more and more like, you found me. I have the key item you're looking for.
Yeah.
It gets a little more, even by the end of Alan's campaign, where Rose is like, all right, come on, Alan, it's time for this part of the story now.
We got to do it. It's happening.
It becomes more and more
it's
hack as it goes on.
Yeah, to a degree, but it's also because of like if you think about it, it's the urgency of the situation and the urgency of the writing. And if you think about this section, and when you think about what's coming up soon, the conversation and stuff that we'll have. That I mean, we probably won't get into it this episode, unfortunately. I think that's going to be for the final part of this. But like,
final before the DLCs.
Yeah, final before the DLCs and the New Game Plus. I think all of this was written in a little bit of a hurry also.
Feels that way,
you know
sure,
what I mean?
yeah.
I think that this is part of the story that Alan is like, okay, we got to do it. You know what I mean? So I think it was rushed.
So you get the power back on, you go upstairs, you figure some stuff out, and the holding area has... I feel like there's a... I don't know. Is there a couple people in there, or is it just Ilmo and Alan?
It's Ilmo, Yako, and Alan.
Oh, right.
It goes Ilmo, Yako, Alan, in that order.
So they're all held in the holding cells down there, and Alan is trying to get the clicker.
Mm-hmm. He now knows that you have it, and he's like, give it to me.
Mm-hmm. Ilmo and Yako are like...
They're like, don't fucking give it to him. Don't give it to him. Don't do it. Trust me, Saga.
And this is like, again, the... someone important to the story is in a cell, and like they're like, I need help now, and you're like, I don't know if I can trust you or not.
Yeah.
Max Payne 2, it's in the Max Payne 2 when with Mona, she's like, if you leave me in here, the inner circle's gonna come kill me, you know? Same thing in Alan Wake. There's like the drunk guy who's like, hey, I need, I'm in here, you gotta turn the light on, shouldn't be in here.
Literally in the same exact little cell area.
Yeah. Interesting echoes over and over. Brutal scene.
Devastating, dude. Because it's finally revealed to you in this moment. While, yes, maybe it is Alan Wake who you've been dealing with this whole time.
At that moment, he is possessed by the Dark Presence. He is Scratch.
And he is the devil himself, Mr. Scratch.
He basically, like, phase shifts.
Well, fucking Yako has, like, the most badass moment he has the whole entire game where, like, I almost said movie because it's so fucking good. But he, like, bares his teeth once Alan reveals that once the Dark Presence reveals itself and is like, I'm Mr. Scratch, Yako gives him through the cell. He's like, I'm gonna fucking rip you apart. You know what I mean? Like, he gives it, like, real intense. Scratch, like you said, just fucking... phase shifts through all the cells, through Yako.
Obliterates him.
Dead. So dead.
He obliterates Yako. And then in a flash of like, what's kind of like one of the only moments you really see like the suave Scratch from American Nightmare.
Okay.
I keep forgetting to play that game.
I downloaded it last night.
Oh man, I'm pumped for you to get into it.
I'm gonna be going through it. If you want to make me a couple thumbnails, might stream that in the next week or so.
Okay, chilly man. Yeah, he puts on Yako's jacket, and you just said because it looks cool.
Yeah, that's really what it seems like.
But that's kind of like Mr. Scratch, like is like egotistical like that.
Well, yeah, he's you know what I mean. He's supposed to be the devil, effectively.
Yeah.
That's what they keep comparing him to, or sometimes directly referencing him as.
But yeah, kills him, and then you basically you get into a boss fight.
Yeah,
you run out the back door. There's these like energy cubes you have to turn on.
Yeah, they're like generators, but they're not generators.
So very much a Resident Evil boss fight.
Yeah, very much. To turn on like these giant like it's like a column of light almost.
No, that's the next one. These are like they're cubes.
I thought it powered on the little light things though.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah, I thought
they're connected to a light.
Yeah, I thought the cubes were connected to.
Oh,
three
I thought the
lights.
cubes themselves were the lights.
I'm pretty sure they're collected
because you do have the lights as well that you got to like crank and turn in the next one.
But you don't have to turn them in this one. You just have to turn them on.
Yeah, so you basically just got to like shoot Scratch a bunch, turn on the generator, get him in the light.
It took me a minute to realize I had to turn on the generators because I'm a dummy sometimes, and I was mostly just like panicking, running around, and then I realized. And also, there's a part of me when I'm in boss fights sometimes that goes, "Ooh, I might not be able to get all the loot I see lying around here unless I get it this time, like right now." You know what
me
I mean?
too. I totally identify with that.
I will sometimes risk death to go to be like, I gotta open up this cooler and get the ammo in here.
It's funny to do that too in this game because all the ammo is dynamic and you'll always get it.
Yeah, you'll get it
if you're low on ammo, you'll get it.
Yeah, but it's still just there's part of me that was like, gotta see what's in here.
Good boss fight.
Good boss fight. Yeah,
I liked it.
Again, not my favorite, but good. Still good. Still fun and challenging.
Scratch is gone for now,
Yes, you scare him away with the lights.
but you need a new plan.
You go, hey, I might be in over my head here.
So that's basically what you got to do is come up with a new plan.
Mm-hmm.
And you decide that you'll use the power of rock and roll in combination with the clicker to summon Alan Wake and put an end to all this somehow.
Yes, and you do this by like you team up with you, Estevez, and Casey do a quick little brain blast. You know what I mean? Mind meld together.
But they're both kind of like Casey's like Saga. I don't know, like you don't seem to be in touch with reality.
Well, because Casey now seems to
he's fully affected by the story.
He thinks your daughter's dead. You left the FBI to move back to Watery, where you're from. You know what I mean? He's convinced. Well, but credit to Casey, he's willing to accept that his version of reality isn't real either.
Yes,
he's in that moment willing to go. But you know what? I trust you, Saga. You know what I mean? You're in charge of this case. I put you in charge for a reason. Maybe you're right. You know what I mean? So, fucking kudos to Casey.
Yes. One of the Casey films, I believe.
Kudos to Casey.
Uneasy Alliance is just a classic Remedy trope in every game. It's like there's these two factions, like in some way, have to maybe rely on one another. You know, the Max Payne and the Inner Circle.
Quantum Break with you have to, whether it's like the protest group, you know what I mean, that you're teaming up with depending on who you go with, and then pretty much the entirety of Control, you know what I mean, is
yeah,
you
like
working,
do I trust the FBC?
Yeah, and you working with either Emily Pope or Marshall.
Alan Wake with Mott, like the kidnapper, like having to be like, I guess I'll trust him to like walk up the hill with him, you know, team up against the Taken together.
Just because you have to.
But you were saying this felt like it could have been where the game had ended.
That, to me, it felt like this moment, and because it kind of tells you it in a minute, you know what I mean, is really building you up to be like, this is it.
Well, you're at the point of no return.
And it tells you that, because when you go to actually...
But did you feel like that boss fight with Scratch could have been the final boss?
Oh, no, not this one.
Oh, okay.
It's this next one coming up, I felt like could have been. The one that we're like headed to after this Uneasy
Right.
Alliance.
It was surprising that it was like, well, we'll get into it, yeah.
Yeah.
But the plan is you reunite with the old gods. You go, we need a song.
You go, we're getting the band back together, baby.
You got the clicker. You know about Dark Place and the art. You think like, I think I got the pieces I need to get this together. So you go down.
Saga Anderson, who's like never made a piece of art in her life. It doesn't seem like.
But she'll use the old gods. So she says, all right, old gods, we need you to do a song. And they're like, we're already on it. We're driving there right now. Like, we knew.
Oh, this next part's fucking the best.
Have they just like drunk driving a van through the woods?
Yeah, like literally just hammered. And you see them a few times as you're heading, which we've now begun Return 7.
Yes, this is, okay,
Summoning.
yes, sorry. The plan is thought up in Scratch, Return 6.
Yes.
But Return 7, Summoning, is where you need to, basically, you do the ritual and then you beat the boss. Those are the two.
And it tells you at
points.
this point, it's like, this is a point of no return. Estevez gives you the option. You can go back and explore all the areas, get all the collectibles you wanted, or this is it, baby. Once you do this, the only place you can go is Cauldron Lake, and that's that. So I went to Cauldron Lake. And you meet the old gods there, and it is funny watching them drunk drive through. You're like kind of heading down Cauldron Lake, trying to get...
you're traversing down to the lake.
Similar to how you were in like the very first mission of the game. You're heading down, I'm pretty sure, like almost the same path as you watch like Tor and Odin in their van just like tearing through different sections.
When you were in Cauldron Lake, did you ever go up to the gate of the lake house?
I tried to. I couldn't get through it. That was like, it's what the intercom is, right?
Yeah. That's all. That's all it is right now.
Okay, yeah. I hit that, and it gave me like the first time you get you don't get a response on the intercom, but you hear like a noise.
Yeah.
And then the next time,
noise
and like maybe like a moan or something, or a groan.
Like a... yeah, no thanks.
I'm good. Let's just get off track for half a second, because I wanted to bring something up to you that we didn't mention before. When you're Saga a couple times, there's the one in the lodge when you head down where there's the rooms in the lodge, and you can find your room and you can find Casey's room, right?
Yes, and in the lodge where you're staying downtown Bright Falls.
Yes. There's a maid pounding, like, who's in one section gently knocking on the door.
And then pounding.
And then pounding in another scene.
That's never resolved.
Yeah, I was wondering if you would... Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know if you found
I was
something
very
didn't.
curious about that. Never got an answer on that one. I think it's just another weird happening.
Okay, I was curious. But anyways.
So... you do eventually get down to the water. The old gods are on top of their van.
Yeah,
they got their gear.
Yeah.
They're a little rusty.
Yeah, for sure.
But the idea is you'll play the song, you use the clicker at the crescendo of the song, you'll summon Alan Wake, and that will somehow Wake will be with you to set things right and reverse things or something. I don't know.
Well, because you right now, you believe you accidentally that you think Mr. Scratch is who came up earlier, and Wake is still in the dark place. Because ostensibly, you've still been communicating with Wake in the dark place this entire time. You know what I mean? Like the two of you have been in the overlaps communicating and stuff like that. So you think Mr. Scratch is who you found earlier on the shore. Alan Wake's still in the dark place. They are two separate people entirely.
That wasn't totally clear to me, but that makes sense. So they do a song. I don't love Old Gods of Asgard's music. It's great. It's fine.
There's a couple bands that play at a local bar real often that I'm like, I don't need to go see that again. You know what I mean? They're following the same.
I know it's upsetting for people that were not huge Post of the Fall fans or anything.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
No, it's not. I don't think it's bad music. I think they're all doing it well. They're good at it. It's not the kind of music I like, period.
My favorite song is Late Goodbye by them. Of all the songs I've heard,
okay,
that's the one I like the most.
You've given them more of a chance than I have. Then.
It's the one that's in Max Payne 2.
Oh, okay.
The one that they keep singing throughout the whole game.
Yes. That one's all right.
I think that's like my favorite one.
It's just not that...
It's a little too theatrical for me. That's mostly what it is. It's just like, it feels like I'm like, I don't know. It's just too theatrical for me.
It's just not my cup
it's
of tea.
It's a little too goofy at points, but it's inspired, and I'm so cool. I'm so cool. It's so cool to me that they've been able to continue collaborating.
I think it's really incredible that they have the relationship that they do.
Remedy rising up and Old Gods or Post of the Fall rising up and like continuing to be these like relevant creative forces is just fucking sick to do that together, especially.
And neither of them at any point thinking that like the thing they're doing is more important than the thing the other person's doing, and respecting each other. It's a very cool relationship they have. It's fucking sick. Yeah, I don't have to like the music to respect you know what I mean?
I ordered they're putting out the Old Gods LP.
Oh, are they?
I ordered it.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to give it a proper listen.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
So we'll do a little watch party maybe.
Yeah.
Or listen party.
Yeah, sure. Why not? We will. Why not? I'm buying new speaker cables so I can get my phonograph set up.
Oh, there you go. I think I do you just need like speaker cable?
I want to get clips for them.
Okay.
There's a special clip that makes them easier to install because it's the old style speakers with the spring-loaded back. You gotta like pull a little tab up and stick the exposed wire in.
Yep.
But you can get little connectors that the wire goes in the connector, and then the connector is just like a thing you can stick in there without having to strip wire. It's way easier to use.
Well, if you need a bunch of speaker wire, I just have a shit ton of speaker wire. I'm saying. I think we have a bunch in the attic at the cafe if you need some. So let me know.
All right. Yeah. I'll take you up on it.
Yeah.
I'll say yes.
Okay.
I'll hear on the show.
Right now, the time to talk about it. Yeah, I'll steal that for you.
Great. So, the Old God song plays, and it's reminiscent of the musical battle you have at the Anderson farm in the first game.
Very reminiscent.
You're fighting large waves of enemies as the Old Gods play, and Casey is sending down cases of equipment.
Yes, Casey.
Lots of ammo.
Oh, tons of ammo.
You get...
I'm dropping it at some point.
I can't even contain all the ammo.
Like, I'm trying to not pick up rocket flares because each one takes up a whole spot in your inventory. They don't stack at all. You know what I mean? In moments when I can, I'm trying to run away so that I can.
Aren't they 2 squares? I could be wrong.
I think it's 1 square, but they take up 1 square each.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And what I hated too was that like, it's cool that you can't just accidentally discard stuff. You have to hold the button down, but that also makes it very difficult to discard something mid-battle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like,
and when this game is so generous with the ammo, but still a fun battle. I think I died once on it.
I loved it. I didn't. I died once during the next phase, but this one I fucking plowed through.
Well, it's very good. And then after you beat everyone, it's like, uh-oh, Scratch is here.
Uh-oh. He's coming.
You summon Scratch basically with
the song,
with your display.
Yep.
And the idea now is that you got these big lights, but they need to be angled toward him in a certain way. So you gotta tap A, I think, to crank the thing.
Yeah, it's tap or hold, whatever. You gotta just fucking, you gotta crank them and turn them, but you have to. What happens is so Casey and Estevez are up on like a little hill. You know what I mean? Like right above you, a little cliff.
Right, and they have like a large spotlight
that they're shining on him to weaken him, but the spotlight keeps going out.
Right, so you need to fire on him a bunch.
Yeah,
give them time to recharge.
Once he weakens, they get the spotlight on him.
Then you run.
And try to turn.
You gotta crank it. Well, he's on the spotlight.
But I ran into like a weird bug here where I saw both the lights at first, then I ran to the furthest light and started moving that, and the other light disappeared. So then I kept trying to find it and running around, and eventually he just killed me. And then when I reloaded, it didn't happen again.
That's weird.
So, and I looked it up, and like a couple other people had that bug, but the solution was just reload or let yourself die.
Reload. Reload.
So I did, and then it was
reload. Trying to do House of the Dead or something. Yeah. Reload.
They have House of the Dead 1 and 2 over at the 1 and 2 over at the barcade now.
Bro, they got 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, they have 3 too now?
Have you played 3?
I haven't played 3. That is the shotguns, right?
I just beat it the other night.
Oh, hell yeah.
2 nights ago. I played the whole thing by myself.
At the barcade?
It took like 28 minutes.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
My arm was tired by the end.
Yeah, I got to get over
the shotgun has some weight.
Yeah.
It feels really good.
Uh-huh.
It's a pump action shotgun.
So you actually have
You got 6 shots, which I don't think that's how they work.
No.
But 6 shots, pump to reload.
Uh-huh.
And it's loud, it's clicky, it's tactile, it's so good. And it's the easiest of the 3 games, I think.
Okay.
In a lot of ways. It's more forgiving.
You might see me in the next week.
I think you can get through it on like maybe like $5.
Yeah.
You could beat the game.
Right. Okay, cool.
Anyway.
Love those games.
So good. Not as good as Alan Wake 2.
Not nearly as good as Alan Wake 2. But anyways,
you got to get through this whole thing. Eventually you crank the lights, and then they have a entity containment unit.
Yes.
That's like a big box.
Yeah, it just looks like a giant box basically. And you're trying to lure him into there once the lights are on there.
It just looks like a giant box.
Looks like a big old heart-shaped box.
You put him in the box.
Uh-huh.
Box can't hold him.
No.
He's an unclassifiable entity.
Well, don't you get him in there and then you
blast him with a light, but then he like shatters the thing.
Yeah, the thing fucking explodes.
Yeah.
He's too strong, baby. The FBC thought they knew what they were doing. They thought they knew how to handle this. Turns out they didn't even know how to handle this.
Now it's unclear to me how this works at this point. Okay. But what I do remember happening is Saga, either right before Scratch or right after Scratch, she presses the clicker at the height of the song. That's before he shows up.
Yeah, that's effectively when he shows up. It's like right before he shows up.
But
she's flicking it and she's like, it's not working. And then they're like, Scratch is on his way. She's like, huh? And then there he is.
And that's where we learn that, when she did summon him, but she summoned him prior to this.
When he showed up
at the overlap.
I think Return
right there.
2. Yeah. Like the first or second fucking, after you clear the overlap. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when he returned, which is when it's revealed finally, and when Saga finally realizes that Scratch and Alan Wake are the same person. It's just the Dark Presence occasionally. The Dark Presence is Scratch, but can control Alan Wake.
And this is where you will get booted back into Alan's campaign before you can finish the rest of the game.
Yes.
Which we will discuss in another episode.
Absolutely.
So any other impressions on this part of the game?
I really thought this was the end of the game.
Could have been.
I thought this was how the story was going to end. Because is this also when the Dark Presence... We can just cut this out. Isn't this when the Dark Presence also infects Casey? Is at this moment?
Oh, we don't need to cut this out. It is then, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's when. So you see.
Oh, is it? Well, isn't the battle? The battle here is with Casey.
No.
No.
Battle here is with Alan. You trap Alan in the box. The box explodes.
Oh, right, and then
the dark presence leaves Alan.
Yes,
and enters Casey.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And so what you see after that is like you have the realization and like a cutscene where Saga's like, we did summon Alan. Mm-hmm. We summoned him that day we found him,
but
which
he was possessed.
Literally a day ago. But he's been on and off between, Alan and Scratch. That was gross. Ooh, between Alan and Scratch the whole time. And then the dark entity takes over Casey, and you see that he has the clicker, and
he runs off to
Deerfest, baby.
Yeah,
and there's this very
final Deerfest.
There's this very cool shot of him like walking down the road. You know what I mean? And you seeing Deerfest or whatever, and he clicks the clicker, and then it cuts to black, and that's the end of this section of the game, and it does force you back into Alan's game. But what's funny to me, I don't know, it was just funny to me that I was like, holy shit, what an ending. I was like, that's a big cliffhanger. I'm excited. I guess it's not funny. Funny was the wrong word. What's cool to me is I'm like, what was cool to me was I was like, that would have been a great ending in and of itself.
Great joke.
And the fact that there's even more, you know what I mean, is fucking cool as hell. I don't know. It was a little misdirection there. I was like, oh shit, we just fucked it all up. You know what I mean? Game over. I thought that would have been a great ending.
Yeah,
ending's still great.
They had to fuck it up. Oh no, yeah, good ending.
Still good ending. No. Still good ending.
Yeah, I agree. It was the kind of thing where I felt several times. I was like, "Are we hitting like the peak here?" I was like, "Oh, okay, we're not." Which I also felt during. I don't think you played this, but I felt it during Spider-Man for the PS4.
Oh
PS5,
no,
like the first Spider-Man
Last
game.
Spider-Man game I played was had a narration by Bruce Campbell. So
okay, that was a while ago.
That was a great one though.
It was truly. I think that was maybe released like 18 years ago.
Yeah,
not like 21 years
I played
ago.
It on like a gateway computer.
But I felt that during that game. I felt it during a few other like recent like narrative driven games where I was like, okay, you kind of like did that to me too many times.
Yeah,
and I start to lose interest or patience with the story. I go, okay, well, you kind of like you exhausted me. You know, you brought me up. But this. It kept raising the stakes in a way where it felt right.
I wasn't disappointed that this wasn't the ending.
And there was quiet time again for the next crescendo.
I was so excited that there was more than this. You know what I mean? Like once I discovered there was, but like also I would have been satisfied if that was the ending.
I would have been satisfied
you know
just having Alan hold me down and spit in my mouth. No, yeah, I mean they could have done so many things, and the fact this is what they did, it's like, oh, good job. You really made a sick as hell game.
God, I'm so excited.
Dope as fuck game.
Dope as fuck, dude.
Chill as shit.
Tight as hell. I'm really excited to get into the Alan half of this, and we can really talk about all the connections.
Yeah, and then we'll talk about the end of Saga's campaign, but that will be in the next episode. So, thank you for, I know this has been a long one. Thanks for sticking around. Of course, if you haven't by now, you gotta subscribe to Hidden Machine. This is actually going to be, by the time this comes out, we'll have like 35 or 36 of these episodes of I didn't realize we made so many.
Yeah, well, we've been doing it for a minute, and yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to keep doing them. We're hopefully going to get back into a good schedule with it. That's the plan. And so there's just going to be more and more of these coming at you. So if you like it, get pumped, get excited.
Yeah, there's a lot more to check out. It's also available on podcast services. And,
pretty much anywhere where you can find podcasts.
I don't know, man. Just goodbye. That's all I have to say.
See ya.
Now I'm sad.